No, man. I don't think.
I don't know, man. It's like I feel like Oxygen are like they're just this team where it's like I feel like they.
I don't know, bro.
What it takes to be good, but it's like then they lose to like.
I feel like
bad
G2
team.
plays
Like,
to their
man.
competition. I think is the issue.
I don't know. I'll go Turtle Trip on that one. I'll go Turtle Trip. I'm gonna rep the boys on that one.
Welcome.
I think that they'll probably.
Let's go, Turtle Troop.
Perfect.
I feel so bad for my boy Scuba. I feel like I talk about him every episode.
Scuba.
No recognition, by the way. I don't think I've ever spoke to Scuba in my life, but it's like I'll still harp on him. I still think he's great.
Yeah, no, he is goated. I mean,
Oh, I need to give me a
everybody,
drink, bro.
Thank you so much for watching Knights Arena. Spike down, follow Knights Arena on all their socials, Twitter and YouTube, to stay up to date on everything Challengers. And the most important games of Split 1 are coming up soon. You won't want to miss them.
So I would say yes and no. I mean, probably not this week, right? Or not today. I think later this week. Yes. I don't think I'm calling today's games. Drink, bro. I don't think I'm calling today's games like that important. Today's games really only matter about seeding. You know? If you're really thinking about it, right? So I think for that reason, I'm gonna have to rock with
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fifth and
what up,
final
Bach?
week of Split 1 of Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. It's the last time you'll hear me say that long phrase, as the week is coming to a conclusion in just a few days, and our teams will be selected for the mid-season face-off. But before we spend too much time talking about them, I want to remind you guys at home, if you've been watching the show, or even if you haven't, join the fan zone. You can head over to pks.gg/discord. You can get in on the fan zone.
Rickety right. Maybe pull up Wikipedia over here on
whatever player
my other page chat.
And it doesn't have to be serious. Like, what's your favorite cereal? Or you could ask a question about a band I know nothing about because I'm a boomer and you're a zoomer. It's cool. I'll do it anyway. But before we spend too much time
we gotta stop
show,
embracing this boomer thing for our age, because we're not boomers.
Like, Atlas, I'll just go ahead and they were too fast. The animation moves quicker than my arms. Sorry, I am a boomer after all. But looking at the last couple of weeks, Dust, in general, I do feel like the last few weeks were way more chaotic than we anticipated, as there was a lot of games that were upset category, not necessarily big upsets like the early Guard loss, but definitely upsets nonetheless.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think one of the big things that we've kind of seen is just Shopify Rebellion continue to struggle more than we would have anticipated.
Yeah, I feel like they're a big
just
surprise,
based on
right?
the roster that they had put together before the season started. And then on top of that, you know, you look last week, you see FaZe take a loss to Oxygen. You see, you know, Turtle Troop get a win over the G2. I mean, there was a couple of little banana peels that people were slipping on out there. That's for sure. Definitely wound up being a little bit more of a wacky week than we expected.
Look, here's the thing, Bach. You didn't ask us. My favorite cereal is Honey Nut Cheerios because I'm also a boomer.
Oh, I'm a big Honey Nut Cheerios guy too. So
gotta, you know, check the
They're not
cholesterol.
boomers.
But, you know, the thing about these first 4 weeks
I get it,
is
though.
that Group A we kind of looked at after week number 1 and said this is
Also
anyone's
Fruity
group
Pebbles for the win.
potentially, and we
Thoughts,
definitely
chat?
are still getting that. I mean, not only for who's going to be in the top 4, but who very well may find themselves on top of that group. Whereas, you know, Group B was a little bit more predictable, I think, especially after the first 2 weeks had come and gone. Just looking at the strength of schedule, the strength of how the rosters were forming, and even though we know who our top 4 are going to be, at least the cool thing about today is that we have kind of seeding matchups.
All right, I've got everything set up here. Give me a second, chat.
Really fun, kind of
Oh, actually, I
way
need
kick
to
off the
post in Discord.
and we can go ahead and take a look at the group standings so you can visualize what it is we're talking about, because there are some teams who are here on the bubble just a little bit. It's a little scary for mostly everyone in Group A.
Everyone but
you know,
Shopify, basically.
5 teams,
Even
all fighting for
Shopify.
3 spots, because even though the chances,
I mean,
and
they're the most worried,
requirements
I should say,
are
actually.
somewhat crazy for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah.
There is a world here shift where they can make it, but everyone else is definitely deadlocked in that 2-2 position, which is scary because there's so much that can happen in this final week.
Yeah, it's good. It's one of those things that going into this standings, I was looking at the schedule. I was like, oh, I hope we have some Group A matches today. Unfortunately, we do not, but just means that, hey, tomorrow, day
Yeah, I was gonna
after,
say, it means that
it's gonna
they're
get
all
unreal
together at the
when
end
it
of the
comes to
week.
trying to figure out who's going to get out of this A group. And like Dust was mentioning kind of briefly at the top of the show, the fact that Turtle Troop beat G2 now all of a sudden makes this group a total question mark, because you have a lot of Team 8 beat Team B, but Team B beat Team C, but Team C also beat Team A. So it's like this whole world of wackiness when it comes to possible tiebreaker situations. And yeah, it's definitely one of those weeks that you come into your final matchup in Group A and say it's a
Little man set up real quick,
You have
make sure
to
he's
have
good
it.
to go.
Yeah, I mean, basically, just to simplify it without
and
getting
then we'll be
into
back
the
in a second.
weeds, because I'm sure we'll do that more and more throughout the week as we actually start covering some of these teams. But just to kind of help everyone out at home, basically everyone in Group A controls their own destiny except for Shopify Rebellion. Like, not only do they need to get a win this week, they also need some other things to go their way with some of the other teams in order to get out. But as far as Oxygen, Moist, and Turtle Troop go, they all control their own fate, whether or not they make it to the midseason face-off or not. Same with FaZe. G2 pretty much already has that locked in. And then you look over at Group B, and basically everyone's already locked in already as far as the midseason face-off goes. I mean, Mad Lions and OR Esports go on 0-4. They're out of it, obviously. And basically, M80's already secured themselves #1 in the split, and the Guard has pretty much already secured themselves as #2 in the split. The only way that would really change is if G2 wins next week and somehow beats the Guard in round differential, which seems pretty unlikely considering the gap that's there. So it's all kind of laid out for us, and really the only complicated scenario is the fate of Shopify Rebellion, right? Because, you know, not only do they need to win, they also need some other things to go their way.
Important note, too, even though Mad Lions and OR Esports are currently 0-4, at least one of them will find a win this week, as they are slated to face each other. So there is like I guess,
Silver
parting
linings.
gift of one win. But those teams, yeah, both eliminated from the midseason face-off. We can take a look at the schedule for today as well, so you guys can appreciate what matches we're going to see. One of them is a match we've been waiting to see, honestly, all split.
Yep.
It's the second one of the day, but we'll start things off with TSM versus DSG before we get to the banger matchup, which is the Guard versus M80. Honestly, looking at the trajectories of those two teams too, you had the Guard kind of not necessarily coming down. They had a dip in 1 week, whereas M80 maybe started out a little bit slower, especially in their first matchup against OR where they dropped a map. But since then, M80 has looked on fire. That said, looking specifically at this first matchup, you've got TSM and you've got DSG, two teams shift here that are qualified, but it really is about seeding, and it's also about pride.
Oh, absolutely. And I think you start with the conversation around Disguised, largely due to the fact that last week was not particularly great for them. They were barely on the stream for all that long, losing 2-13 and 3-13 to two maps to the M80 squad that you were just mentioning that's looking super good. But the thing about it is, you know, they also had really impressive performances, even in their loss to the Guard at the beginning of the split. You know, they had at least a nice little look at Bind in particular in that first matchup. So they kind of came out with a lot of promise and a lot of opportunity to where he's like, okay, we see what these guys have to offer. We can see why the move was made to pick up the team in the first place by Toast. And hey, they are putting together some pretty good responses, including the wins versus Mad Lions and OR Esports. But it's tough when you deal with the two heavy-sided teams on this group. The Guard and M80 are your two losses, and you weren't able to take a map from either of them. And most notably, that series from last week against M80 was just not really, I think, what Disguise would have liked to have seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head, Shift. There's been the highs and there's been the lows for Disguise, where they show a lot of promise in some of their matchups, and even some of their losses, they look close, but then they got blown out of the water by M80, which is probably the best team in Challengers, to be quite frank with you. But the big news, obviously, coming into this week is kind of what you're seeing here on your screen, is that Exalt is no longer a part of the team. Apparently, it was a somewhat mutual split where they just weren't eye to eye with the future of the team, you know, Exalt and the rest of the squad, which is kind of a bummer because Exalt was certainly one of the stronger players on the team, statistically speaking, and served like a pretty nice role in like the KO and being that flex guy. And instead, Disguise are fielding their sub that they had, you know, signed up with for the split. And so this is probably temporary until next split rolls around and they might be able to make another move or something like that. But essentially, Riku comes in as a guy who doesn't have that much experience, man. I mean, he was a former academy player for Knights, has only really played in like smaller like gauntlet and weekly type events. He also has a very mixed agent pool. Like, he started out playing a ton of Jet and Silva early in his career. Now he plays a lot of Killjoy and Chamber, and then most recently he started playing KO and Fade. So he's kind of been all over the place. Certainly had some okay numbers at times throughout qualifiers when he played in it, but definitely a big question mark on if he's ready for the level of competition he's going to face today.
I think the biggest thing, and I'll just be brief on this, is the fact that he didn't see anything beyond the top 64 in the qualifier run. So I'm really curious to see what the team and the coaching staff sees in Rico to be like, okay, this is the guy that we want. We want to see him into the mix. You think he's going to be maybe an opportunity to not just fill the shoes of Exalt, but possibly even elevate the squad. So it's going to be a learning lesson, I think, for all of us today.
Riku did play DSG in lockdown qualifiers as well with No Future, and they managed to beat them. I know that was a while ago, but just something that's interesting. Maybe that's where they spotted the talent out initially. But here's something that we didn't talk about, and it is somewhat interesting. DSG, 2 rounds difference, and this would be a must-win match. You talk about the game against OR Esports. Remember, that went to overtime, back-to-back maps, both the second and third map. If OR Esports won, they'd be tied currently in the group. And if Disguised would win today, they'd be in. If they lose, they'd be out. If they win, it would even be close. So it's very interesting. Even though we mentioned the 0-4 teams, there's so many things that could have happened that could have turned this group the other direction. But let's shift our focus over towards TSM, as this is a team that has also made changes, Dust. We saw them halfway through the split decide to replace their in-game leader, whether that was because of the in-game leader's decisions or their own. It seems like Hayes just decided it was time to take a step back, and since then the team has looked so much better.
Yeah, it's interesting because when they played that Ludwig Tarek Invitational, they actually came second place with their old roster at that event. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I don't know if
then
anyone
even
really
coming
wins
into
that
the split,
Tarek
they beat Mad
Invitational,
Lions their
like
first
really
game,
playing their top
and
game,
yeah,
right?
they lost to M80, but that's been proven to be the best team in Challengers, and they took them to overtime on one of those 2 maps. So, I mean, it's not as if it was all doom and gloom, to be honest, but there is no mistaking the fact that since they made the roster change, they have looked impressive. And then the change we're talking about, of course, is Gamon taking up the in-game leadership and also becoming the primary controller of the team. And then Campeki coming in as the new kind of like flex initiator. And since he's come on board, they beat the Guard 2-0, and they also beat OR Esports 2-0. So I haven't dropped the map yet, and they were all 4 different maps. I think it's kind of the interesting point. So showing some diversity in that map pool.
I didn't know that.
Well,
I shouldn't say I didn't know that. I guess I
the
didn't
stats speak
realize
for
that.
themselves. He's been spectacular since he's joined.
No,
the
that
team.
I guess is also a good word.
Absolutely
Whatever.
lights out. I would say that if TSM, since the addition of Kenpeki into the mix, if they were to make a run here, you're looking at potentially somebody who can frame up as possibly being like an MVP type of player, just because of the impact that he's had on this squad, especially considering, like Dust mentioned, we came in and we casted that game versus the Guard, and I think both of us expected the Guard to roll through a brand new formed TSM squad.
And they look good in that game, actually.
Were, like eyes peeled, like, oh my god, like wait a second, these guys are nasty. So the fact that they were able to kind of, steal the show against the Guard and then follow up with a solid win versus OR Esports, there's a lot of hype built around this squad, and I think the biggest thing about it is, can they keep that up against another solid team like Disguised?
Yeah, and I think the cooler thing about this is we're talking a little bit about Campeki here is like kind of the redemption arc for him as an individual player, because when he was playing with the crew kind of in a smaller scene, he was the king of that scene. He was performing very, very well to multiple different agents. When he got his crack on Sentinels, things didn't go so well for honest when he was competing in VCT, but kind of a strange environment I think he was in when he was playing with Sentinels, and this is now his kind of next
hopefully everyone's having themselves a good afternoon, man, ready to get into an exciting week.
Really turned it around, being this like best player basically, statistically speaking, in a ton of different categories. I mean, he's
should be a very, 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 very fun week of Valorant.
You name it. Like
today's games really only matter for seeding, but they should still be good
for players. So tip your hat. It's kind of like a parallel to what Dicey did with FaZe last year, where he kind of had his redemption arc. I see like a similarity here with what we're seeing with Campeki.
Yeah, I mean, 2 teams made mid-split moves, and two teams that had successful mid-split moves. I would say it's Turtle Troop, who brought in Tig and Mame. Tig is playing fantastic. Campeki also playing really well for TSM. But enough about that. We did have a chance to sit down and talk to the players about this matchup and what it means and the importance of what many might just call a seeding match. Let's take a look.
Hey, that's what I called it. Smiles. I do expect it to be a good game, though.
Yeah, being part of Night's Challenge is still very surreal because this is like the official VCT Challenger League, and I always thought the path to that would be like a 3-year thing or 4-year thing, and the fact that we're already here next to like FaZe and TSM and G2, it's like kind of crazy because we just started less than half a year ago. And yeah, just very surreal, humbling, and exciting.
Well, obviously, it means a lot to me, like playing challengers, because you need to. I mean, you have to work your butt off to like actually make it the franchise. Like you want to make it this way. But yeah,
I do think that I mean, I wish I kind of had more time to watch more challengers stuff from other leagues. Maybe we can go back and watch like
you can't like mess up. You gotta give your all for a couple months.
Italy finals. I wonder if that'd be worth maybe doing like a video for.
And stuff. You can just focus on winning, which is, I mean, that's what you want to do, right? Just focus on winning.
I'm still getting used to the whole like esports thing. You know, I'm really new. I'm 17. I'm really new to like the whole just have the camera in my face or just play a game professionally. And
or maybe like watch it, but then like just talk about it and watch over like a couple of important rounds, maybe.
I don't know. It feels like a dream.
On their team, like on DSG, I would probably look for Ziff more. I think Ziff has like that type of like game that you can take over to like, be more of the difference maker.
I feel like they're like consistent, like player-wise. I feel like they're all like really like mechanically they're good players. I feel like they're.
Because I think for them,
there's no like one player to look out for.
That's like the end of the league, right? For Italy.
These kind of teams, kind of left, like,
or is it only split one?
Because like if we just kind of do our own stuff and like realize it's not working and like just continue to keep doing it, you can lose 6-7 rounds like really fast. So I feel like you have to first figure out like what their plan is, and then you have to figure out how to beat that plan. Message to TSG, bro. We should play Among Us soon, bro.
So is there a split 2?
Get toasted.
Josh, you better like try to not tilt too much because it might be.
Because like when you look at NA,
seven just tell you like in the dumbest ways, and it's just don't get too tilted. You'll be fine.
Oh no, it doesn't.
A message to all the other teams. Please don't beat us. Like, I know you ask my players like which team they're afraid of, and their answer is always like, "Oh, we're not afraid of anyone." My answer is like, "I'm afraid of everyone." It's like, or esports, Turtle Troops, like anyone we meet, I'm like, please don't beat us. So yeah, that's my message.
I wonder if Toast would sit down and chat.
Important message, no less.
Heading into challengers.
Still interesting to hear from both players and
heading
I guess
into the mid-seasonal
owner. It's a weird position to find yourself in as a content creator who also owns a team, because I'm sure that's not really how they see it, but they are, but they're not. It's an interesting dynamic to say the least. But as we get ready to look at our map picks and bans, one of the things we've been asking ourselves all split long is, who are the teams that are going to expand their map pool into the further reaches of Valorant space? Because we've now got this improved or expanded map pool, improved depending on who you ask, Shift, and we've now included maps like Lotus and the new, technically new split, but still feels very much like the old split.
Yeah, depending on who you ask. Let's make sure we mention that again real hard. No, I think, you know, Dust brought up a really solid point, thinking over the fact that you've got TSM since the move, since the little break.
All right, so we got Lotus, Ascent, Haven.
Play 4 different maps in this
Lotus for
wait, this time, though,
TSM picked Lotus recently, right?
Lotus. This was one of the maps that really opened up our eyes to TSM's potential when they played up against the Guard.
That's right. Yeah.
There with 8 really good looks on attack that they were able to take away. So I definitely appreciate the pick when it comes to them getting back onto a map that they looked really good on. Whereas for Disguised, going over to Ascent is a bit of a surprise. Have not played a lot of it, and when they did, it was during week 1. They kind of got beat up on it. So hopefully we'll see something new here from Disguised.
I wonder if the Ascent pick was kind of
I'm not too surprised by
to
the
go
Ascent pick,
towards
because it's like
TSM's
a personal
weakness?
comfort map. Like, while they haven't always beaten the best competition on the map, it was huge for them throughout the qualification process, right? Now, they only did play it once during the actual split, and that was that huge loss to the Guard. But prior to that, they were on a 9-game winning streak against kind of some of the smaller fish in the qualification process. So I think, you know, despite level of competition arguments being made, I think the personal comfort's there on Ascent for them, and so I'm not too surprised to see it come through. And then Haven being the decider, again, I think both teams are probably going to be relatively happy with that. You know, TSM seemed to turn it around against OR Esports in their last match after kind of having some struggles on Haven prior to that. And then Disguised, while they're on a 2-game losing streak, one of those losses is to M80, who's beaten everybody. And prior to that, they were looking pretty good on it. So, you know, I think both teams look at this map pool and are probably not too upset by it. I'm just curious to see how Disguise handles Lotus, because they've never played it yet.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about that third map too. TSM
Mid-season
playing against
face-off.
M80, close game, 14-12. Obviously, that was a bit ago. That was, again, M80 on the upward rise, whereas TSM was kind of just putzing about. That was before they made the roster move that brought in Campecchi, that swapped the in-game leadership role around. So definitely a lot of questions there. And it is important to note, just because it's for seeding does not mean anything, because if we're right, they should play against the #1 seed after the groups combine. It's very confusing, but it could potentially end up being M80. That's what you need to know. If you are the bottom team coming out of the group stages, regardless of what group you're in, you could end up facing M80 in the first round.
So you think
That
the
is
Guard
a
and
terrifying prospect, Dust?
Wait, do they play
Absolutely, right?
Inter?
I mean, basically, M80 has the #1 spot locked up right now, just due to the fact that they're already 4-0, and they have such a crazy round differential right now. Even if the Guard were to beat them later today, they'd have tying records of 4-1.
Why can't
it's
they
still
show
just the round differential that keeps M80 up at the top of the charts? And so you're absolutely right. You know, that
Why
is something
can't
you
they
have to
show
think
me the
about. That could be your
brackets?
potential opponent if you come out kind of dead last into the.
I would imagine
mid-season
brackets they
face-off.
play
So
cross
definitely a lot to play
groups,
for, but
right?
Also, again, pride.
As in,
right?
like,
TSM, it's
group
constantly on this road of
B's
trying to
1
prove
plays group
themselves
A's
after the
4,
roster move that
probably?
they are a serious contender.
Right?
You know, if we're being frank, at the beginning of the season,
Frank?
we were talking about M80, we were talking about the Guard, we were talking about even like G2 and the rosters that they put together and individual talent that they had. You know, that these were kind of the teams that were the favorites to go all the way to Ascension. And TSM was not really on that list, but they have been very impressive lately. They're making a case for it now. And Disguised, again, they had the veteran leadership. They have some young upcoming talents that can sometimes be a recipe for great success in its own right. So yeah, should be a pretty banger matchup. I think a lot of people were like looking at today and being like, oh man, can't wait to see M80 play against the Guard. And let's be for real, that's going to be fireworks. We're loving that. But don't discredit this matchup. Like, I think this could be certainly a little bit of a slugfest.
This one is, I think, the way that I look at this matchup is for TSM, I still feel like even though they beat the Guard, a lot of people still look at the Guard as the better team. This would be the time where TSM can maybe overthrow that and put themselves into a position to maybe come out as not just, you know,
I mean, I don't think Disguised does that,
you know,
though, does
contender
it?
out of this group, but more so just as a team and as an organization, they now feel like this could be a reestablishment. If you win this matchup versus Disguised, you have now 3 really quality wins that you could be able to put under your belt, and then you could also add this 4th. Whereas on the other side, for Disguised, this would be like their, I won't say signature win, but it would be the one kind of flex win that they would have where they've beaten the 2 teams at the bottom of the pool. They've lost pretty convincingly the 2 teams at the top of the pool. So give us something to tell us that you're #3 in this group. That would have to be, I think, where the interaction for me occurs with this matchup.
And just, again, think about positionally where it puts TSM if they find a
I
win,
still think
how
if
they end up
TSM
sitting
does
in
win,
the
it
standings,
has them
'cause again, they
looking
go from a
better
team that
going
looked
into
like they weren't
the
even gonna qualify
mid-season
potentially in the
invitational.
first
But I
couple
think
of
if
weeks. They
you
looked really
already
rough.
currently think that
Even
they
the
aren't better than
Red
either
Lions
the
over,
2
they lost the
teams
first
that
match
play later,
13-2,
you're not
if
going to
I'm
feel any
mistaken.
different
So
after
it was definitely
Disguised.
a bumpy start for
Personally.
TSM to close out the stage, coming in 4-1. That would be incredibly impressive, quite a bit of a turnaround. But Dust, you said you wanted to be frank. I'm going to continue to be Bach. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the Agent Select. Stay tuned.
I'm glad someone else got the Frank joke. All right, so I would imagine, looking back at the games, so Lotus, Ascent, Haven. I guess part of it really depends on how DSG looks on Lotus. Because if Otis comes out and gets their cheeks clapped on Lotus, then I don't know if they can recover going into Ascent anyways. When's the last time TSM played Ascent? Oh, they probably picked Ascent because TSM hasn't looked that strong on it. They lost to M80 on that map. Mad Lions. pushed him to 10 on that map. So I'd imagine that would be the thought process, but I would imagine after weeks 1 and 2, they probably drilled Ascent into their bag pretty. All right, so we got a couple minutes here. I think this first game, in case y'all didn't get a chance to check out the video, I do think TSM takes it. I think the Guard takes it as well. Or, sorry, M80 takes it as well. I think M80 just plays a little bit faster pace of the game. I love how YouTube, or not YouTube, Twitch chat, I hope never changes. As triggering as it probably is when you have to mod the Twitch chat. I know sometimes from the people who have to mod for like the DVD league chat and stuff. But man, people coming in and asking for Twitch to start the games, like they like they have that ability. Man. All right, so we've got games today, tomorrow, Friday for NA Challengers. More than likely on Friday, we're going to be a couple of minutes late, I do believe, which is kind of unfortunate because the first game Friday is the one that I really want to watch. But for good reason, we're going to be late. We're going to be doing some gassing with Zephyr for his EMEA showdown for Apex. So going to be seeing some teams that are currently, I think, top 10 in EMEA after week number 1 playing this weekend. So I'm expecting I think the second game, though, is going to be surprisingly a blowout. Like, I think M80 beats the brakes off the Guard. Respectfully. Like, the Guard did not look like dominant against Mad Lions last week. Granted, it wasn't too much different than when M80 played them. But I think also with the fact that, you know, the Guard was coming off an upset, they should have been looking to make a point, and they did not. So I think because of that, I have to definitely expect it. And I mean, who knows? Maybe map selection plays out in their favor a little bit, right? All right. Usually in past weeks, the games have started right around 20 minutes after the hour. So I would imagine they'll probably come back and have agent select going here in just a moment.
My conversation is energized. The revolution will be televised. The retribution will be to terrorize. And the celebration will leave you mesmerized. Got the stage set, do it big, mega size. You want me believe you? Tell some better lies. I'm in the TV room, I'm doing exercise. I let the money flow, so I live a better life. Hey, live a better life. When I step out, hey, when I step out, hey, come on, hey, what are you about? What, when I show up, what? Show up.
Yeah, so we've got Lotus, Ascent, and then Haven. I'm trying to remember, how have either of them played Haven recently? Oh, Disguised did not look good on Haven last week. My good. Granted, they were playing M80, but still, they got the break speed off them. Disguised also lost to OR Esports on Haven, so maybe not the best of maps for them. Let's look for TSM. They beat OR Esports on it. Almost. They took M80 to overtime. So I would say map selection definitely looks like it favors TSM today. But I also feel like DSG's looked progressively better as the season's gone along. I mean, it's kind of hard to say, right? Because they played, because like the order that they played teams, you know, they played the Guard very, very early when everyone thought the Guard was dominant before Guard kind of got exposed. And then they played like the two really bad teams in the league. Granted, they beat the brakes off Mad Lions, whereas other teams have struggled against them.
Complications clouding up my life. Oh, I'm so done with waiting, gonna let me shine. I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna get what's mine.
Tech delay for a DSG player apparently is what it's saying in chat. I don't know if that's actually true. DSG computer fried. Okay. Oh, it's the same person. Never mind. I was about to say, look like there's maybe some truth to it, but we actually don't know. How many of the other Challengers leagues like wrapped up? Thai split wrapped up. Philippine split wrapped up. Hong Kong, Taiwan wrapped up. What's kind of crazy is over in Hong Kong, Taiwan, the team that like went undefeated through the season went to the lower brackets and didn't even make it out lowers. That's kind of crazy.
the slate. I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on.
I wonder if they've got Game Changers. They do have it set up, but they don't have caster set up for it yet. Rips. Unfortunate. All right, so it does look like they had a PC issue for a player. The delay is catching up currently. They are back into action already, though. So we know that the game will start here shortly. So we'll wait on that. One second.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant Challengers North America. Final week of group play. My whole shift with me, I've got Dust, and we have, again, Group B action all the way throughout the day, starting off with Disguised, going up against TSM. Both teams currently locked for the face-off midseason, and they're sitting in the 3rd and 4th positions, respectively. And, well, now we've got ourselves Lotus on the mix, and we talked about it briefly on the top of the show here, Dust, but kind of take me through your thoughts, whether it's team on map or compositions on map as we have the lock-ins.
Yeah, obviously for Disguise, we had no idea what to expect. They have not played Lotus before. They're going to go with the double controller meta that we've been seeing some teams do, and then they also have Sky for the initiation. They're actually bringing Chamber out. They're forcing it through, so
yelling
double
away,
Sentinel,
man.
so no duelist in that regard.
All right.
Then the other side, it's also double controller, but they will have the duelist Corey on the range. They also will be taking in a Killjoy, and they will also be taking in a Sky. So, I mean, honestly, this map's kind of been all over the place. If you look back at lock-in, as far as like some teams run double initiators, some run double controller, some run duelist, some don't. Like, no one's really figured out, I think, the like perfect composition.
Yeah, but most people
map.
who picked this map have lost this map too. So like,
super powerful on this map. So I'm kind of disappointed not to see him use. I think he can cover so much ground actually, because there's so many tight corners and corridors where he can be super useful. But obviously Sky can be as well. But yeah, interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah,
ready to roll here now.
Sake, you know,
First team's first game's up. Now we got DSG's computer up and running.
This map, and most notably, you looked at players like Nature on the Viper, who was doing a lot of work. I mean, already off the bat, you can see how both Vipers are trying to establish themselves, as it'll be clear up top. Headhunter will cadet. Corey drops first blood, good for Disguised defense.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of early A main skirmishes like that. It's just such a big area of the map to control. You can use it on the attacking side to obviously split A, but you can still bounce back to B through this broken wall that we're seeing used right now. Steel trying to counter it with his own paranoia to slow it down. Trailblazer comes through and stuns on Steel. But
Able
sits
to
there for
avoid the
backup.
push through though. Good.
Yeah, really good dark cover.
Shots
here
to
from
suppress
Steel
a push
as
through
well.
there
Lost
in
the
front
chance.
into
Defense
B.
take a little bit of space away with
Ooh.
cutting through mid-map, but once more, clear.
One enemy
Headhunter
remaining.
connects. Nature falls. And as the kills turn up in favor of Disguised,
Kenpecky.
Kenpecky last one
Oh.
left. With the frenzy, a little bit of damage gained. 9 HP, though, not going to allow him to survive for much longer. And Disguised take the pistol for the opener.
Yeah, they really do, and it just comes off the back of the fact that they get an early pick to kick things off. TSM tries to scramble back to B, but a really good counterplay from Steel and Ziff to really kind of hold that down, swap them back towards the A side, where the rest of Disguise are ready to go, including Clear, who picks up a second frag. So really well-handled situation from Disguise and all that chaos, being able to do some pretty good team play, and that's especially impressive considering they have, you know, Riku just filling in as a new fifth this week. You know, probably didn't have a whole lot of time to practice with them, especially on a map they haven't played an official on yet, this, you know, being Lotus. So crazy stuff. It's gangsta. You know, he gets a little bit of one for free there.
Excuse me?
Yeah, again, these walls that we're going to see from the Vipers are
All
going to
right,
allow
well.
for a lot of pre-fires. We saw that from TSM's perspective on the Guard a couple weeks ago. You know, looks like this guy's them kind of picking up a similar moniker. Nice. Saw the SMG spray.
Ooh,
really
nice
through the door.
steal.
Away and finish off the round without
Filthy
much.
push through
Classic
C door there while they're
Lotus.
coming around the
Really
corner.
made it through mid-map.
Bro, we had a rare occurrence where the Trailblazer actually got the frag onto Riku with a small amount of
Take that.
damage. Yeah, so that's a little bit interesting, a little spice on that one, but otherwise Disguise, you know, handles that one pretty
Riku's going to come in
well.
with the Sheriff, just
Nice
that
to
way
get
that
a couple
everyone's
of big
econ's
frags
still going to be
there, so
okay
up
in
2-0
case
now
they
onto
drop
their
this
bonus,
round,
so
knowing
it's a
that
pretty hefty
TSM is
one.
going to be
You got the Guardian for Steel, got the
fully
Vandal for
equipped
Clear.
here.
Sheriff only though for Riku, so that is going to be a little bit of a setback as we're going to see some aggression here from Disguise on the C side.
Yeah, they look like they want to move really quickly. Actually, it's just a sentry turret initially. That will be instantly deleted. Steel throwing out dark cover, and the double stack close for Disguise will be helped by way of the Paranoia, which does actually connect, but DSM were not at the front door. They were a little bit beyond it, and from the top of mound, no problem for those ARs to lock things up. No worries, leaving Clear by himself for a 1v5.
I mean, that's just such a wide area for a Paranoia.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only going to cover like a subsection of C main, and so there's going to be one whole side that's completely unfazed, and TSM really reap the benefits of that fact as they're going to go ahead and take
They also
it.
get the
So
spike down too
I
for a little
like
bit of
the
extra money.
idea from Disguise, but again, you're just not covering enough ground with that Paranoia. to
But
be
the
able
good
to
news
bank
is
on it.
because
You
of
need,
Disguise, they
I think,
didn't
like a
fully
true
invest that last
flash
round, right? They'll be
have
able
a
to
safe peek there. And
be
so,
good
there
all
you
the way
go.
around.
The timing is
Even
also
on your,
good on that peak. You know, just
pretty
knowing
well
that
all the
you've
way
got
around on
such
your
a just dark cover down.
utility.
You
A
have
little
Corey on the other side who
bit
hits some really
missing.
nice paint shells in that archway.
But
It almost feels like if DSG were going to try to pull that off, you wait for a little bit of that offensive utility to try to catch them a little closer to the archway. But small things early, not a big deal. Or a little jump through. Once again, as you kind of predicted, a lot of action here early over towards A in the root area of the map. First blood for TSM is good, but Steel is still committed in a certain way towards playing forward, and this would leave this A defense a little light over towards this connector play. So they will call out the Seekers. Door will open. TSM looking to make their way through this, and a top of Kaman.
Kaman
takes
gets
down
one
Clear
through
just
the
as
door.
Spins shut again.
Yeah, just kind of spamming the smoke. A gut check winds up being right. Steel and Riku able to respond and keep it at least even in that exchange, but the plant will go down and TSM will still be a man
2v3 here now for for
is stuck in a tough spot right now.
DSG.
You've also got a long flank from 7 on the way, so the defense need to find these kills quickly if they want to have a chance, and well, they find absolutely nothing. Clean from TSM 2 rounds in a row, punishing in the last round, and then here just
All right, that means now should be able to take a third round, gives them the lead because they're not going to have much econ over on the Disguise side,
There's
right?
a couple of spots that you just know that someone could be standing. You might as well give it a try, and luckily Gamon finds it.
Maybe.
But also Riku getting stuck on that corner is always tough. Like that
A
drop position
couple of
is
upgraded pistols.
basically just
Looks like
death
Gangsta and
asking for
Riku
it.
both
If you
rocking the
fall down
Sheriff.
defensively for the retake, and you don't have some way to get yourself out with support utility, kind of just allows TSM to pin him there and have no trouble. So we're going to see a fast attack from TSM here on A with the satchels. Just pistols for DSG.
Feeling things out just a touch early. As TSM still try to work their way over towards C lobby. Yeah, this is another aggressive play from Disguise. They force their way in towards Mountain. This sentry turret's actually getting a lot of damage in on those aggressors. So call it a 6v3 right there for a moment on that side of the map. Riku now by themselves. through mid-map. That's not bad.
Spike down,
One tap
attacker
headshot,
spawn.
spike down. Maybe a chance for a couple of more, but TSM will get their numbers stacked up. Riku's hoping for an orb, but the timing wasn't what I would call spectacular, and 7 will walk away with 3.
Yeah, those two guys weren't letting them have that orb, that's for darn sure. And TSM's winning these rounds clean, which is exactly what you need to be doing in these anti-ecos. They only lost 1 player there. The round prior, they only lost 2, so they're building up their credits pretty nicely. They also come into this round with the only ult on the table, though I will say there are like 4 people from Disguise that are 1 orb away from ult, so definitely could have them come into play here if they're able to get a frag or collect an orb off the map. So you are going to see TSM once again loading up for some pretty early C pressure, while TSM, or excuse me, the Disguise looking for that A press again.
Yeah, this is a different setup this time around for Disguise on their full purchase. You've got Clear
Oh,
with the operator
snuggies.
in hand. He'll use that to kind of watch mid-link, and then
My bad, chat.
all of Riku and their utility will be stacked over towards that C bend area. So this is a lot of trust that the new guy up can handle the pressure of TSM if it does come that direction, which the lockdown will give us at least some insinuation that it should be. But look at the defense, already kind of not just stretched in towards C, but you've got a long flank on the way from Steel. This could technically collapse, pending, of course, that TSM don't get a clean plant here.
Yeah, I mean, this is your classic 5-on-5 situation, but the Viper's Pit is going to go down.
That looks like way
Steel,
too much
though,
of a...
has his flank work. He catches Gamal over at C mounts. That gives them every angle of attack possible to get back into this. But again, that Viper's Pit is down. There's a turret up. It's still going to be tough for DSG to find a way in this.
The Trailblazer actually doesn't quite see 7, does connect at the end of it. That allows at least a trade to come out, but Campecchi's still locking things up. And it's just not all that clean, is it? Nature still holding inside of his own smoke, although Zip is able to turn the tides just a touch here, but Nature's still alive and well inside of the green mist. Leaves Zip by himself, 1v2, flashed in this attempt. And well, TSM have repositioned around this, but kill comes through. Problem here is going to be the time, and Ziff will give it away. Does take down Nature on the exit, but ultimately TSM got what they came for. Takes a lot of ultimates, but they get the round.
Ooh, excuse me,
Yeah, I mean,
chat.
the lockdown at C is pretty powerful. It basically covers the entire site and the majority of Waterfall and a lot of back calls as well. So it really forces the defense back, gives you a lot of breathing room to work with on the attacking side. The one thing going for Disguise with Steel was able to get the flank off on Gamond at C to give him man advantage. But again, you're still contending against that Viper's Pit, you know, trying to use their Trailblazer and flashes to burn through it, but just could not find it. TSM hold firm. Now they go up 4-2, but now they're up against 4 ults from DSG.
There we go.
Yeah.
As well as pretty much a full buy, right? Because Clear is going to be able to get the Tour de Force out.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, my bad. I was trying to get my...
Oh, and how about the quick play from Corey? Just darts right
Okay,
through mid,
well.
shuts down the potential threat of the Viper's Pit in the showstopper counter.
Oh, it's that Viper's
TSM
Pit now.
Looking to stay aggressive. 7 holding down the trigger, but turned away. DSG fight back. Numbers now with them. 4v3 as the spike is planted just on the top side of
He did
Ian.
such a good job getting around the
TSM are looking
corner.
to go greedy, pushing through, trying to get into the defensive spawn where they're met by the Tour de Force with a little extra help. Now Campecchi. 1v3.
Yeah, I mean,
Overgrowth is here.
this is
Footsteps
tough
come
here,
out, but
right?
Still catches Campecchi by surprise.
would have
The
liked to have
retake
been
is
able to
good.
get one more
Yeah,
rifle
just
out of
lost
the
a
hand,
little bit
maybe.
Too much after that initial pick. Sure, great move by
Also
Corey to
maybe
the
get one of
Viper's Pit
these out of
down,
the
get
way,
instant
but
5-on-4
didn't need
for a
'em.
spike plan on B, but everything else crumbled from that point forward for TSM. Steel gets the
If you're
frag
TSM, you know what I
onto
mean? You would
7
have liked
over
to
at
be able to
A.
force a little
And
bit
I
more,
don't
but you
mind
couldn't.
TSM trying to press into back calls. If you stay inside B site, you're gonna just kind of get pigeonholed there. So they try to extend out. Not a bad trade initially, but Campecchi still gets stuck in a tough 1 versus 3 at the end. So couldn't really expect much, but full buys are still back for both teams. Riku, though, still has that lockdown for retake. Both Omens had their ults coming into this as well.
Really paranoia on their way round through mid. Flash is gonna follow, and TSM, oh, they just have just better overall execution with the utility, don't they? DSG just a little bit caught. You saw how many players were affected by flashes.
DSG
Now
should still be able to
5v2
buy
very
again next
quickly
round,
after
though,
the
right?
opening A skirmish.
That's just one of those situations where Clear, I just feel like the inexperience kind of hits him a bit. He's just seen by so many angles when he's perched up with that operator. He just has way too much to worry about at once, and so he can't really pick a target, can't really pick an angle to hold, and so he gets cleared out pretty quickly due to just the overwhelming numbers TSM launched out at A. Kind of won the utility battle in that regard, I guess. And that's something that Clear just has to kind of learn. Like, sometimes you just have to give it up. You know, when you're exposed to that many angles and they're already out, you're taking a big risk by staying perched up there. And so TSM, I mean, all considered, have been the dominant team this half. I mean, I know the score is close, but when you think about just when they've had economy, they have certainly been the superior team.
Which is different than normal, by the way. When you talk about your major contenders, not just in this group, but over the course of the North American Challengers League, from an eco advantage, they're actually one of our worst teams statistically in being able to convert when they have more finances than their opponents. So that's going to be, I think, a key win condition for TSM coming into what was all intents and purposes.
That's an interesting
matchup. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You dropped the pistol, you dropped the follow-up, but you can see the trends. You know, 5 out of the last 6, and all that's been with full purchase. So that's a great trend, I would say, for TSM looking forward.
Yeah, but I mean, again, TSM was kind of the team that pulled this map out as kind of a curveball against the Guard when they made the roster change. You know, the first team to really take a stab at Lotus and try to make it their own. A lot of other teams have been avoiding it, with it being one of the new maps added to the pool after the second week of competition. You know, TSM, meanwhile, embraces it, helps it to get an upset against the Guard, and now they're using it here to great effect. I mean, DSG comes in.
I think if I'm teams, I started thinking about auto banning Lotus, honestly.
I mean, maybe teams might be somewhat familiar with what they do based on scrims, but for us,
really, unless there's something else that they have shown versus.
And so far, you can definitely tell that they have a couple of like, little set ideas on how they can get aggressive.
But just because it doesn't seem like anybody can really hang with them on this.
A main, which are kind of staples defensively for this map to see done, but it's just they haven't quite. Like,
which is interesting.
The full execution of those set plays. Like, for
you
example,
would have thought more teams would have been getting prepared for the newer maps coming in.
They need
try and see if they can catch teams off guard. You know what I mean?
And that previous round, they just got overwhelmed by numbers, and they just weren't prepared. And part of that could be inexperience of certain players. Part of it could be, you know, having obviously a brand new fifth playing with them today. But for whatever it is, they're just not as polished as TSM is on some of these quick takes.
And the interesting thing about the plays through A is that we're really not seeing a lot of value over the chamber at the moment. Outside of the opening headhunter shots that connected because of that elevation, we really haven't seen trademarks really been placed in positions to try to stop this play through Rubble. So DSG are definitely cognitively trying to focus on aggression towards Rubble with the same setup, whereas now they've got a little bit of a flex here where Gangsta will be the solo defender inside of C, and not a lot of help. In fact, let's just call it what it is. There is no help.
It's going to be a good molly to push the macro a little bit. You see everyone rotating their way over. Oh, he's like almost dead though.
Comes in, the damage is coming in, the paint shells finish the job, and they didn't even have to commit personnel into the site to get that entry. That was.
I want to watch Steel though on this rotation.
Just timing, really well done by TSM to understand
on this backside potentially.
That player on the site. TSM now feints to B halls by rotating the door, but still maintain all 5 players outside.
You can see
that flank from Steel.
Nature's still waiting on it.
Keeping tabs on that, so there's no real surprise.
Yeah.
That DSG is going to be able to launch it. It's just going to come down whether or not Ziff can hold.
And you got to think a couple of rounds ago, that was a lesson learned that TSM won the battle on the flank deep. So Steel is definitely going to be considerate of that. Ziff has done well to try to keep this a little bit more at bay, allows the defense a chance to respond to this, including the lockdown now.
Nice lockdown.
From the shadows being called.
They're gonna put
Spike will be committed to this, so TSM are going to try to get this forward, but no, actually they're
gonna pull it back
at the last second. There will be a detainment here though.
No?
As Guamon should have been affected, but he gets away from it just in the nick of time. So missed call there, 5 seconds. They need to just get it done by way of kills inside the smoke. Riku trying to stay alive and had a couple of low HP members in front. But the clutch is actually going to come through as there was just not enough time to get the spike off.
No, there was not, but that was actually darn close because TSM could have won just off of frags there for a second. Like, it got really scary. Riku almost got caught. He just barely backpedaled away. And
no ult's closed right now on either side.
After the clock had expired. So definitely a couple of weird hiccups from both teams in this round. You think about how chaotic it got at the end. I mean, first off, TSM needed to get that spike somewhere else because they did not have time to re-hit C after the lockdown. But again, Riku almost got caught there before expiration.
Yeah, I don't know if they had enough time to even rotate it all the way to B or A, though.
So now we've got
with the amount of time, I think they had to re-push back on the side.
Here over towards A Rebel. Not nearly as forced as we've seen in previous rounds. Paranoia is out. That will allow a peek to come through. Gamon sends the same favor back. And
okay. Nice with Corey too. That should give them plenty of room on A.
Light on the other. Works out for the first 2 kills.
Manga's gonna do a good job pushing up into the spawn here.
The roster change.
Oh,
Quickly,
oh,
but able to find a way
hit that double.
to build some really good team play with, you know, utilizing the utility in combination with each other and just the timings at which they peak together as a unit. It's actually so impressive how rapidly they've been able to get on the same page with the new leadership and with the new fifth over these last couple of weeks, and they are just so good at these like just assertive pushes.
All right, so they're not going to be able. They're probably going to have to do,
man.
yeah, just pistols this time around.
Great help across the board. 11 assists.
Good news for TSM is you might be able to still make this an 8-4 half, even with the full investment on Econ next go around.
I mean,
because you got a couple people who are close to those
synergy with how they're trying to open up these initiations.
Ults.
Whereas on the other side,
And then obviously, you know, Econ looking pretty good too.
Struggling to get this defense put together. Again, 2 out of their 4 rounds were just off the pistol and the follow-up, so they really have not had much of a defensive threat in these full round purchases, which once more they will be missing in round 11. And yeah, that's just trying to force something. If you're clear, doesn't quite work out. Now major advantages to TSM both in the arsenal as well as with the numbers.
Yeah, as we kind of have a break and play here while we wait for this pistol flank to happen at A side, I think one of the other things that's really helped TSM here, besides the leadership change and just Campeki being such a great pickup, is Gamon just looks so much more comfortable back on a controller, and his individual play has benefited from that in a big, big way, which I think just helped the team overall, as we are going to see this pinch happen here.
Obviously, very aware of this are TSM. And there's the flash. They will try to this position in lobby, and it works out perfectly. Okay, so
now they'll be able to have access on B.
And now the spike can rotate safely towards either.
Because they've even been able to rotate up into upper. Yeah.
Nature trying to cut off the rotation as Guamond in his left pocket, and that will work out for the 4th elimination, leaving Ziff by himself.
Yeah, I think that's the scary thing about this, is that not only have TSM won what'll be like 7 of the 9 rounds that take place after the pistol and the follow-up, they're barely losing players in the process. There's been so many rounds they've only lost 1 or 2 players max. That's really allowed their economy to stay strong for the entirety of the half. But they've never had to save, man. Even when they took a couple of losses, they've always had the credits. So there's never been an easy round, so to speak.
Yeah, see, and just like I was talking about, man.
Skies have been caught on saves like at least 2 or 3 times.
You got these 3.
So TSM is just
technically,
really now they come to the final
really
round
both of these could be close between Nature and 7.
And just the momentum, man. They just seem so comfortable.
And it definitely feels like for Disguised on paper, and we got this in the first quarter of this half, so to speak, you know, the aggressive stance that the defense is trying to take, trying to get proactive through A and C, just largely has not worked out. And it's been good counterplay from TSM, and I think just good execute and just initiation on paper from what TSM wants to do with using things like the paint shells, boombot, obviously guiding lights, trailblazers, all of their utility to enter have found a lot of value. And now Corey's going to do it the hard way. Showstopper right down Main Street. Steel gets a lot of them, but not enough. And that will be good for first blood. And the spike will be moving in towards A. This is Corey by himself, by the way. And if he catches a second for free here, oh goodness, this could put the defense in a bit of a tizzy. But now, of course, the spike
things back up.
Is down. Maybe a chance to do the little from the shadows pickup. Sure is.
Yep.
And now the execute's on towards
well
C.
done.
Yeah, thought there was a bit of a mistake there, but with the From the Shadows being available, easy to pick up that spike and kind of use it as a bit of a fake. And now they have full control of C site in this 4-on-4 situation. Snakebite slow down the plant just a tight bit, but Nature responds with his own, and now Gamon's able to get in. He's getting spammed up.
We're gonna be seeing a lockdown coming in
to really make this retake a lot more difficult.
Oh yeah, difficult is one word. Borderline impossibility is another.
Or at least for a few more seconds.
It does push it. It does leave enough space for Gangsta to chill.
Yes. And you still have things like Paranoias ready to go. Again, the utility that TSM have held on to has been so good. Trailblazer in. ESG, time to go. Have to make this happen. It needs to be all at once. You'd think. And just before the poison cloud comes out, clear by himself, stuck on site, shoot up by a nano swarm. How about the 8-4 half from TSM?
Yeah, again, going down.
Strong first half from TSM there.
Just basically winning out.
Although I think we figured 8-4. No, 8-4 was the split kind of usual on.
Particularly just on what you were discussing. The
split, not this.
At A main
Never
and
mind.
C main, particularly the A side of the map, is where we saw the bulk of the early skirmishes. And TSM, you could tell, were just a lot more comfortable in how to handle those moments early in the round. And a lot of the rounds were won based off of those moments, like who came out on top of the early trades. And often it was TSM, and often it was by, like, you know, 2, not just 1. And just gave them so much flexibility for the rest of the round from that point. So big half from TSM to get 8, and now we switch sides.
And maybe, you know, we'll take a second. I imagine Bach's going to want to talk about it after this map, no matter how long this second half goes. You know, the combination, you know, of Exalt not being here, plus also the Chamber in the mix for Clear on a team that is dealing with a new 5th and playing a very bizarre comp. You know, not to say that there's a meta figured out for this map, as you had mentioned earlier, but definitely.
Yeah, but their comp is definitely still strange.
I think there are some arguments that could be made based on the results.
Whether there's a meta established on this map or not.
But on the defense, by the way, that was a really cool paranoia to allow them to open the door and peek down B hall, get a turret very forward on C mound, which frees them up to be a lot more heavily rotated towards the A side as this attack is coming in. So
yeah,
they're in position. Now they just got to win their fights.
Well, here comes the execute. Trailblazers the first thing out. Guiding Light allows a chance for Pavon to try to peek, but he gets caught off guard through the dark cover. Ziff's able to find the elimination. Now pushing forward. Kampeki next one up. And he wants to play up close, but this is a 50-50 guess, and he guesses incorrectly. TSM from behind actually able to kind of sneak around, make it a little bit more punishing.
That's what you needed if you're DSG, because you didn't want this thing to quickly get to 10 on the side of TSM.
That pressure at B, we're able to fall back into A.
That's a big round
and
for
like
him.
Like you said, Kampeki is stuck in a really tough spot, center site, where you have to play the 50-50 on which side to watch. Gets caught in the back, and that really kind of opens up.
Obviously not going to be able to buy anything over on the side of
they've won both pistols now in this map, and that's what's allowed them to keep it close. They should be grabbing this one as well. No real investment from TSM.
Yeah, but once you're past the second pistol and you're only at 6 points.
Classics, so it should be a walk in the park for DSG, all things considered.
Definitely should be.
Can't help but worry just a little bit. You know what I mean?
Even that, you take a look at the utility. Corey doesn't even buy into a boombot this round, so they're just hoping they win gunfights and classics. Not even light armors. So it should be casual. Again, we keep using that word, but based on what's at bat here for DSG, lots of rifles. It needs to be clean. If it's not, we have to have some conversations.
Yeah, DSG still doing their due diligence, though, just kind of slowly grabbing some map control, clearing their corners, trying to make sure they don't run into some type of stack or some type of
Savage chilling with the shorty,
TSM, which is very likely in rounds like this one.
Yeah.
So I like how Clear's, you know, making sure that he's staying very safe, not really giving anything. Is forced to fall back. Come on, is chasing, but Clear able to get the shot.
Some good damage done, though. You've got a shorty in the corner, and it does connect for one. Ultimately, 7 does his job going 1 for 1 there. TSM trying to contest, just dive on in.
Oh, Corey gets one with the classic, though.
Work out for another trade, so definitely not as clean as we were expecting. Seekers are out as a part of this, and that will eventually allow.
Yeah, they just weren't able to get any access onto the site. I thought maybe after that
the investment there for DSG
first kill
get through what was a very soft pistol from TSM.
Yeah, soft, and that actually forced Seekers out. It did so much damage. Like, that's actually pretty impressive.
Ends up not being the
case.
case.
To burn an ult off of classics only. I mean, but certainly Disguised were feeling the heat, taking some casualties over on that C site. You almost wondered that was going to spiral out of control, but Disguised do hold on. But we're back to a full buy now for TSM. Looks like they want to set up for one of those A aggressive plays, and it will just be Clear here on his own to kick things off.
Yeah.
Needs to be careful.
He wants to go quick, right into the face of TSM. Boombot paranoia come out. TSM follow behind it. First blood is guaranteed.
I don't understand why play so aggressive, though.
Offense right into the teeth of this setup from 7. Nano Swarm will allow a little bit of a deterrent when it comes to how many players can make their way on. He actually gets a lot of damage in towards Steel as well. So yes, the site is taken, but the defense definitely holds some advantages when it comes to health and numbers.
Yeah, they definitely have the numbers, and they're all able to come together here into back halls. There is that chance that we could see Gangsta get in behind somehow. Meanwhile, Steel holding the site pretty firmly. Actually able to get a frag and get away, but now TSM latch on, and they're not holding up.
Yanks the last one left. Snakebite at his feet, has to back away. Dark covers in. Just gets caught channeling the second one.
There it is.
Nice little double swing from TSM. Yeah,
keep 3 up too.
Chip damage here. Corey actually will die to it, so Could not quite get out, but stuck at the half.
Why?
Never that there was pressing for making sure this defuse was going to come into the first place and TSM get the 9.
Yeah, don't think he needed to do that, actually. I think he could have just jumped off. I think it would have been fine. And you got to think about the economic impact of that. It's another rebuy you have to do. So while you do win the round, it does hurt a little bit to have that happen to you. So maybe a little bit of a miscue there, but ultimately round still won by TSM. And again,
all right, nice score here, chat. Let's get it.
Go out that far forward by himself, no support utility. He commits to the fight rather than teleporting away when he gets overwhelmed by utility. And again, I just think that's the inexperience that shows, because Clear, mechanically, very gifted. And he definitely can put up big stats. He's got a crazy ceiling. But it's just the decision-making in those moments where he's off on his own that can sometimes haunt him.
And I think the value of the chamber has been obviously diminished with his recent nerfs over the course of the last couple of months, but I don't know. It's just we haven't really seen
is that what it was?
anything, at least from my mind, where you look at how Clear is playing chamber and saying, oh, I get it. That's why you're picking chamber here. It doesn't really feel like there's anything in particular that says, oh, okay, cool. This is why they're going with this little pocket pick. Paranoia's exchange over through the front side at A. Gamon still on top. Has a couple of shoulders to peek at, but Steel eventually gets around the back for first blood.
Yeah, couldn't really get anyone in position to help Gamon out. He was kind of stranded there, trying to just be an anchor, but overwhelmed by DSG, able to break through the choke point and just get him with the numbers. Now they have that 5-on-4 over towards the A side of the map here to look in the setup for the execute. Smokes are going down. There is defense now in place, though, with Campeki and Nature making their way over to A side, even a rotation from Corey now as well. So numbers are in place, but that's a big stun on the Nature.
Yeah, follow-up flash. Does allow Nature back. Kenpeki able to assist, getting the first blood here. Showstopper out for Corey.
Doesn't get anything with that. Did he even get any like damage on that? I don't think he did.
Seekers go through. Kenpeki trying to get a read on where this offense is coming from. 22 seconds on the clock, and the spike is going to rotate over towards B, at least for now. And that will, be the call as far as how this plan is concerned. Now you can set up the 3v4 retake if you're TSM.
Gangsta is still hanging back, though, as well, making sure that Campeki can't safely rotate over towards B. Even Riku pushed deep into back hall, so they're not giving TSM a lot of space to form up a retake.
Yeah. Definitely pressed, to be sure. And at a certain point, you either have to force it or back off, one of the two, because you already talked about the economical decisions that came through, and with that elimination from Steel, that may change things a touch. Campeki and Corey not fully committed, but definitely testing their luck here. As Riku will get a trade-off onto Campeki. Steel pushes forward to track down Corey, and now we
back and forth here.
Game. Disguised hanging around.
Yeah,
TSM started to win rounds.
Overwhelming Gamon. They had some set utility to make it very difficult on him to
Should be able to fully invest, right?
And once they found that, they're able to just really heavily pressure A. But again, the thing that
maybe get like an SMG from Riku, maybe,
is that fallback B option. B seems to
or just run with the headhunter. Really, you have that option as well.
Situations, but it's always a fallback plan that's available, and that's what you saw DSG doing there. Once they started,
Riku got a Vandal for him
of the Seekers and such over on the A side, and Campeki putting up the hole. They're just able to bounce off into B, which is open, and then get some deep positions to deny space for the retake.
Yeah.
I like seeing TSM pushing up here on the C side, though.
Screen cuts right through the front part of C. Actually allows the defense to establish a sentry turret and control mound. That was something we saw none of from DSG. And a new problem they have to kind of put together a solution for. Zip is holding a guiding light. And there's the play. Sentry turret down. Flash out. 7 over the top. Some damage contributed, but largely speaking, no problems for DSG on the break.
Yeah, I mean, Mound's good because it creates such a difficult headshot angle, and you can avoid the flashes pretty well playing behind it, but at the end of the day, you still have to win your gunfights after you counter the utility, and that's something TSM were not able to do there. Clean entries from DSG. They didn't even lose health on that. Maybe some armor to Riku. That's it. And so now they have the 5-on-3 and a lot of space. Now, granted, this was a low buy round for TSM.
Yeah.
So to be understandable that they'd struggle a little bit here.
Hello? Ooh. Okay, nice little transfer from Gangsta as he had to react very quickly to the toxic screen falling off. And with the clean wins, it's now just down to Campeki.
30 seconds left.
Gross.
They'll give the plant to Riku to help him get closer to the lockdown. Viper's Pit already available for Gangsta for the future. So just a good attention to detail there.
All right, so if you're DSG here, you need to make sure you keep everyone up, especially.
So starting to get pretty toasty in here.
I was gonna say especially Gangsta, but Gangsta stays alive.
TSM in the next round, and that will be.
But this is where you can reset TSM here if you're Disguised.
So far, they've been hit or miss on their A attack. One time it was kind of Clear out there by himself, getting caught in the round, basically being done and dusted off of that. Last round, though, that they did it, they came together as a team, overwhelmed Gamon, got up 5-on-4, and they won the round. So we've seen what they're capable of, but now it's time to do it in a critical moment.
Agreed. This is the round that I think is going to be able to tell us for sure if DSG have really found their footing in this map. I know it's hard to say that again because 4 out of their 8 rounds have been off pistols in the follow-up, so they're putting themselves in good positions. And now with first blood coming over towards the deep part of A main, that will force the defense to have to make some decisions here as far as how they want to split the map, especially with the Trailblazer trying to scout things out over towards B at the same moment.
Yeah, this is great multi-prong pressure from Disguised, you know, pressuring B with Trailblazer, but also getting the opening pick over on the A side of the map. So it's making TSM really feel strained on how they should be rotating. And now Zip finds a clean kill onto Gamon. So, I mean, everything going Disguised where they're able to now get into sight and drop Viper's Pit. And, I mean, this is going to be a tough retake for TSM.
Yeah, Nature was just trying to sneak
Able to
through
get
while
just
the
in.
Viper's Pit was still embellishing and blocking off the majority of the zone. And as Riku is on the hunt through C, he takes down
This
his
is tough here now because you're going to be tied up.
Should
more than likely turn 8 to 10 because it's going to be a pistol round 2 this next go round.
And they nearly pull off a flawless here, leaving Kenpecky
Unless
once again
Kenpecky
for
can
about
pull
the
off some
17th
freaking
time by
magic, but yeah,
himself
he's
in
just
the
going to fall
whole
back.
1v5.
Can understand him wanting to
4
save the
left get
rifle.
through, but at this point, you probably just save considering how the finances have been.
100%.
Yeah, that was really well done from DSG. Winning a couple of key fights out in the open. Viper's Pit B, pretty much the insurance policy to victory to tie this thing up at 9 apiece. And so for a team that we hadn't seen play this map before, we are certainly seeing
And now
that they
things
were
get
prepared for
interesting.
it. I mean, they definitely have had some good plays up their sleeve with how they've used their utility. They've gotten away from, you know, clear playing individually.
Because if Disguise take this,
and, you know, let him get forward with utility to have easier battles, and that was a clean one.
Timeout by
TSM's in a
TSM.
tough
Yeah,
spot. I mean, they have to
good
take
call.
a save here.
Yeah.
DSG going to be able to get a lead for the first time since they were up 2-0.
Yeah. That's, what, 3 straight rounds with full purchases that DSG have been able to put together. So, things are definitely shifting a touch here. Offensively, both teams have looked good. It's just been very different, right? Like, as far as how the dynamic has been put together from the attacking halves. I mean, we know what to expect for TSM when you're running things like a Sky in particular alongside Guamon, and the ability for Corey to burst up with not just the packs, but also, of course, his ability to clear space with boom bots and paint shells. It's just been interesting to see how Disguised have put together their offensive
brother,
looks, trying to
tomorrow
counter that.
starts
And
the
a lot of it's been
tourney
behind the cover
too.
of smoke more often than not. That's a big tribute to how Steel is kind of putting together these approaches.
Yeah, I mean, certainly both teams have had a good success on how they attack A from the attacking side.
Sure.
It's been a mixed bag defensively on how the A aggression has played out for both teams thus far this game. And now DSG has the benefit of just being up economically, something that they have not really had all game long. To finally be in this position gives them a lot more flexibility on how they can play. It's got to take this round safely.
Yeah.
It should put them up 10-9. And
right.
from there, you swing for the fences. As there's been a minor investment here from TSM right at the end. A Marshall for Kenpecky, a Stinger for Corey.
Same defensive toxic screen placed just in front of Mound. DSG not going to contest through it. Want to wait for that to dissipate before they make their challenges. At the same
They're even
rate,
set all the way
Killers
back there,
takes
is still
this
back
top
by
off his
spawn too,
utility
which is
for mid,
interesting.
So the defense has to kind of be considerate of an early B hit. And there's the dark cover to try to hopefully clear out some space. Trailblazer will see, yep, completely vacant is this play through Mound. And the offense will start to stack up for what looks to be a C hit.
Yep, smokes are going down. Forces are certainly gathered here. They have plenty of utility.
That should let them know that they got
out,
both the Killjoy and the Omen over here.
Could lead to some interesting interactions as Riku drops the lockdown, though, and that's going to alleviate a lot of pressure. They're also faking that they could go back to B with that door. So at this point, TSM's kind of at a standstill, and eventually they're going to have to fall back off this site.
Oh, but the paralytic connects. Gamon is going to stick through it. He gets
but Gamon gets 2 though.
That is unbelievable. The second player also detained with 7, and he does not have the same fate. So we go to a 3v3, and initially the lockdown play sounded great, but TSM make the hard decision to stick in it, get detained, come away with a couple of kills, and now the trade on the backside will open up a rifle to be picked up. And so we've got a Stinger rifle combo in a 2v2. Steal and clear
Big
off the
2v2
plant.
here.
Still have some utility to play off of. And they're going to get a little bit of a heads up here as far as where this boombot's coming from and how the defense wants to retake. Snake bites down. Spam for steal, not quite going to land. Here comes TSM forward, clear on the corner, right
Double
with
swing.
them. You've got
Oh!
Nature. He's going to be able to get the first, and then the trade from clear. Nature was really close to getting
That's
into
tough,
first
man.
contact, but DSJ hold.
I mean, that was a little bit rough for DSG, if we're honest.
Because
I mean, first of all,
DSG's
Clear
got
had
plenty
to
of
come on.
econ
It's a big
here.
individual play to stick around in the lockdown. Grab
TSM's
some
got
frags and show up. I mean,
hell old
brilliant stuff
econ though
from
this
him and
go
no harm
around.
there for DSG, but this extension into waterfall from DSG as the spike was planting seemed a little odd. It just gave, you know, TSM a way to fight back
Look at
into
this.
sight. Once they get that trade and get it
If I
into
could
a
circle
2-on-2,
better, it'd be
and heck,
nicer
they even
instead of
had a
looking
Viper
like I
spin, so it could have got real scary.
broken
yeah, for
fingers.
But now we're back to
TSM, go ahead.
not just saying we're back to kind of even firepower,
Right.
and this is kind of last chance saloon for TSM, really, when you think about it
Yeah.
economically.
And TSM are doing what they can in these eco rounds, but ultimately DSG still with huge pockets to play with. TSM's defense going to use the alarm bot as first contact possibly towards B. You've got just sentry turret defending C. And this will be one of the first times that Disguised are not going to get any information in the first 45 seconds of a round. I mean, TSM are giving them nothing. So the Seekers are called defensively just to make sure nothing's over towards the front doors at A, and look at the defense automatically running on over to try to help out this setup that 7 is placed.
Yeah, those Seekers finding that C was clear was so huge for Disguised. They will plant safely away from the Nano Swarm. They're going to have a 5-on-5 here. Now, there is a lot of utility for a retake, including the lockdown from 7. So, and the Viper's Pit, once they press them off the site, could be used to shroud a defuse. So, Disguised aren't out of it yet.
Clear gets really far forward, but Ganks is right there with him, moving through the lockdown. And now Gomond is the next one up, catches Ganks just before he could slip behind cover. 4v3 situation, retake with the numbers. And on, 7 goes for the defuse. The spam comes out. Snakebite will deter the play over towards Mound.
They're all about to push through.
Spam shots are decent, but they're not good enough. It's just Deal. Last one left. Tries to teleport onto the site, and 7 says, "How are you doing?" More than enough time for the defuse.
That's a risky play.
Up at 10.
Yeah, it's
Was
one
he
of those
trying to get up on
situations where it's a
top, like,
clever
up
move
above
by
him?
Steel, but 7 also knows that's the only thing he can do to salvage the round, and so he's prepared for it. So a little bit of a battle of the wits, and 7, you know, just being prepared, able to take care of it. Again, just great calmness by TSM to kind of, you know, understand, yeah, we lost C-Site due to being out of position, but we can use the lockdown, keep our wits about us, and we'll be able to work the retake, and they do just that. As 7 does a great job that round and gets diffused, and like you said, now we're all squared at 10. Ult advantage for TSM. Economy fragile, though, man, for both teams. This is a big round.
Yeah, this really is. Not a lot of ultimates from the side of DSG, even close. Whereas Nature...
Ooh.
Oh, Corey!
Okay, Corey.
How does he get both of those? Another impressive transfer. I was just about to say, if you feel the pressure on this hit towards B, you could put the Viper's Pit down if you're Nature, but Corey says, hold on to that. Let me just get this double real quick.
He says, not today, my
Great use
guy.
of paranoia, then a great double up by Corey, no doubt about it. Clear, putting that pressure over towards A, so he's starting to force a little bit of a rotation. Meanwhile, Spike is not committed to this at all. It's actually still waiting outside B, but again, that Viper's Pit could get dropped at any time by Nature if he feels threatened to really be able to anchor this B side if necessary. There's plenty of Killjoy utility still watching the C side of the map as well.
Yeah, this is just Ziff. He has to be able to confirm some information on what this defensive setup looks like. Alarm bot, double nanos down. Trailblazer gets denied on entry. Oh, and that just makes life so difficult for Disguised trying to enter.
Especially because now they know you're not going to be able to go anywhere else unless you go through door.
You just have to commit to something, and you're going to do it blindly, most likely.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to go for B. Turret's going to spot up. It's quickly cleaned out. No one really in position to
Mon
contest
stepping
the
through this way.
into sight to actually plant. But still,
But now you have
TSM
so
owns
many
such a
angles you have to
massive advantage
protect,
for the
man.
retake itself.
Clear
And
has to clean up.
He has to. Yeah, exactly.
Corey, showstopper on the corner, gets one. Does he expect clear in the corner, though? No, he doesn't. So it's an even trade.
Oh.
And now Zip from inside the site has a good lockdown on where TSM's coming from, but it's Nature who turns it back in favor of TSM. Clear now had to essentially watch two things at once, and that will be how he meets his end.
And
TSM
back and
get
forth
the
as the
retake,
pendulum
survive with
swings,
three. They're
chat.
on map point.
TSM just playing the numbers, something that they were able to do.
This is tough too because they should be able to reinvest this round, but if they lose this round, I don't know if DSG gets the full invest on
just playing really composed Valorant.
map point for.
I mean, obviously that was the mark of the round right here.
TSM.
Spray from Corey, and then gets the frag with the Showstopper as well. And here's the problem. If DSG lose this round, TSM are at map point, and DSG do not have a lot of credits to spend.
Yeah.
So,
Must win.
Yes, I would agree with you on that.
See what they put together here. Defense is going quick. Viper's Pit early in towards B with a triple stack over towards A Rubble. And DSG are going to respect this. Not a lot of information they're going to be able to pull off of this. Steel's holding on from the shadows, maybe just trying to scout something out before they can commit to either location. There's the dark cover in, and Steel will send this back behind C and commit to it. This could really turn the tides, but the problem here is that TSM still have a response put together for this forward defense. The flash is out. The trades are in, though, but it favors DSG. A 2-for-1 exchange, and now an opportunity for DSG to move into a free A site.
Yeah, meanwhile, Steel is still just a thorn.
Yeah, but they don't know that. They're actually backing up towards B. They won't go into B because of the...
But he's been caught by Gamon, and Nature has Viper's Pit down in B. Will he be able... Oh, he spots the
Dang.
and that's going to turn this round on its head.
Oh, wait a minute, though. That's going to make them think they're pushing into B.
DSG, TSM now holds it in a 3-on-2. Spike must commit soon to C. They're running out of time.
Yeah, but they've got C site all to them.
Gets into range, he can activate those nanos and wreak havoc on this plant.
DSG moments away from watching this back and just face palming how many chances they had. There's the nanoswarms out, but DSG have gotten through this setup. Spike will be planted.
So they're gonna play back corner here on C.
On the C site. It's definitely a holdable.
Are they gonna go towards A?
3.
No, they are gonna rotate towards C.
Here comes the retake. TSM, all 3 members working together. Trailblazer is out. It won't see how many players are stacked. Just they know there's gonna be some connection through mid. First blood good for Gangsta on the retake attempt. Now 2v2. Snake bites are down. Poison Cloud
It's actually really good positioning here.
And again,
they should still probably expect Gangsta sitting up, right?
Come on. He'll tag. There's the pre-fire. Lots of information to TSM that both defenders of this fight are cover, so they First blood is there.
Oh, wow. Nature pulls it off.
And that will be good for TSM
That's
to secure
crazy.
the defuse and push themselves to a heavy advantage up 12-10.
Man, that is a wild ride of a round. I mean, DSG kick off the round brilliantly. You know, with the ult from Steel getting in the back lines, they trade effectively on the A push. They go 2-for-1 on that. But then it comes down to this moment here. Nature catching Riku's barrel. But then DSG, I still thought were very crafty in how they responded by going for that deep back halls plant. It essentially
good timeout for DSG. Obviously makes sense. I think they still have enough to reinvest here, right?
The back hall skirmish, but they do. They make it happen. Nature is able to double up and get that diffuse, and now TSM on map point. Now that spike plant, it gives DSG a couple of more outs as far as purchasing power goes, but they're still well behind the ball, you know, this round as far as what they're going to be able to bring to the table in comparison to TSM.
Yeah, not ideal, I think we could say.
Someone's going to have to make some sacrifices if they want to get utility and full armor out. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And with how this map is fared, the utility is going to be arguably more important than the weapon, just based on how TSM have been able to kind of work around the map defensively. But man, DSG are fighting, man. I will say that much.
What time is that?
They've been crafty here.
Steel. I mean, that's an impressive stat line for him.
I almost feel like they've just gotten out brute forced a couple of times. I mean, that last round's a perfect example. Like, they actually played that as well as they could have. You know, granted, they made some mistakes along the way to get to that 2-on-2 point, but once they got there, I thought they did the best they could, and they just got out-fragged, you know, outgunned in the key moment. And so here we go. This could be it.
Let's find out. TSM, once again, triple stack over through A. Behind the cover of the toxic screen will get Rubble control. Gangsta with this orb will have Viper's Pit available. Alarm bot down. And it's just Nature who's actually defending for now. 7 is on the way in, but they will be pressed out just a touch. Gangsta taking some vulnerability damage off the snake bite, but still makes his way forward, and it just comes down to how do you want to place this Viper's Pit? Because TSM, they're looking at them on the contest as quickly. Here they come. 7 on the way in. Denied. Ziff also locking on the front door, and that'll be good for the first 2 kills favoring to DSG. But Golan is not out of the play yet. TSM still trying to fight their way back, and they get 2. The trademark slows things down just a touch. A little bit of overgrowth healing.
Viper's Pit still alive though here for DSG.
TSM still trying to surround this Viper's Pit. Gamond up top.
They got to figure out where it's at.
Corey just trying to spam through some corners, but DSG counter. Now a 3v2 to the offense. But here comes Kanpeki. On the way in, flashes come through. The Nanostorm chewing up Guamond, who's gonna be down to about 1 HP. But as Kanpeki finds one, Guamond on the edge, try to force out more spam. Another Nanoswarm in.
Oh!
Snake bite.
Oh!
Away. Guamond, now the 1v1 to try to save this map, but time has been a problem, and Guamond will back away, but will not be allowed
Nice.
to get out. Yeah, that was a very chaotic
Gangsta isn't going to
play
be able
inside the
to
Viper.
stay
You can see
alive, but
TSM
he
are
should be
trying
fine
to
still.
grab an edge with some good fights before the pit even went down. Unfortunately, they kind of lost out on that regard, which allowed DSG to get the pit down safely and have man advantage.
The only problem is if
But
he
you
would have
gotta
stayed
give
alive,
credit
he would have been
to
able to help.
Kanpeki, man, he was out inside the
A little
pit,
bit more,
you know,
I
taking
think,
a
right?
couple of cracks at the skies, and
Because he would have had to
making
reinvest
things
his rifle, would have been
interesting,
able to help
but
last a
in the
little bit
end,
more
the
with
combination
these
of
shields.
Riku's, you know, Killjoy utility and just the composure of the skies, they're able to hold off that retake, and now we bring it to the final round of regulation, and it's actually TSM in the back foot now economically with 2 stingers.
Yeah. So no aggression this time from TSM's defense. A 5-man stack for Disguised early. Snakebite on the cross. Orb collected. Zip will now have Seekers, which he throws out immediately. Nanoswarm popped early here for the defense of TSM. Disguised not largely deterred by this.
Ooh, hold on.
This time he's able to collect, making up for the
Wow.
previous teleport play from a couple of rounds ago.
I think we're about to be seen as an overtime champ.
Man, that might be one of the best shrouded stats we've seen. And he will continue to
Bro,
wreak havoc.
bro,
He's even
bro.
maybe looking for the
Oh, dude, I thought he was about to hit the ace, dude.
It's 4, but he's done his job to put this into OT.
Yep.
Oh, more so. This guy's working overtime right now. And that was not selective wordplay off of where we're likely going.
There it is. We're going overtime, baby.
12-12. And Disguised after the first half was looking a little shaky. I mean, how good was that offense considering what TSM threw their way?
Man, Steel, I don't know how he gets away with this, man. But what an effort. What an individual play to pull DSG back into the game. And now we're all squared up. Again, you know how it works. 5K credits, you got to win 2 in a row.
All right, let's go, champ.
Wow. Okay. So TSM on the offense. How about this? Steel's going to go to
the Odin?
This was the first time we've seen this purchased out for the defense. And that's
The
what I was about
Odin?
to say is, you know, for Disguised.
Is he just gonna gun the choke point?
That's kind of what it looks like.
I guess so, man. Let's
It
see
could
how
work,
it plays
too.
out.
I mean, TSM stack.
going out.
Oh boy.
This could get nasty.
Yeah. Corey doesn't know. Now he does. He's like, all right. It's not safe.
Yeah.
Able to get healed by the regrowth at least, and now they know what they're up against.
Ooh.
Yeah, but the
Clear once
regrowth
again is
growth
gonna
is
get
only
picked.
used for
That's
one
on
player,
the A site.
which means
Still
now
back
this
to
time
work
around
with
when
the
there's more
Odin,
players
still
injured.
chipping away at Corey. And
Oh,
Kanpeki
Corey was the
will
same
have
player
to
though,
use
wasn't he?
More of the overgrowth just to get it back to full HP for the second time.
I mean, he can spam everything from in there.
For real.
The problem is the more he overstays his welcome, the more that he could get punished because there's really no fallback. He does have support inside the site from Ziff, but it'd still get a little bit scary. In the meantime, Riku's looking to maybe pop a surprise here.
Riku's got a good angle here because they. Well,
We're taking their time at all. Riku
I was
just
gonna say,
gets blessed with
expect
some
him.
timing.
Riku should-
Literally looked
Oh.
and stepped away. Affected by the
Yeah.
Trailblazer. That will be good for the trade. Gangsta, next one up. No, nothing. Kanpeki gets the shutdown immediately.
Gives
That's the
TSM
B
sight.
completely open and vacant. Kanpeki with the plant.
Probably TSM
And now
point.
TSG
DSG's only
down
got
to
2.
One of which is still wielding the Odin.
And that as well with that guiding
Unfortunate,
light.
man.
So, I mean, TSM not only have the numbers, but they have perfect intel now. What a play from Kanpeki, by the way, to reel this round back in. Saves his teammate with the Trailblazer, who was getting pushed in, and gets a huge frag afterwards.
One enemy remaining.
Ziff, Steel, trying to work this one back. Makes it doable. This would be a 1v3 for Steel. 2 more to find. Dark cover is out. Alarm bot, Nanoswarm, both going to be depleted. But this is tough. I mean, it's a double P crossfire situation. On the corner, Kanpeki will not need the assistance. And TSM take the advantage in the first set of overtime.
Yeah, Kanpeki was huge that
Switching
round.
sides.
Again, things got
Match
real
point.
dicey on that A to B link area, but that Trailblazer saved the day.
All right, time to see if
And he
TSM
connects
can
the
do it on
frag.
D here.
He maintains the advantage for his team going forward from that point. And then just closes out the 2 versus 1 there. We're still stuck in a tough crossfire in the back halls. So we will see it go advantage TSM in overtime. This time a bit more of a standard buy from both sides. No shenanigans.
No shenanigans.
What do you go to here if you're Disguised? They've had a lot of success on these approaches towards C, and TSM have actually moved around their defense a little bit here. Instead of what has been a lot of their back half, which was either Nature or 7 in the site, now they're both occupying forward positions on the site.
Yeah. I think they realize kind of what's been going on here, and they want to try to develop a bit of a counter based on what they've seen. Now, Steel is trying his best to really create a lot of pressure at A solo by touching the door, you know, forcing out some utility. And now he's even starting to get a rotation. So it looks like they might be actually thinking about hitting A altogether. But all this noise that Steel has made has caused a pretty big rotation from TSM.
Yeah. Campecchi's going to step a little bit further in towards door.
Oh, bro, he's right there.
Definitely isolatable, though. I mean, Corey is not anywhere nearby. Trailblazer is out.
He's right on the other side of the door.
Too much, but it does actually catch Campecchi, who still gets one. Are you kidding? And then has the flash to get himself out. Ain't shells to give him a little bit of a deterrent.
Should let him know that they should be expecting him coming to B.
Oh, it's all gone wrong here.
Yeah, you can see GMD and Corey both rotating.
Way too late. Yeah. Campecchi was still able to get the frag before the Trailblazer could actually get the impact of having intel, and now Gamon comes up and finds Zip up close.
Yeah, I think this is it, chat. Yep.
7 on the back.
TSM.
It
It wasn't clean.
Stay alive while his lockdown is still channeling.
You did what you needed to do.
Going to work out. TSM.
That's take home the dub on Lotus.
By DSG, but ultimately still find themselves on top 14-12.
Makes you wonder a little bit more about going into
Let's
Ascent.
be real. It looked like it was going to be dominant at first from TSM based on the first half. I mean,
I think we forget that Lotus
points in
can
the
do that,
second
though.
half, it was like, yeah, they lost pistol and such, but they're still winning all the gun rounds, you know. But I have to give credit to DSG.
DSG showed a lot of fight.
Even when they made a couple.
I think the
little
problem with
slip-ups, they were able to
DSG
recover and find some round wins and
is
keep things really close.
It's a
but
shitty
when
thing
it
to
came
keep
the
saying. They just need a
OT,
little bit more time.
TSM were just a step ahead.
I think there'll be a team that
Campecchi in
can get
particular
stronger in
was
Split
just
2. Does anybody know? Do they
so damn good,
redraft
just as he's been ever since he's joined TSM 2 weeks ago?
brackets going into Split 2?
Man, fight fair though. I mean, again, this first half, it looked.
I would
like
imagine they do, right?
Healthy advantages. I mean, we were talking about clear on the chamber. It didn't really feel like it was bringing the value that maybe we were kind of anticipating based on the kind of off pick, so to speak. Riku also, as the new guy in, was being tested a lot. I will say, on his defensive setup, he was solo playing C. And he did pretty all right, but then we
Look at the flick of the wrist.
And Disguised started to put together some really solid responses to TSM, considering that there were some convincing rounds for either side.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a sticking point you're going to have to talk about. You know, was the chamber pick really worth it? Answer, no. Just didn't seem like it had really any impact at all in the way that you would want to. So that might come back to haunt them a little bit. Maybe they could have used a different agent that would have helped them out a little bit more. But all in all, they still took it to OT. So they definitely had some good ideas and at times executed those ideas very well.
Yeah, but you can't help but wonder if maybe
the more refined team. You know,
chamber was more the comfort pick if they're not comfortable on the map.
The moving parts on Disguise coming into this week with the new
especially since there's not really an established meta on it.
I mean, you can practice the map all day long, but it's a bit different when you're playing an
official
match and just not having that same amount of reps, I guess you could say, on Lotus available to them.
A close one, though, and that could lead to some really interesting conversation points about not only what happened, but more so what's still to come. Map 1 down, though. TSM find themselves up on Disguised in a matchup that largely is just for points, for seeding.
Myth has announced that his channel is going to be moving away from gaming content, huh?
Breakdown with Bach included, and then set up for map number 2. Don't go far.
Do you want to ask your favorite player a question after their match? Forget their in-game settings? The Fan Zone encompasses fan banners, a player settings channel, and a lot more. Here's how you can join to gain access to interact with fellow fans, cheer on your favorite team. Firstly, join the Discord at pks.gg/discord. Select NA Challengers Fan Zone. Pick your favorite team from the drop-down menu. And don't forget to show off that banner in Discord and on your socials. And that's it. You're in. You can now interact with fellow fans, ask player questions,
you know
and
it.
your team properly.
All right.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those Wave Runners is too good to be true, or if I wear my kicks 40?
Yo, what up, Oogie? How you doing, buddy?
Or if that Jordan 1 Royal box is original? eBay checks. See
How you been, friend?
Behind it is a team of independent.
What's Gucci? What up? What happening?
And we mean
Happy Hump Day.
Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked.
Oh.
The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out, with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
All good. Fell off there. Up. All right. Try mom's experience, okay? I'm already starting to think about sitting down here soon, chat. Woo! My legs. What's tonight? Wednesday? Wednesday night. So it means tomorrow we've got another watch party. I don't know if I figured out if I'm gonna do anything content-wise yet tomorrow. If I'm going to be doing any more videos, I need to do them tomorrow, really, because I'm not going to have a chance to record anything Friday. I just don't know what else to release, really. Didn't get a chance to book any interviews this week. Should probably start lining some stuff up for next week. I guess is what I can do to get caught up. We bring back Tanner to chat going into the mid-season face-off, or do we try and find someone else? Oh, man. But yeah, Hoogie, what's good, baby? You're doing good, man. Bro, my... Oh, yeah, my lips are hurting right now. Sheesh. Maybe I do need to be sitting down here soon. Oh, my goodness. Because the other question would be, when does Pacific League start? And that's next weekend. Bro, once Valorant, once VCT starts up, man, it's gonna be kind of nutty. Not gonna lie. Also, chat, I kind of came to my decision already. We'll be doing NA Challengers watch party over here Friday night, and then I'm probably going to bed. Maybe we'll do a APAC South watch party in the Discord, like for the first series. But I do need to make sure I'm getting sleep because it's a double session for South American broadcast over on the Singularity channel. And since it's a double session, 12 games, I want to make sure I am plenty rested for that. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? So that's what we're doing. And then we'll probably go from that to watching NA. And we'll do that on our channel here. What's rest, bro? I know. Usually it's naps for me on
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's
ALGS weekends, but
we are in our final week of
I
the Split
figured,
one, and we've got one match.
you know,
down one
should probably
match.
try and put
A
my
lot of
best
numbers,
foot
but we got
forward,
through
you
it.
know.
Way to go, guys! You did all the work. But looking at the series so far, it's an interesting start here. Dust, as TSM picks Lotus to kick things off. They look way better in the first half, but then it ends up going into overtime, and it did feel maybe a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, I think like once you got into the nitty gritty of like the midpoint of the second half, it started
because I was
getting a
definitely
little,
exhausted
like,
by
off
the
tracks
end
as
of
far as TSM's concerned. I think some of that though was just due to
Saturday
DSG,
last
like,
week.
being able to.
So I
start
would
finding
like to
some
not
weaknesses in
feel that
TSM's defense,
while
like,
on the
for
Team
example,
Singularity
the one round that
channel.
They just like splurged
You know what I mean?
and Gamelin's kind of by himself at Rubble. They're able to kind of just overwhelm him and then eventually just take sight. You know, there are like little moments like that. I think also the economic pressure started to get felt by TSM at a certain point, kind of in the mid to late part of the second half as well. So I think it's a combination of, you know, TSM kind of having a good game plan on the attacking side and just generally having pretty good fluency on the map. But they didn't know what they were up against, right? There's no film on DSG. You don't really know like what agents they're going to pick or what their tendencies are going to be unless maybe you felt something in a scrim or two. But even that can always be questionable on whether that translates to match time or not. So, you know, I think both teams played pretty well considering the circumstances. But, you know, TSM looked like they were.
Wait, what's going on with Wiggins?
I think the interesting thing, and maybe the way that we could maybe put a synopsis on this map, was that both teams had some issues on the defensive side for different reasons. For Disguised, they kept trying to play that forward aggression over towards the A side of the map, and it really wasn't working out all that well off of their triple stack, largely relying on Clear to kind of use elevation to get an opening first blood pick over the top of a toxic screen, for instance. So TSM,
where's
where's
Wifey off to?
That down. Where on the opposite side, I was surprised to see TSM take so long to put together both of their kind of sentinels and controllers over towards C, where there was a lot of the problems. You know, Nature and Seven in those overtimes, when they stacked up over towards the C side of the map defensively, they found a lot of success there, kind of delaying DSG over on those approaches through C, which were ultimately super successful for them. So
taking time off for personal reasons.
Good offensive put together, just simply due to the fact that there was some level of quote unquote like blind countering to what both teams defensively were trying to do.
Yeah, I'll have to get some credit
I didn't know
to
that.
Steel here individually. Like, obviously, on the stats, he shows up.
South
just when you look at
America.
the raw combat score and KD and all that stuff. But also, just generally how he played the Omen on the attacking side is really what gave
Hell
DSG
yeah.
a chance. Like,
We're
that
about.
one ult he
Or
had
actually, you know what?
back
Don't
C
say that. If you want
wreaked a
something,
lot
you can
of
feel free to
havoc
DM me or
and helped
something.
them
But I
try to
ain't
win around. He
having
also
you
had
try and say that on the internet.
crazy
You know what I'm saying?
teleport on C site where he doubled
You know what I'm
up
saying?
and wound up getting a quad kill on the round. So we had some just individual impact moments to kind of help keep this thing close. But again, in the end, TSM able to get the job done in OT.
That's why you can see that separation. You're talking about Steel stepping up just from a statistics standpoint. +5 for Steel. He's the only player on Disguise that goes positive. They actually end up finishing out the map -13 overall with their KD, which It's kind of interesting given that it was just a 2-round separation. On the flip side, you've got 4 players in the positive for TSM who obviously had a much stronger first half. It felt like that a lot.
Bro, I
of that
can't believe it's already
definitely came from that,
Wednesday.
even
That's
still,
crazy.
+4, +4, +3, +3 for Campeki.
Which is insane because
Corey
I've
and
released 2
Nature.
videos this week,
yeah,
so
it
like
is
I should
largely
realize
still
that it's
basically
Wednesday.
grabbing the team and trying to pull them along.
You know what I mean?
Unfortunately, you can only do that for so long.
Yeah, and the 6 first bloods from Corey, I think, are also a difference maker, just to kind of
huge.
also throw in some other things, just because you expect to see that kind of performance from a duelist, especially a Raze on this map. So
Our NA
the fact that
Challengers
Corey
video
found
didn't do
that
so
kind
hot
of
this time
value,
around, but
and there really wasn't anyone
So
on the
goals?
opposite side to put together anything quite like that. You had 4 first bloods from Steel, 4 first bloods from Clear, but it felt like most of those were
That's
coming
just
from the
how it be
defensive side,
sometimes.
more so than the offensive side, where TSM found a lot of their success.
And I think that the mirror of that is the fact that you have Clear playing the chamber. That's not really an aggressive agent you're able to take space with, which I think forced Steel to be more offensive with Omen, which that character can do that, right? But you don't really have that person to grab space when you're playing, double initiator that's trying to set up other people, and then you're, rocking 2 Sentinel players. Like, it just seemed like something was a little bit off about how they're able to attack with that composition.
Yeah, Corey and Nature 10-2 on their first blood, first deaths. By comparison, they're the top 2 basically when it comes to first bloods. For TSM from Disguised, you've got Steel and Clear. They ended up going 8-9. So you can kind of see how things were shifting there. It didn't seem like anyone could really break even on the first bloods, first deaths. We'll take a look at the map pool as well, because that was Lotus, which was TSM's pick. It's important to make that distinction. We haven't seen that from Disguised yet. We didn't know what to expect.
All right, so
Even though
TSM
it was
kind of
a clunky map from both teams. The fact that they kept it
faltered
close is
a little
promising,
bit,
and
but
now
they
we
did
move to
win.
Ascent, which is their map selection. It's one that they should feel much more comfortable here on Dust.
Yeah, they
TSM
should.
hasn't
I
looked
mean,
the
this is a map
best
that
on
they certainly
Ascent.
played a heck of a lot more. The only, really map that they've played a lot besides Ascent is Haven. And yeah, they were on a 9-game winning streak until they lost to the Guard. They did lose to the Guard pretty brutally, to be fair. And it's also fair to say that a lot of their wins were against way lesser opposition than what they're facing against today. But generally speaking, you're right. Like, they should be more at home on Ascent. I think it's just a more common map in general. They certainly have at least somewhat of a proven track record on it with their initial roster. But TSM are no slouches on this map in their own right. Their only losses have been to the best teams in the league, the Guard and M80. They've also had some quality wins along the way since December moving forward. Some of that obviously goes back to when Hayes was still on the squad, but you get my point. Like, I don't think TSM are going to feel out of place here on Ascent.
And I think just another important thing about that slide away from the long winning streak, Clear did not have a particularly great game on Jet, which I would assume he's going to try to pull out again here when he was playing up against the Guard. So coming off of a chamber pick that we had some questions on, didn't really walk away with much confidence in, I think you look towards this map right here, right now, and you have to put some focus and spotlight on Clear to bounce back, likely pulling the Jet to try to respond and get this to a third map.
I mean, important consideration as well here, Shift, is the fact that, again, there was a roster change for Disguised coming in. And yeah, we've seen them play one map. Lotus was a map that is likely
I don't
on the
understand
fringe
doing the
of a map
roster
you're gonna
change
work
heading
with.
into
When a
week
new player
5
comes in, you're
before
probably focusing more on the core
worrying
map pool.
about
And I'd say Ascent
a
lands
new
in that, so
or
chances are with the limited time you would have had
mid-seasonal
to work with
invitation,
Riku as a starter on this roster,
invitational, the
Ascent was
face-off.
high on the priority list, right?
Of course. I think that's a fair point.
It seems.
I mean, you have to assume that this is going to be at least a slightly better map for Disguise, but at the same point in time, we don't really know. The only way to find out is to jump into it, and I'm told the agent select is ready. It's time to see if Disguise can fight back in Force Map 3. Take it away.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because, kind of responding to Box Point right there at the end is, hey, they still were very competitive on a map that we've never seen them play before with a new player in the mix. So yeah, I think I'll be curious to see if Riku's going to just be trusted still to play the Killjoy, which is locked in, which really kind of not only puts a lot of stress that, okay, we need to see Clear really pop off if he locks the Jet in, but what does Ziff want to do here?
Time for
it will be the responsive KO. So mirror matchups for the most part. Only thing that's really different is the fade on the other side for Nature.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference here. Double initiator. This is not something that we were seeing from them earlier on. They were actually playing Sova KO instead of Fade KO. So a little bit of a change up there. Obviously also the change up of Gamon taking up the controller and Campeki taking the KO, but that was to be expected. That's been the role swap that's happened ever since Campeki joined the roster. So everything's pretty much in line with what you expect in that regard. Yeah, it's just a difference of controller, obviously coming into play with the Astra for Steel, which is kind of more of setting things up on the board for the rest of your team, where Gamon can be a little bit more of a playmaker as the Omen teleporting into smokes and things of that nature, alongside Corey, who's going to obviously be doing a lot of dashing into areas of the map to try to grab some control. But let's see how it plays out. DSG starting on the attacking side, looking like they just want to go hot and heavy at B right off the rip. Meanwhile, TSM totally has some type of set piece mid-aggression planned here.
It's just the sentry turret at B main door. Knife is out. Haunt over towards A lobby. No information for TSM off of any of that, so now you should definitely have the idea that this is going to be coming towards B, and there's the dash on in towards the site. TSM, like you mentioned, we're looking to play through mid, but kind of have to give that away in order to kind of recontest through market.
Yeah, it's going to be a really scrappy 5 versus 5 situation here. Spike planted in the corner of the site, but with so many players still standing, and one of which is on this long con mid, this could get interesting. This interaction right here.
Oh, Campeki expects it though. With that elimination, now everything could be forced forward. Recon dart for Sova is out. That will stop the play a little bit longer. The Paranoia actually connects to 2 different players. Ziff may have to respond with his pop flash. And as the hit is on the way, even exchange comes through. 2v3 situation. Number still with TSM. Time becoming a little bit of an issue. Gangsta in the back, by himself, isolated. Ziff on the corner, traded out. Just down to Gangsta for the 1v2.
Oh, Gangsta!
What a shot from Gangsta. He gets 3 in the round in the eBay 1v2 clutch.
Damn.
Oh my goodness, Gangsta. Stealing one there for sure, dude. I thought he was done for when Corey dashed behind him. I mean, he's basically getting split front and back at that point, but he took Campeki down so quickly it gave him the time to pull the 180 and be able to pick off Corey. What a great play.
Been 5 minutes and I've been
Because
banished to the
honestly,
back
up
while
until Gangsta
Bear
pulls
watched the
that
thing with
off,
his friends.
TSM
I mean,
were
welcome
superior
to
team that
school
round,
functions,
through
I
and
guess?
through, on how they were setting up their retake, but man, what a play from Gangsta.
Yeah.
Get wrecked,
Huge
nerd.
save, and now DSG, that's all 3 pistols we've seen their way.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
far, which has been really important, I think, for them staying competitive in the first map, keeping the tally tight, and now starting off strong here.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm kind of having fun learning how to do my own edits, and I also definitely don't have the budget to be able to invest in an editor. You know what I mean?
3 pistols go on the way, so once again, they start with the economic advantage here, grabbing orb at A lobby. Outside of that, though, keeping presence across the map, they still got their Killjoy here in B-Link. That's Riku. We might catch Corey being aggressive on Catwalk here.
This is a dangerous sheriff position, though, and yeah, the respect is there. Now the hit on towards
As much as I do respect the grind, I don't think I would be able to help you out at where I'm at right now, homie.
Hold down the long flank, and as Ziff spams through the nebula, that will work out for a second shot.
As much as I would love to be able to afford an editor,
just a lot of spam working
be able to put in the
out.
grind. I'm just not there, unfortunately.
Trying to deny this long flank. Corey is kind of expecting that Riku will take the peak. Gomonda's coming back forward as well. And yeah, the information is there, of course, that Riku's on the corner. Shot will land. That will be an SMG picked up, but still a very difficult 2v5 in total.
Yeah, not really expecting.
You think they'll be able to get themselves any?
I mean, yeah, Riku kind of a
thing
stranded,
more. I mean,
but
they're
it's
all
a
sitting
great
back on
sacrifice because of how much the map he was
Heaven's
controlling
side
and how much intel he was gathering for his team, who were holding on the site, and they're able to, you know, basically come into the next round without it really being much of a bonus, right? I mean, they're gonna have all rifles on 4 of their players, so gonna be a pretty hefty transfer there. Gonna be pretty much on equal footing with TSM, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to think, after the not getting many eliminations here, TSM may not get the full purchase that you would normally expect. And yeah, light armor for Gomond here too. So
I mean, yeah, but only light armor difference is
DSG to go 3 straight in this quote-unquote bonus round.
Not much
Riku
of a
being the only
difference. It could be
sacrifice,
big though for
obviously, going
TSM.
down, so losing that Spectre,
Or for
but
DSG, sorry.
picks up the Sheriff.
Placing swamp grenade.
Other than that, even keel here, as we are going to see again, just kind of split pressure from DSG.
Yeah,
trying to control both orbs.
No fragment in this round either for Campeki. You want to talk about how limited the buy is coming in for TSM. Orb collected by Disguised, not really going to do too much to threaten anything early over towards B main. Just kind of taking their time, feeling things out.
Aggression at A lobby defensively
they
just
see him?
misses, but they did see Steel drop down,
Yep.
so they will re-peek and claim him.
I wasn't sure if they did.
DSG try to rapidly
means they're all pushing up towards pizza, up into market.
Falls, using those smokes to get deep into mid, start testing the boundaries of this market position. There's a heavy defense though on the side itself.
What do they do? Try and rotate backside A?
This is going to be a tough egg to crack. But if they go back calls to A, things get interesting.
Because they still get pinched there.
TSM are really putting a lot of focus on where exactly these offensive disguise members have made their way through market, just in case the flank is there. You've got the fate of nature now watching it. Gets in when crosses. Corey on the close angle. Takes down one and nearly gets the focus over towards Riku for a second, who fights back with that Sheriff. How about that elimination for Disguise?
Nature, though.
Nanoswarms will hold just a little bit longer on this hit. 3v2. Numbers, the TSM.
30 seconds left.
Nanoswarm pushes off Nature. Still have to find a way to get into the site, though, if you're Disguised. Trying to make their way through back sidewalk. Lots of damage through the walls, but Ziff will get on for a plant. Just comes down to how do you hold
both of them so low.
20 HP between two members.
Oh, but it is 2v2.
Helps. Nature takes down the first. On the corner, caught on the reload, but Riku. They made it punishing, I'll say that much, considering the health situation.
Yeah, they made it expensive for TSM.
Yeah, just TSM doing a great job there, catching steal on the periphery, getting that instant 5-on-4, and they had such a stout defense set up on B. Just 3 players in place, plenty of killjoy utility, and so even with DSG getting a lot of mid control.
Hey, yo, the most recent short doing a little bit of work, though. Let's get it.
Without taking casualties along the way, which is going to be a tough ask. And eventually it was TSM that had the numbers
retake those
to work out that retake. But as you said, it was punishing. They come into this with a Judge, an Ares, and a Spectre, so their economy has been quite limited all game long thus far, and that could certainly eventually lead to a breaking point. DSG full buy here.
Yeah, they made it really expensive.
Battle of macroeconomics right now between these two. At least early on.
I thought I got away from that when I left college.
I didn't have to take the course.
I didn't either, thankfully.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on in the world. What are economics? All I need to know is Valorant economics, right?
That's true.
That's all I need to know, at least for right now, this moment, yes.
So they'll be able to hear that Seven's right around the corner.
Yep. Nanoswarm at his feet. Second shock coming out. There's the null command. 7 with the Judge on the corner. The Nanoswarm will delay a little bit further. Here
Judge?
comes the hit for DSG.
Judge?
7.
Judge? Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness, that is so good. But the regen and the revival come out.
It's so hard to have the discipline and just forget about it and just focus up. He delivers the 3 frets to the Judge, but now we're in 2 versus 2. Still some time. Spike has not gone down yet. Riku's kind of trapped in market right now, getting pressured heavily. Kenpecky now just cleans up clear a little bit.
Oh, huge win.
But that's a big win, yeah, like you said.
Okay, Kenpecky now 1v2. Flash out, trying to quickly take care of one, and
Nice.
that's
Makes it
very
a 1v1
well
here.
But now it's just the null command left. Do you really
another
need to
round
spend
that's
that
super
against a
expensive for
Jet? Sure,
TSM though.
So it goes into a pretty raw 1v1. Clear on 48 HP. Kenpecky a little healthier. And they're on opposite sides of this double stack box from one another. But as Kenpecky continues to clear angles, maybe he expects.
Oh, got him.
Comes through for Kenpecky with a 1v2 of his own.
Dude, Kenpecky has
so it is
been
tied,
such a
but man,
huge
again,
add
another
to this
round that's
TSM
very,
team.
very
He has
expensive for
helped
TSM,
breathe
man.
life into this squad in the second half of this split. He's done it so many different ways, whether it's through his utility usage,
hey, yo,
King!
What up, big dog?
Pure raw fragging and KD ratio, whatever the case may be, the man has been worth his weight in gold. Obviously, 7 has to get a lot of credit for how he just held firm with the Judge up front, able to get the nano off right before the null command came in to slow him down. Just, you know, throws caution to the wind about a clear and lights him up, and now TSM steer out in front. Huge advantage here. This is their chance to kind of reap the economy back.
Yeah.
Just got to win this one clean.
Both of our teams have seen a fair number of ecos. TSM maybe a step above as far as what we've seen from them so far. Knives out for
so
Corey.
dangerous.
Oh, it's really dangerous from Corey.
There it is, just looking for a one-way. The dash will expire, and that may mean Corey has to give up this early play.
Yep, does have to fall back into side. Chooses to do so just at the right time. Gravel does not catch Campeki, so he's able to back up. That
How's your Wednesday going,
spent to clear
King?
out wine due to the pressure that they were feeling there. And you're in a round already with limited firepower and utility, so that does hurt to have to burn it on
Also,
that.
okay, I remember if I asked you, man. Hopefully you're having yourself a good week as well. How you doing, fam?
Split A. They still maintain some A lobby presence here with Riku. Now they're starting to try to take into Tree with this Blade Storm.
Corner, come on, denies.
Such a nice off angle.
For real. Now he also gets back. He's got a little bit of help. His supporting Kenpeki KO. Knives also at range. Big play. Fragment will deny the entryway. Corey taking attention back.
He turned away from Corey as he is about to
way out, looking to refocus his
so
attack
mad.
with not a lot of time. They're going to go
That
straight
hurts my
towards
soul.
nature on market.
Yep, he's got assistance as well, though. He's not alone. He's got 7 right here with him inside B main, so they can set up the crossfire as they come into the site. That spike down, this might be it.
Yeah, just collapses on it. It was one of those desperate times, calls for desperate measures situations. And with that, everything will fall away. So a decent opportunity for DSG, but as soon as that first blood pops through a tree, everything just
4
falls
rifles
apart.
still standing afterwards for TSM as well. Let's sit down,
Nail on
chat.
the head there. So TSM starting to gather a little bit of space back on this map. They'll come into this one as well with a couple of key ults, but the same can be said for the opposite side. Gangsta having that Hunter's Fury can cancel out 7. Both teams have that lockdown available, though. Heavy B focus this round from DSG. They've often kind of been pretty even keel early around, kind of just splitting the map, but definitely wanting to get a little bit hotter.
By the way, y'all like
this time around.
my desk? I was able to set up now where all my signs are set up with lights and stuff.
The defense is, well, this is very similar to the opening pistol round, isn't it? I mean, 3 stack through tree, 2 up towards mid, trying to get around the back, but the lockdown will force TSM's defense to have to kind of track in towards the site a little bit more, I would say, orthodoxically.
I think that's TSM just realizing, hey, they have lockdowns, so we're going to get pushed off the B anyway, so we might as well just try to get aggressive at mid and do something.
TSM can use their own lockdown to retake if they want.
That's fair.
Here's the issue.
You think they do, chat?
Steel is in the back lines. Will they even think about this?
How would you? Brawler's going to make a play over towards mid double doors, but the focus for TSM's all
Bro!
down. Riku up close, gets 2. How has he done that? Corey trying to stay alive, but as you mentioned, he's kind of stuck here. Has an isolation on towards Ziff, but this would be a 1v3. Toggles the spike, and yeah, Steel is there on the flank to take care of the final 2. Well, I guess technically Kenpeki was already gone, but regardless, a clean setup for DSG.
Yeah, just
so fresh and so
clean
clean,
with the lockdown that's going to gift you, and
so
then
fresh and
Steel
so
being
clean,
able to get
clean,
such a
clean.
great flank off through tree, have such impact with it as well. He catches Kenpeki right away. No chance at a revival on him either. And so that's going to do it. We're all even, 3 apiece. TSM still able to full buy, though, including an operator for the first time in Corey's hand. So we'll see a defensive sniper. Meanwhile, some A aggression, perhaps, in the card for TSM.
It's very stable aggression, though. Just knife allows the early peek, nothing too crazy. And Disguised have the utility to try to counter. Knife is out. That will get the information on the reveal. And that'll be enough for TSM to back off this aggressive setup. It does force a lot of utility out, though. The knife, the flash, shock chart, fragment also being spent. So as far as utility exchange is concerned, that's a win for TSM.
Wonder if you use this
rotated already as well through A side. They're keeping
Nightfall this round potentially from nature for the retake if he's still alive.
Nice smoke up as well, but DSG looking to force through it. Smoke dash from clear the generator.
Clear, just completely red. The Nightfall was triggered.
Never mind, don't.
Perfectly
Oh,
by
it was
TSM. The fragment
triggered.
as well just kept DSG out of the site. And now as the Cosmic Divide is already committed, Steel's caught in a corner.
Nice job to be able to catch Steel there.
And will not walk away with anything. So TSM looking good for possibly a flawless.
The spike's
here.
just inside of this
inside the site
here.
The
Yep.
Cosmic Divide
That's really
has faded
unfortunate.
away.
Such a great contact play there between Damon and company on the site just to get the free kill on the Steel. Now Corey rotates over with the operator. Now it is going to be that investor flawless you were talking about. TSM starting to find some momentum here.
TSM going to look and try and build up this lead a little bit.
They knew that clear was going for the dash generator. They had someone right
Would be
there,
big for
ready
them,
with open
especially
arms
since
to
they
welcome
fought
him onto the site.
so hard as far as in that last round. Disguised? Like, they
And
look
so we're
good,
gonna see
man,
TSM
but
take the lead here, and now DSG
like,
back
what else can you
into
do? You know?
a tough situation economically.
Yeah.
They're gonna
Another
buy a
slow
couple of
start.
rifles though, so they're
Yeah.
trying something.
I was about to say that it's another slow start from Clear as well. It's something that, you know, we kind of talked about with the Chamber not having a lot of influence in map number 1, and you look back to their recent loss on this map, it kind of came at the hands of Clear once more, just not really having a great map on this Jet. So I know it's early, we're just 7 rounds in, but would love to see this Jet start to get a little bit more active for sure.
Speaking of an active Jet,
Yeah.
Corey getting real active with this operator, and Riku with the classic.
Oh, he's gonna see him! Oh, and he gets away.
Seven's got his
Oh,
back.
bro.
Perfect guardian angel moment there.
That
for
hurts.
7.
Not even a trade.
Just sad pain for Riku. He's got literally everything you could possibly want on that information. But Clear does
Damn, man.
find a double of his own. Spike collected and will be quickly transitioned on towards A. And Steel's actually up top at heaven. This is a very winnable round here in
Dude,
the
Steel's
2v3.
been doing some crazy
Yeah.
stuff, man. He's just been maneuvering his way into some really crazy positions.
Clear will get some information that there are 2 members on this backside A pinch. So now he's got to kind of back up and join Steel away from this play. The thing about this is, does Corey get a read? The contact's on the way in, and no, he does not. But in the same breath, Nature finds the elimination on towards Clear. So Dominic
Shut
is
up,
down
Steel.
towards Steel. 1v1 situation, Nature down below him with a much healthier
Gonna use the suck, right?
situation to work with. Stars are now expended. Spam coming through. Nature once again toggling for the defuse.
So smart by Nature to go so far wide.
Time will be a little bit
Nope.
No, not gonna happen. So it works out for the eBay clutch in the end.
Nice.
Indeed it does.
Well done.
It's just Steel being ever so crafty, sneaking in the back lines. Always got to watch out. You always got to look over your shoulder, apparently, for this guy. And also just great timing of the use of his stars to relentlessly stop that spike from really being able to even get halfway diffused. It certainly looked like it was going to be a TSM round from the start, just based on how the initial play went, but Steel just does such great work by himself. Kind of similar to the last map. He was making a lot of individual plays to try to help force his team across the finish line, and he gets him tied up here.
Opening engagement
All right.
delayed here at A main, but still TSM, similar defensive stack up is on the way. 7 also playing forward in towards B main. Little toggle for position between both of our Killjoys. And it looks like Disguised are going to say, let's give up on this play towards A and just try to re-aggress through mid again. I've liked their attention, the detail that they've thrown over towards this mid hit towards market thus far, but this time they will be tested in a different way with a lot of Killjoy utility in their way.
Yeah, it's more pivoted.
So
towards
they're all
middle
pushed
and
up here.
side itself, that's for sure.
Getting
Shot
ready to
clock's
push
taking
up
care of
towards
one,
Pizza and
but
Market,
not all of
potentially.
it. Gangsta letting the owl drone lead the attack. It's going to force all the utility out, but it does so early enough where there's still plenty of time for this split from DSG, and they also have tree control and stuff that's outside B, so they can take this any way they want it. It's going to be Steel once again pressing up tree, but this time Corey catches him with the classic.
All in Guamond, who uses it from the shadows to get on towards site.
Nice.
Also take down a first blood. Dark cover trying to give him a little bit of separation. Who gets 2 completely random headshots. Oh, it just keeps getting so close for
30
Disguised.
seconds left.
But now the new guy in, Riku, 1v3, 25 seconds, has to
Nope.
make the play, and
Nice.
Kentucky will take down all 3 of the remaining offensive members. What was that double, though?
I don't
That
know,
was a
man.
pretty
Kentucky
sick
might as well
double,
be
though.
called Can do it all, because this guy just seems to be able to find ways to win rounds, whether it's through clutching, whether it's just through crazy aim, whether it's through his utility usage. It doesn't matter. The guy just finds a way. And I mean, the thing is, I thought DSG played the round pretty well as far
Agreed.
as how they're controlling the map. You know, attention to detail at the mid control, as you were talking about, that opens up all of your options because you're threatening market and defensive spawn, which opens up gaps on both sides of the map that you can try to expose for a site split. But Kanpeki and Gamon just brute force them away.
Well, now the operator versus knives battle. Corey will back away, seeing how fast Disguise are trying to hit through market. Takes a different pixel angle. Cloudburst will deny any sort of field of vision. And now the hit for Disguise coming very rapidly. Flashes are in. Nanoswarms are being triggered defensively by 7, just trying to hold on for as long as possible. First point of contact is over towards the sidewalk. 7 backs away, and the reveal is just so massive. but it only turns into a 1-for-1. Nature, the next one in, kind of has to decide how he wants to finesse this, and Disguised are putting together a take here pretty darn cleanly. TSM will take care of Steel at mid-map, but the spike will still be planted. 3v2 we go.
And then now they're both on site.
Ooh. Rico still able to collect one of the rifles. Now it turns into a very 2v2 with now the lockdown earned. Next contact, Gangsta takes the forced fight versus Kenpecky. So Corey trying to come through quickly. Gangsta expects it, and how about it? First thrifty of the day. And Disguised tie us up at 5.
Bro,
Man,
not like this.
TSM, because again, it looked like they were playing that right. Seven was doing a great job. Nature gets everything he wants from the haunt, all the intel. But like you said, they didn't really find the frags as quickly as they hoped for. Then Riku gets positioned backside, catches a key frag, able to put the lockdown in place. And that pretty much kills any idea of a retake. I mean, I thought once they caught Steel here and they're in a 3-on-2, you think it's done for, but man, Riku played it so well to get that frags he needed to get the ult in play. And I mean, look at this seesaw battle that we're seeing here.
Yeah.
No one has gotten 2 rounds in a row the last 6 played. It's just been back and forth, man. So scrappy.
How cool this has been, though.
Again, we talked about it pregame, though. We said, hey, look, we know the main event is M80 Guard. We're all here for it, trust me. But you can't sleep on this match, man. These are some good teams.
Agreed. I was just about to make the exact same point. I was like, on paper, both these teams are very even. The only thing that really differentiates them is TSM's big win versus the Guard, whereas Disguised, at this point, had not found a ton of tremendous success versus the top 2 teams in the group, but they also kind of at the same rate asserted a little level dominance against the teams that are at the bottom of the pool. So
the TSM does have one ult available, whereas Disguise has a couple on the verge.
Yeah, you're going to have a big headliner, but you got to have some good opening acts, and this match has certainly served that role.
Here and here.
I mean, they're out there jamming, and we're here for it.
So TSM will have 2 Guardians and a Sheriff. Everything else pistols with the potential support of Kenpecky.
I shot the Sheriff.
On the other side, no ultimates earned here for Disguise, but of course, plenty of arsenal to go around, and that is a big first blood taking care of Command over through mid.
Dude, again, Steel's kind of doing it all right now.
Agreed.
This game,
Yeah.
I mean, he has just been really fighting for this team to try to get them out in front. And DSG wasting no time off that pick to follow up with this B attack.
Nice Cosmic Divide too to kind of help as far as quiet things down while they push on the site here. Really smart.
The second comes around the back, so now all of a sudden TSM could surround the point. Nature, if you can find any damage, that would be okay. Seven trying to follow up, but turned aside.
It's going to be all left to Kenpecky and Corey.
The round count, 3v2, the current status and numbers. Spike planted.
Second to last round of the half.
Post plant defense in the site. Can it hold? Corey
would like to get a big opening pick here. It's not going to be the case though, because Riku's going to take him down.
Be able to get in freely. So it's
all up to Kenpecky.
Rifle collected, but 44 HP and just a fragment.
You have so many angles you have to look out for to come in here.
Turn this to your favor. Double swing comes
yeah,
out.
that's unfortunate, man.
From Disguised, holding the post
you would have liked to have at least been able to get one of them, but I mean, you get it though. You know what I mean?
The rip and pressing the advantage as quickly as possible with that Cosmic Divide B split. Credit where credit's due. Nature slowed them down a good bit. Actually, looked like there might have a chance. I will say, I would have liked to have seen Seven hold back a little bit on stairs and wait for his 2 teammates at B lobby to have the full 3-on-3 retake. I think that could have given them a slightly better chance at turning that one around. But credit where credit's due. Disguise just being so snappy to respond to the pick that they got. Very decisive take and really well done. And now they had the lead.
Full gun round, though, coming up for both teams.
Last round and the half here.
Ultimate still kind of in question and limbo for a number of players over towards the side of TSM. Nature really close to the Nightfall Goman, getting nearer to it from the shadows, but on the opposite side, Gangsta does have the Hunter's Fury in this final round of the half.
Aljon doesn't get too much intel there. Just make sure that no one's pressed up close. You'd like to have that to clear your way to market or clear your way to
interesting to see them pushing up so much.
Hurt a little bit.
Oh,
this is new. Hunter's Fury's out. Wait a second, Gangsta.
Oh no, Gangsta can't do anything else. Oh, bro.
For TSM works out on the backside of the site. The rest of TSM are
very well done, man. That was a really good round. That was really well done by TSM that round. That was really smart.
That was the
just the coordination,
of an aggressive defensive round that A dude.
Yeah, honestly, really was chef's kiss.
Off guard. Gangsta's literally caught his pants down, essentially, as much as you can be with Sova. Hunter's Fury out while you're getting thrown to paranoia at you and you're getting run down. Man, what a crazy half. We wound up all square, but we had so many brilliant individual moments. Campeki had a couple of them, Steel had a couple, Gangsta had that crazy clutch on the pistol. I mean, then you have this play here to end it.
One enemy remaining.
Wow. What a slugfest, man.
For real.
I kind of want to do a video about the whole gambling thing for Valorant. Thoughts, chat?
They've won all 3 so far as we swap the sides. A chance to go 4 for 4. From the offensive side, they're going to go quick. Oh, why not? TSM have an opportunity to catch a couple players off guard here. First blood good. Gangsta responds, turns this to a 4v4, and Disguised on site are actually looking pretty solid at the moment. They still got this cross. For a second you thought maybe Gangsta puts the play out of rest, but it's 7 who
big
gets
pistol round here, chat. Remember, it's 6-6.
To try to contest, and he does actually take care of one cleanly.
Excuse me?
Leaving Guamon now by himself for the 1v2. Not a lot of utility remaining. That's the last dark cover that could be spent. But taking their time on the reapproach here is Disguised.
I like this
Stacked
angle.
up, both players playing through sidewalk. Now the approach on towards the
Oh,
site.
you need to get that first.
May have missed his chance.
Oh!
But no, still able to take care of one in the nebula. He thought for a moment, maybe.
Man, when he catches that first kill in the smoke out of nowhere, yeah, you're starting to think maybe he does win the 1v1, but in the end, Disguised take advantage first. That's 4 for 4 on pistols.
Impressive. Very impressive. And these are 2 teams that I will say they're not bad at pistol rounds, just over what they've done in their first 4 matches, but they also haven't been particularly lights out either. So to find an advantage in this series off of every single pistol in a matchup that looked like it was going to be pretty even and has been up until this point, that's huge for Disguised. Finding small edges here and there.
Looking to extend the lead here. We're going to see TSM looking to get aggressive early at A lobby. Nice exchange and everyone detected.
Wow. And Zip's going to go probably quick on this, maybe. Thinking about it, he has a flash and a fragment to use. On the quick corner. Oh, the sentry turret just enables this play, plus the follow-up gravity well. Zip wants more, but TSM fighting back here. Maybe a bit of an overextension from Disguise, not being able to get the reload or the follow-up out of play.
They're going to get a spike plan, that's for sure, because that fragment's going to
DSG's looking pretty solid.
To stop this plan. Now, the retake still very, very doable with this weaponry.
For sure.
Everyone's stuck on fire.
I don't know, though.
They have low health on nature.
Lamond with the only SMG picked up. Deal looking to move first with the Guardian, hoping for some spam shots. Deal, though, helps out for Clear to find a shot. Second one up close and personal.
Oh, shit!
And Gangsta will finish off Campeki to secure the retake.
this.
Bro,
Oh, brother.
Gangsta got a reveal on that owl drone. Clear snapped the headshot instantaneously on it. Like, that was so fast. And yeah, as he gets closed in on the corner, you think he's done for. He pops another one.
Yo, Oogie, y'all are coming out on the beach in a couple
Big
weeks,
round
yeah?
for Clear. I mean, you think maybe that's the spark he needs to get fired up. You know, just a round like that where you hit some great shots.
Well, we got to sip some drinks with our toes in the sand or whatever.
DSG
you know what I mean?
can't really replenish, so
well, I don't think you drink, but you know what I mean.
Pistols on this, so a great chance for TSM.
We're gonna relax,
closing it right back in right away with
big
the
vibes.
Firepower.
Yeah, very true. Okay, let's see how this one unfolds. TSM kind of opening over through main. It's just the alarm bot in their way. Clear is going to have a lot in front of him. Dash is charged up. Steps away from the first fight, but can't quite get away from the follow-up. Steel inside the nebula, catches a rifle. First good. 7 of the How about Steel? Oh my goodness. Locks down the headshots. TSM not done yet, though. Still cracked their way in through B. But Campeki with the spike is actually not on site yet. and is possibly going to be held for a moment. Finally, a smoke will allow him to move forward, and Steel, who's upgraded from Guardian to Phantom, will have to wait for teammates to help here in 3v3. These guys are wanting to go quick.
Why are you in pain,
Knives
King?
will trade, suppression on both sides.
What's up, big dog?
Double stack box. Kentucky flashing, moving forward, takes down
Excuse
one,
me?
Doesn't get a good look at the second. Pops the null command instead. Ziff still on the Sheriff. Riku with the Phantom now. And as Ziff drops, so does Riku, and TSM crack the code, making their way in for their round.
A scary one, though.
Hey,
you
chat,
must
what
say.
you think? I think
Steel
NBA celebrity
is
game, like
just wreaking havoc at
2027,
different points in time.
2028.
He's
Sounds like a
having
pretty good
impact.
goal. Thoughts?
That round, he nearly, you
Thoughts?
know, puts DSG in winning. They had a 3v3 retake opportunity there, and they had weapons in their hands, but Kanpeki, crafty as ever, pop flashes, the sidewalk, gets the frag, pops an all command, and pretty much ends any hope of DSG getting the retake. DSG, though, now able to get the full buy. Gangsta with the Sova Odin combo.
Broken
Clear
teeth.
has the
Oh,
operator as
bro.
well.
That stuff. Is it from like wisdom teeth coming in or something
Not
else?
gonna lock. Operator could get an opportunity.
And do you
to
have
go.
an appointment soon?
Prowler doesn't quite scout this out. Dash is charged. Clear. Sees a shoulder, but could not get out of there. Corey was in a little bit more of an off angle. Denies the possible dash. So now all of a sudden, huge advantage for TSM. They look like they want to move pretty quickly through market. And the defense is actually stepping into this a little bit, trying to stop it before it even happens. And the kills are decent here. So Disguised, a chance still to hold the defenders towards A on the rotation.
Yeah,
The
great
fuck is this
response
site,
from
chat?
Riku and Gangsta to get some back after Clear goes down at middle, and now they're starting to get some good rotations as well. Flashes come in to give some space, but Gangsta still holds the back lines of the site, spams the double stack player down, and he is still a thorn in their side that they have not been able to rid of. Finally, Gamon gets it done, but at a huge cost. It's a 2-on-2. They still don't have Spike down, and DSG are already in position.
Absolutely. With
Tough
utility
spot
that
to
can
be
still
in,
spent.
too.
To the
How do you
fragment.
safely plant here?
I have no idea.
I think he just had
The
to fucking
spike's
big
down
dick
front
it, bro,
side,
and just
double
full
stack. They
send,
can't even
dude.
get it back.
Steel's gonna have information that Gomon's playing backside archway, waiting for a peek towards this left arch.
Yep, there you go. 7 coming in.
Spike makes his move, but completely denied. Yeah, it's a perfect call from you there, Dust. It was just too labored to get back to the spike and get it down, and just good recovery from Disguise to make good on a couple of the key wins, especially from Gangsta's point of view.
It's one of these things where TSM.
But like, why
I
would
feel
you
like
stand
are in
up
this
there?
trap
Like,
on
why
the
not
attacking
full send and
side
at least get the plant?
where they're
You know what I
getting
mean?
Some favorable early round moments.
Or am I dumb?
Capitalizing
Actually, you
on
know
them
what, chat? Don't
efficiently
answer that.
enough. Like,
Actually,
when it
fuck
comes
yeah.
to that
Answer that.
next
Fuck it.
layer of their attack after that first entry,
Chat, we're 7 subs
they're
away from
getting
150.
Bogged down too much. Like they're not able to trade effectively from that point forward. And some of that is just, you know, people making big individual plays. Like Riku Gangsta obviously made some big plays, which is kind of pushing B lobby and things of that nature that round. Obviously, Steel has had some magical moments, multiple rounds. That's another one where he gets a double kill to close it.
Chat, I think I
But
might
it's
watch
like TSM, they have these good assertive
March Madness
plays
in
to get
Discord
initial
tomorrow.
map
Thoughts?
control and to maybe even get the first blood, but it's just they're not able to pack that follow-up that they need. It's
Yeah.
just not happening for them yet. And so this is a good time to call the timeout. You know, talk it through,
dude.
say, hey, look,
King,
you
that's
know,
tough,
we're
bro.
having some success.
Hopefully you get things
taking
figured
the
out
control
soon,
we
man. I
wanted.
remember
We're
when
able to
Weevil
get
had to
the
get her
lobby
wisdom
areas
teeth
when we
pulled
want
out.
that. How
She
can we come
was
together
hurting pretty bad.
and follow up the attack appropriately, though. You know, I think that's the big thing that Gabon's gonna have to try to figure out as the IGL here, alongside their coach. And the timeout is, you know, what's that next step we need to take? We got to stay on the same page. We gotta flex our advantage.
And interesting here, it's going to be kind of a force buy situation for TSM. Spectre, handful of light armors. Corey's going to have blades. So not only is that timeout more focused on kind of those full purchase rounds, but you also need to talk about how we possibly can win this round. Because if you lose this, you're down 7-10, call it 7-11, because you're not going to have any money for the round after it.
That's a good point. They are very equipped with mid control and tree control here, though, with all the utility. And look at this push! I've been waiting for shit. I've been waiting for them to come together on a utility play like that. Great teamwork there.
Except he dies there, but whatever.
Shuts down the threat of the knives. This should still be a plan, but Steel is making a mess of this, and then Riku starts tapping from behind. He only had a judge. So the Classic gets some work down. Kenpeki tested, reads the first, does not expect that Steel's also still up top, though. Who goes to the Classic of his own?
Hold
What
on.
in the world is happening? 1v1. Kenpeki on 5 HP. Riku.
5 HP in a dream.
Vandal. On the corner, Nanoswarm comes out. Riku toggles for the defuse. Kanpeki holding his ground. Loses sight.
Can hear him.
Footsteps around the back.
Oh!
Fills the pocket full of posies.
That's very well done,
Clutch
man.
comes
Could
out
hear the
key round
footsteps.
for TSM.
I'm telling you, man, Kanpeki can do it all. That should be the next
All right.
big name for this guy.
Big round here.
I mean, saves the day, right?
4
Because, again,
ults
I finally got what I wanted from TSM.
on the
They
side of
clean,
Disguised.
Double entry with some great utility usage. But then they immediately fell prey to the point that I was making during the timeout, which is they seem to fall apart on that next layer of the
So we got the
attack.
4 ults
They're
here
getting owned
to versus
by
just
Steeler,
2 of
getting shot in the back
TSM.
at Catwalk
Nature's
by
getting kind of
Classic
close,
and
but
dying.
I mean,
Like,
so
it's
is
not
Ziff
looking
here.
good.
So
But Kanpeki just forces them across the finish line there with a brilliant clutch with low HP.
Wow.
The thing is, you can't rely on heroics like that for the rest of the game. You gotta come together and start winning these rounds more clean. This is a big opportunity to do so.
Especially with Disguise just on Sheriffs with 1 shorty and Knives from Clear. But they've got a lot of ultimates that could still play a part of this round if kills start to come out.
That's true.
Lockdown mostly in particular. Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury, all of
hey, chat, my most recent short hit 1 of 10 on shorts. Let's fucking go.
Cautious still, even though they've got the weapon
That feels
advantage here.
good.
This is still a very winnable round for Disguise.
Yeah, Disguise have a lot of control too with this 4 position on the A side.
1.7 in the first 2 hours. We take
They're
those.
also playing double in market and they're playing back way clear.
We take those.
Trying to make sure they can maximize how fast they can rotate once they feel the action. As we are going to see that press onto A side. Kanpeki trying to come through Catwalk.
This Hunter's Fury is actually doing more damage to Ziff than it is to TSM.
Yeah.
2 of those 3 darts locked in onto Ziff. That made that entry a lot easier for TSM.
Kanpeki walks right next to it. I mean,
yeah. A bit head scratching. Gangsta does at least find himself a rifle. This would be an amazing 1v4. Double stacked right in front of this dark cover. It's going to be the first problem for him. Fades away, deals with the first, and whoa, nearly got the transfer over for more. But TSM take the win, and now we're locked up at 9.
oh man. And now if TSM's got all the alts, not all of them literally. I mean, Corey doesn't, but you know, you get my point. They got a lot,
Yeah.
okay? They got a lot of alts, 4 alts. Okay? What do you want from me?
Not much more. You're doing
Just
fine.
good,
That's what
honest
this is.
commentary. Yeah.
Good, honest commentary.
I can only speak my truth, though. You know, I can't be the official soothsayers. We are going to see TSM
Let
looking to lock
me
load
actually,
A
while I'm
early
thinking
here.
about it.
Yeah, I'll say. Null command right off the rip. Clear, still here, needs to hit a shot, needs to have it.
Oh.
Nano swarm out. Nightfall also in, but Clear still gets the angle, finds the first blood. Paranoia out for Gabon. Spike will be planted. And for Disguise, this will be a delayed retake thanks to lockdown. Unless they can find an answer to this. I mean, they're looking to stack towards tree, but no, Dust, they're going to back away a little bit.
Yeah, I'm scared for Gamon taking this much leverage, but
Oh!
it could work out. Riku able to get the instant trade, though, gets it back into a 3-on-3, but look at Corey's positioning.
Defensive lockdown in, though. Cosmic Divide also separating the site in half. Sentry Turret will play defense. Oh, and Kanpeki sneaks through, finds steal, and now Corey around the back denies the lockdown. Everything going wrong for Disguise. Have to get this done the hard way, which very well they may be up for. Riku gets one, stays alive. Kanpeki when the trade comes out. Now down to Clear. 1v1 with Corey. Has to hold though. That's the problem.
Nope,
about
can't
his
get out.
time.
Damn, man.
And he doesn't get away either.
TSM wins
And
round number
Corey
10.
knew it
It's a
the
big
whole time.
round.
He knew there was no time. He was able to just run away and save the operator. Oh my goodness, TSM. A great attack, great use of alts. I have to give credit that Clear got the one he got because he was pinned by a nano swarm. You know, there's all these alts being leveraged. And I was scared of this move from Gamon, but boy, did it pay dividends.
Yeah, I'll say.
Doubles up to give his team advantage. And now it's this TSM up 10-9, up economy. Op still in Corey's hands, full rifles. Now they did spend all their alts there. Nightfall for the take, lockdown for the insurance policy. But they did also burn Riku's lockdown there, so something to think about. Not a whole lot to spend here for DSG though.
All right. Understand the interview. Understand the timeout here by
Starting to get a little
DSG.
dire. And it's, man, for a
Only thing
series
you've
that's
got
been
available
so
is from
close,
Ziff, and that's the
it's gonna
only
be really
ult
painful if the result holds to what we're
that's
currently seeing in
even
the
close.
scoreboard
You
for
can kind of say the
Disguised,
same
who
thing
have
from
had
TSM
so many
though.
tight opportunities in some of these key rounds. Definitely putting up one hell of a fight, but yeah, these conversations, I think largely kind of we were talking about for TSM and the other side for their timeout. How do we use our numbers advantage a little bit more efficiently?
Right.
For Disguised, they're finding a lot of value in these open engagements. How do we also put ourselves into a good spot to contest these spike plants that have been a problem lately?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, we talked about that during TSM's timeout. They've been so good in the early engagements. They just don't always follow up as efficiently as they should be. DSG, on the other hand, you know, they've been able to make some pretty big plays at times, but now they're in a tough spot economically. They just haven't found that consistency.
All right. See what happens here. Steel just looking to throw an early shoulder for information towards B main. Nothing's home at the moment. TSM also not offering much besides a little bit of a feel towards mid at the moment with this dark cover coming out.
Yeah, TSM trying to start taking a little bit of mid control here. They're starting to look to threaten tree position. They still have someone kind of held back, watching for any type of push into A lobby.
Are they gonna? They're gonna expect Riku here, right?
But they're looking to use their utility.
Yeah, he's in the Prowler up there, so you know you got them. Gonna now send the Paranoia back there as well, or is it the smoke? There's a smoke. Either way, good play.
At this point, and the site itself is clear.
Yeah.
Short of this turret in the corner. Timmy the turret here is about to find some trouble.
Monta's out. TSM make their move. Zip up top. Backs away a little while longer. Spike now being planted. Trying to play off the C's. Not going to work out for too much here either. And a chance for Disguise to now make their hit. 3-2 split. Steel placing stars. And Pecky here with it. Fragment trying to block the archway. Disguise have to back up to respect that play. And now time is becoming a major issue. Once again, you've got to make your move. You got to make it now. And on towards site goes clear. 7, Kenpecky. First 2 shots connect. But how about Gangsta and Zip? Responding in kind. Giving this an opportunity. Riku also in the play. Now down to Zip. He's one more shot. Oh, goodness. And Zip is going to clutch it up. In the most unlikely of rounds, Disguise get the retake off with pistols and an Ares.
That is unreal. The eBay Thrifty coming out of Disguise. I mean, TSM, they look to play that round so well. They use their utility so good over towards Tree for that initial phase of the post plant. But then once that utility burned, they just crumbled as if falls from heaven with the share up, finding the hat trick and the clutch and the tie game. I mean, my goodness, man. How does he do it?
I have no idea.
All right, big round here.
And he's been
one of
awfully
those
quiet,
things.
but then this has that moment, man.
If you're TSM, man, if you lose this round, you're more than likely looking at 12-10.
There's a lot of round-saving pistol shots that landed for Disguised.
Yeah. Wow. I thought TSM had that in the bag.
Me too.
They had good positioning everywhere, everything looking their way. And now Steel here gets aggressive on A main, catches Gabon sleeping.
Good null. 3 hostiles will be detained from that. Oh, it's just so good. TSM looked to isolate this aggression towards A long, but Disguise deny it on every front. Holy cow. 11-10 Disguise with the advantage, and now
big
TSM
round for
may
Disguise.
find themselves in some tight economical situations.
Oh yeah, they're definitely in a dire situation where they want to buy here because they don't want to give DSG map point for free, but look at what it's going to be. It's going to be nothing but stingers. And yeah, they have the null command, and yeah, they have the ability to play something fast-paced and try to get in the face of DSG with these stingers to maximize their benefit, but if it doesn't work, if that initial little push doesn't come through, they're done for. Those stingers are not as powerful as they used to be.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
How this map.
All right, guys, sit back and wait. That's fine.
Zip up close.
Good
Wow.
smoke. Paranoia
Utility
comes
stabbing
in.
over towards A lobby.
They're
There
spending
it
a
is.
lot of utility to get the site
They do
planted.
get on, do TSM. Corey's already through. 7's taking a little bit of a chunk of damage here, but TSM
Oh,
have
you
gotten into
needed to hit
position.
that.
Clear's going to miss the opening shot with the operator. Kenpecky with the quick plant. This is how this happens.
Oh,
TSM
oh,
back up over towards
oh!
Swing comes out and Riku
Wow.
gets 3. Oh my goodness, how good is that from the next guy up here for Disguised? I mean, that was everything for TSM. You just trade out that position at tree. Things start to look a little bit more beneficial, but
And now
Riku
things are
denies,
interesting,
and now
chat.
Disguised are on map point.
That was real clean.
Now things get real interesting,
you like
chat.
the play that TSM were setting up. I mean, they had to do it. That's your best way you're going to get impact out the Stingers. Just try to take a close fight here at tree position. But Riku backs up and just transfers for 3 frags. No problem. And now this is it. It's either DSG forcing map 3 or TSM forcing overtime. Which one will it be? It's still low firepower for TSM. Spectre only for Nature.
Shutting them down.
Wow. Okay, here we go.
Ooh,
TSM,
all right.
Brawler through mid, looking to get some early control through market. There's also the knife there to kind of check things out. I don't imagine it would have connected onto too much, so it's really just the defense of the alarm bot, and Clear is going to be opting close on towards B stairs, watching this cross through mid-market doors as well.
Yeah, mid control being taken by TSM, though they're looking to threaten market position. There is an alarm bot there that will kind of sniff this out, so they'll be aware. We're also seeing some pressure from TSM on tree with the Prowler. It does force Ziff back. So again, TSM doing some good things here in the early round to grab themselves some real estate. But what can they do off of it? Clear, finding the first frag. That's a problem.
Oh, well, wait a second. Here's the thing. Guman uses the from the shadows to get into the back, and I was going to say, Ken Pecky can be brought back off of this position. Nature needs to hold it down, not going to be able to.
Corey's got one.
So Corey's the last one.
No, he's got one backside.
Situation. Good read on the first
Or not
one.
backside, back by
Tallied onto Ziff,
fucking
but he's tagged in return
the
as well.
shit. Back by fucking
And now on the
market.
cross.
Yeah, it doesn't
Sees
matter.
an
He's not gonna be able to get him.
angle, but Ziff shuts him down.
Disguise
And
takes this, and we're going to
Disguise
Haven,
put
chat.
together some unbelievable defensive rounds in a row.
Map 3.
And take map number 2, 13-10.
My goodness, man, it's kind of the story of Disguised having such a dependable defense all second half long, but TSM also being a team that found themselves in a lot of, favorable positions in the early round, whether it was taking map control, or it was finding opening picks, whether it was getting spiked down, whether it was a combination of all 3 of those things. But in the end, they struggled to close any of those rounds, man.
Yeah.
They just would fall apart in the mid round or in the post plant. They would just have something go wrong and they would crumble. They just, again, for
Tough
a team
round,
that
man.
looked so polished on their initial takes, I was so shocked to see them not be able to, dot the I's and cross the T's and close out some rounds. But again, credit where credit's due for Disguised.
Oh, yeah.
It seemed like so many different people made a play. Steel had multiple individual big moments. Ziff, who had a quiet game the majority of the time, pulls off this crazy clutch with the Sheriff. So, I mean, they had people rise to the occasion when they needed to.
Yeah.
And that's why we're going to see a map 3.
Riku as well, a part of that little 3-piece, maybe saving a round from getting a little bit out of hand. Gangsta earlier on as well with that. Odin was able to hold on for a couple of kills, defending over towards B. So, goodness. It's been a little all over the place, but we love a little bit of chaos here in Challengers, and we're getting plenty of that in this matchup at the moment. 1-1, a map 3
baby.
on the way. We'll send things over to us a brief break things down, and see where there may be advantages or maybe not, just based on our expectations coming in towards map 3 at the backside of the break. Don't go far.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the manufacturer to like new for up to 50% off. This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works.
All right, chat. I'm gonna go use the restroom here real quick before we get
Inspections
another
are
game
fixed by
going.
the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's
Might as
working
well go ahead and
perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp.
fill up my
of
water
approval.
as well. We're back.
Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With Certified Refurbished, you can shop with confidence because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process. And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty, a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
Chad, I know I like just sat down not too long ago, but I'm totally feeling like standing up again. I don't apologize. It's the beauty of having a stand-up desk. Or maybe the curse of having a stand-up desk. I'm not exactly sure yet. One of the two. But here we are, you know? All right, so time to go to game 3 here in our first series. Going off to Hey Even. All right.
Seek a banger, and a banger ye shall get, as we go to a third map between TSM and Disguised, after Disguised was able to bring things back, albeit narrowly. Dust, it was looking a little scary there. They actually have a huge clutch, one of many that we saw throughout the map, that keeps their hopes alive and ultimately puts the last nail in the coffin for TSM on map 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I kind of talked about throughout the game with Shift, is that it just seemed like TSM had the beginnings of a good round every round. You know, on the attacking side in particular, I felt like they were pretty solid at grabbing that initial real estate, you know, getting that initial pick, you know, doing the things you need to do to put a round together. But somewhere along the line, they would just kind of start to crumble in those chaotic mid to late round moments, particularly in the post plant. Meanwhile, it seemed like DSG was never short of someone. It was a different person every time, maybe, but someone making a big play, someone finding, you know, a gap to penetrate and punish. And, you know, credit where credit's due. DSG, they win a couple of thrifties, they have a couple of clutches. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Look at the first kill differential. But TSM just could not capitalize.
Yeah, I was about to go to the exact same thing. I mean, the amount of advantages that TSM had as a squad in this map were more than numerous. But the thing that, you know, we kind of harkened back to when we were initially looking at this Disguised roster before gameplay even started was these are a lot of great individual players that can make some big individual plays if given the chance. If there's a mistake that's been up, you know, TSM could get punished, or any team in that matter could get punished. And that's exactly what happened. Not only was there a great differential in the first kills, you would think that was going to lead to TSM, but they were also very unsuccessful in holding post plants. So, you know, they were getting the
last
spike
night
down. They had numbers.
We went
and they
out
were
to
still
this
losing rounds. So it's a lot of credit to DSG individually and being able to, I think maybe even more so in odd number situations, 2v3s, 3v5, stuff like that, of keeping these rounds really tight and even walking away with a handful of them.
Yeah, I mean, the post plant number is what's killer. You know, your opponent's getting 6 out of 8 post plants. You're only taking 4 out of 9. And you have such a massive first kill advantage. Like, that just is a stat that kind of supports the whole theory of
last night we went out, got us some good pizza,
in good positions, but not
found me a
able to
nice little
make the
drink
most
you
of
could pick
them.
up.
As we take a look here overall, I mean, hats off to Riku, the new guy coming in, the
For
new
real.
5th, you know, playing the Killjoy both maps. This map, he winds up having a hell of a time. He had a couple of clutches, but also just played overall very intelligently. And really, again, everyone seemed to have a moment at some point for DSG. Steel had multiple. Ziff had a crazy, like, 1v. He was quiet all game long, then had this crazy, like, Sheriff 3-kill clutch. Cleared it a little bit better this time despite a slow start. Yeah, man. It's just DSG, they grinded it out. They found a way to win.
The interesting thing, too, is usually when you see a Killjoy do really well, I mean, Ascent has always been a map that definitely plays to a strong defensive Killjoy. You assume defense is where the numbers are going to be made up. The attacking side's going to suffer. Actually, it was pretty even. 11 and 10, both sides.
Yeah.
Strong performance from Riku, who topped the charts both on the attacking side and on the defensive side. Did Steel share a little of that one with Steel, who was 11 and 6 on the defensive side. But overall, that's a really impressive performance from someone coming in pretty much like recently. It was within the last week. They had time to adjust, and we talked about it Shift coming into this one. This is a map that a new player is going to feel more comfortable on because it's a standard map. It's been in the pool for a while. Everyone knows how to play it. It's easier to plug into.
I think the other thing that's really impressive about what we've seen from Riku is not even just on this map, but even if you harken back to what we had in map number 1 on Lotus, there's a lot of trust that this team has that Riku's going to handle business. I mean, even a number of setups here for Riku were kind of by themselves. Sure, a little bit of help from Gangsta here and there, Steel and Ziff being able to throw out some utility when needed, but Riku is kind of largely playing a defensive island and is doing very well. On the other side of things, when you have the ability to trust a player like Riku to kind of hold their own, you have the ability to use your jet in more flexible areas. And Clear, who did not have the greatest of performances on the opening chamber in map number 1, definitely came into play with a lot of clutch operator shots here on Jet in map number 2. And that was another difference maker that I think individually helped DSG kind of find those advantages and those bounce backs which have been kind of framing up.
As we get ready to jump into our third and final map in the series, reminder, it's going to be Haven. We can take a look at the picks and bans just so you figure out how we ended up at Haven. Not surprised to see some of the bans come through. I think that DSG has Permit Icebox. Kind of curious to see what they're going to do on the map should they ever have to play it. We did get a little taste of their Lotus. And it wasn't bad. It wasn't good either. It was just sort of so.
All right, top Haven then. Final map
between the tail end, we end up on
between
Haven,
DSG
should feel again comfortable for both
and
teams.
TSM.
Just a little bit of,
it's been really close between the two, so I expect this to be no different.
If TSM wins,
I feel like Haven's very much like Lotus,
regardless of what happens with
which
the Guard
means
series
I expect
later,
them
that
to
gives them the number 2 position as they have the head-to-head with Guard. So even if Guard beats
that's a good point.
4-1 tie. TSM has the tiebreaker. That's actually massive for TSM compared to where this group stage started for them.
I think at the same rate, though, kind of starting where we were at the beginning of this broadcast, we're talking about this Disguised team not being able to hold a candle to the top 2 teams. TSM have been able to do that. what happens to our power rankings as we get ready for face-off if Disguised can beat this TSM squad and maybe kind of crack the code of being a major contender for not just the group that we see at the end of this week.
True, but for
also
Ascension,
potentially not, you know, a pretty lengthy playoff run if
Yep.
they were to find themselves a favorable seed
And playoffs,
leapfrogging potentially this TSM team. I don't know. I'm excited about this squad.
Yeah, there's so many question marks, and they're all going to be answered in just a minute as our third and final map in this series is ready. It's going to be Haven. It's DSG and TSM fighting for seeding, and it is so incredibly important. Dust, Shift, take it away.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, and it's going to be interesting, I think, to see what exactly Disguised wants to do with their agent composition here, because they started off this map in week 3, dropping an overtime to OR Esports, trying to rely on getting the Omen into action.
Right.
They swapped back over to an Astra against M80 and did not put together a great result there. They could not find a way to win an attacking round, which was tough to see.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, both teams feel comfortable with Haven, but both teams have had mixed results on this map, honestly. Like, we've seen some big things at times, you know, from Disguise on this map, but they also lost their last 2 games. And then TSM, they've lost when they've had to play against the better competition. Their only win is really against OR Esports. So it's kind of a mixed bag, but as far as the picks go,
248-30 is when we changed over.
Both teams sticking with the Breach, which has been a staple on this map for quite some time.
Haven, the final decider.
We have at times seen double initiator without a Sova. This time both teams will play Sova. And yeah, you're going to get the 2 Jets and you get the 2 Killjoys. So, I mean, it's pretty standard stuff. It's just a difference in controller.
Chat, I'm starting to smell the pork chops in the next room.
Honestly.
They're getting cooked.
Throughout the series.
Smells delicious.
Not surprising.
I'm just excited to see this Corey versus Clear matchup again, because it was a tight battle with a number of face-off 1v1s between both of our Jets. And if Clear can find a way to keep up what he had done last map, you start to feel that this Disguised team could kind of ride that momentum. We'll see. A lot of focus also over towards how the Breach utility gets into play, as we're going to have an opening play for Disguised towards B. Alarmbot will get a read on this, but you got to keep in mind, Disguised have been perfect on their pistols so far, 4 for 4. And now with an open B site, they may actually look to choose to put the post plant together kind of towards C-Link as TSM come around the back.
Yeah, they're looking to take a lot of space off of B. They're looking to try to take garage and everything, which is nice. I like when teams do that, but they are dealing with this big flank from TSM. Great paranoia there is going to force them back. And Campeki able to grab a frag here.
Oh, but he looks down and another player peeks around the corner.
Oh my gosh! Still one more to get for the ace. This will be a 1v3 as well.
Okay, hold on, Clear. No way, right?
A little bit of trouble. Dark cover will allow him a chance maybe to get on towards the site. The dash will expire. There's the toggle on the shoulder. Has to check for it, but time's becoming a problem.
Oh my goodness!
The ace.
Oh my god.
How about a start for Clear? We talked about how he was quiet the first map on Chamber. We talked about how he even had a slow start on Ascent, but he's pedal to the metal right away here on Haven. TSM were looking pretty sharp on the retake there for a moment, but Clear took matters into
Monday
his own hands.
morning they will get pulled. Bro, that's so far away. Are they going to be able to at least hook you up with some meds or something?
Just fearless as ever. And you got to give credit to a young guy who's inexperienced, who's had some struggles to keep their composure and pull off a big play like that late in the series.
Marshall off for Corey does tag, but Gangsta stays alive through this, and Disguise will say, okay, if you're going to pull out a hero, Marshall, we'll let you just hold that angle. Reposition on the way, as 7 will step in towards C Cubby defensively. And Disguised, who really did not put a lot of early attention towards A lobby, are actually looking for the pick through mid on the cross, and Riku's kill may lead to huge advantages for Disguised to take over the middle of the map and possibly overwhelm this A side if they commit.
Yeah, it's just that multi-prong pressure that DSG like to do. They're doing it all game long on Ascent as well. Just never focused on one area, always kind of leaving options open. Big pick there on the link allows them free passage on to be here.
Question is,
obviously they have the firepower advantage as well.
I was going to say, do you find 7 in garage with the mid?
Against 7 inside the garage. So they will have a 5-on-3 post plan and should go their way, no problem.
Yeah. Once again, it's just about does TSM find any success trying to crack through the back here. Steel's watching it this time, though. Alt line will push him off. Steel trying to cover his own tracks.
Yeah, it's
here
just
on the
tough
cross.
though. It
No
only gives you
worries.
what,
Deals with
one
of
a
the two
day
contestants
till
from
Monday,
And the second is also put together, dude. Clear has found everything.
and that's not counting today.
Oh my goodness! And another
Clear's feeling
investor
it, bro.
flawless.
And that's the thing I've always said about Clear. Like in any game that we've ever covered of Disguised in any type of pregame segment, the mechanics are there. It's very clear. The ceiling is definitely there. Like you can tell that he's one of those up and coming duelists that have the capabilities to be a fantastic player. The biggest thing for him is just dealing with the mid to late round chaotic decision making. When to, like something like Quad Noob's so good at, like having the intuition on, you know, jumping on a timing or knowing when he can make a big aggressive play and get away with it. It's just about Clear trying to find his own rhythm in that.
All right, let's see if TSM keep themselves in here. If they lose this round, this would be big for Disguised.
Ziff is going to be allowed to get this orb for free off the peak. Lots of utility for TSM defensively at the choke point at C, but no one was contesting the long angles. So now closer towards potentially Rolling Thunder comes Disguised, who have still a lot of advantages in this round. Even though TSM have full 5 rifles, they're going to get in towards Garage. Not commit to it though, but still the idea of this is to get TSM to rotate and deal with this potential play through Garage.
Clear gets caught though by Corey trying to jump back through window to A side, which is going to kind of alert the defense to the intentions of Disguised, who still have Nature playing this forward angle on long. He will spot Steel, quickly backs away.
I don't think he even got tagged, did he?
Meanwhile, Riku still holds
Or
on to
did
some
he?
real estate here at middle, can still maybe poke and prod at B, but Kanpeki keeping tabs on that. Nature just playing the corner. He's going to get some support. He's got Corey inside the site with him. Kanpeki not too far away. So defensively, they have all their angles covered, but it's about whether or not they can connect the frags.
Well, you have Riku who's continuing to make this play over.
Ooh.
Link.
Ooh.
If there were kills on site, maybe this becomes a little bit more flexible for Disguise, but it's Corey who gets 2 from inside. Now it has to be Riku, and 7 picks him up on the cross. Steel, any more heroics from you today? Not a lot of time to make the play.
Ooh.
Shotgun out. That
Oh.
back over to the Guardian. Oh my goodness. He nearly
Oh,
tallies
7,
another
not Corey, who
elimination.
got the last one. I was about to say,
TSM will
how?
still hold at least for their first
I would
round.
have lost it, I think, if he pulled that one off. That would have been absolutely disgusting. But nice little bait and switch play there from Corey and Nature. I mean, Nature knows he's
Yeah, I
stuck
mean,
in
I guess the
corner.
only thing I
He
would say,
takes the
man, is
fault
try and
line.
see if you can
He
hold on
draws
to them
the
things as
attention,
long
and
as
then Corey
possible.
just slides out for a double.
I know once it really kicked in
Really
for Weevil,
efficient
man,
stuff
that
there
pain
from
was
TSM to put around on the board on the
not
DSG,
fun.
quote-unquote bonus round. Now we're fully bought up for both sides, though Corey's just going to be on the Blade Storm initially.
And Corey wants to go quickly. Dark cover to block off the A entryway. Recon bolt just to reveal if anyone's in. And the fault line to gain the space. But Disguised are not at all interested. They're going to make their play right on in towards C, which is wide open, save just the sentry turret, which will be somewhat of an alert for the side of TSM that they need to make a rotation. But there's no way they can test this plan.
No, they're gonna have to go for the rotate 5v, or they're gonna have to go for the retake 5v5.
That's just going to come down to raw utility. Meanwhile, Ziff and company looking to use the breach to get back.
Playing
inside
aggressive to go in here.
Cut
Good
off this
paranoia.
retake point, but like you said, a great paranoia helps them out.
Steel still playing.
Knives
forward
coming in through
alongside
Garage.
Corey trying to work his way back in, and the kills for TSM
Literally
are coming through.
everyone's in
Becoming a bit of an
Garage
issue,
here, though,
though.
is the only
All
problem.
that's gonna
Oh
Steel,
my.
who really needs to put together something here, but only gets 1. The follow-up from
Let's
Corey
see, he
is
gets to the
good.
choke point, though,
Being
so that's
clear
good
by
news.
himself. Clears out the back first. Now has to take his attention back forward. Corey sticking, gets it to halfway.
Nope.
But
Ooh,
the
nice.
final kill for Kanpeki will put this one a bit more out of question. TSM will
2v2.
tie it to 2.
I tell
Or
you
2-2,
what,
I
there
should
wasn't
say.
far off a Kanpeki headshot, and that could have
Yeah, I'll
maybe
say.
put him in a chance to win the clutch. I mean, that was down to the wire. Really good counter, though, from TSM. I mean, I like what the guys were doing there. They didn't want to be forced onto C site only or forced to play long C only. They wanted Garage. They wanted to cut off that retake point, and they used the breach utility to get the Garage itself, but Gamon countered so well with the paranoia. And then they just had some great trading to get onto the site here and wind up with the dub, time things up 2 apiece. 7 does have a lockdown available here.
So we're
for
gonna end up
TSM
starting our
once
second
again
game
if
a
they need it for a retake.
little bit later than we were expecting. That's
They're
honestly
just gonna
fine.
go in shorty knives. No
Yeah, he
defenders
is.
on. And how deep has Clear been able to get already? 7 around the corner, really can't do too much. And Disguised, you got to keep in mind that last time they made a play like this, they didn't even commit necessarily to playing back towards window, but this time they may need to. Nature secures a kill on towards Ziff. Spike is still in hand, though, for Clear, as Gangsta's going to try to get a little bit more information with the Owl Drone. But at the moment, Disguised, I'm sure, are going to feel a little bit pressed until Steel can come around the back. And he has gotten a lot of space to work with here. He could blow this play wide open.
Indeed, he could. Gabon's getting peppered as well, so we can't really turn around to watch this as Steel continues to put utility down. Continuing to sell the B play. I tell you what, though, TSM are holding back as if they're anticipating this.
Yeah, for real.
And you feel like Steel's done this so many times this series that you have to be aware of it.
Here comes Steel. Haha, the team shot
Wow.
is too good. And Disguised get caught trying to exit back over towards
Really well done.
A heck of an idea.
Let's see if they can break
considering the
DSG
economy
here.
at hand, but TSM
3v2
walking away
or
with the
3v2.
flawless, and now
If
taking
you can
that
win this
3-2
round,
up
it's a
as
big
Disguised
round for
with the full purchase.
TSM.
I mean, TSM are like, hey, look, man, fool me once. You know, shame on you. Fool me twice. Can't fool me no more. You know what I mean?
For real.
One of those. That's been Steel. He's done it kind of more than 3 or 4 times, though, to be fair. So it took a little bit longer for him to catch on. But that time, they smelt it. They've pulled back, played a great angle defending Link area, and got the job done to get the lead.
I don't condone any type of violence.
Disguised maybe looking to go quick here through Seal. Yeah, sure are. Recon bolt deep. Star placement down. 7 on the crossover through Garage Link will only be able to do so much. Alarm bot, Nanoswarm will delay this a little while longer, but huge advantage here to Disguise getting on first. And you got to remember that so far through this series, their post-point setups have been really solid.
All right, here's the thing come to the lockdown.
Lockdown, though, is going to clear the site, but that's a great counter rolling thunder to allow them to push into back calls and destroy that lockdown.
Really well done.
And the Cosmic Divide allows this to happen even more freely. So now, what do you use if you're TSM to get back into sight? Your whole retake was hinged off of that lockdown finding success. You've got a long double stack coming over to try to work the flank, but Disguise are not holding the post plant deep. They're trying to hit this right in front of TSM before they get into the nebula. Time's still an issue. Steel, shorty out, lots of damage, no kills. Reveal comes through. TSM trying to bring this one back. It's clear in the corner, can only do so much, and now it's just down to Riku. And Pecky on the outside is denied.
Riku get away.
And no chance, obviously, to get on for much progress on towards the defuse. And Disguise will pull the eBay clutch.
Now, you could just tell that DSG had the protocols in place for that. They knew they were going to take that C site, and they knew that as soon as that lockdown came in, they were going to hit it immediately. They were so well prepared.
It was well
with
done.
That Rolling Thunder and Cosmic Divide right away to immediately push behind Garage, take the lockdown out of the equation, and basically deny TSM's game plan for retaking. And TSM are very keen on playing retake setups right now, but
for real,
DSG are doing a good job at taking sites and then pushing it to a deeper level to just deny space for the retake.
All right, key round here early on. 3-3 the count, full buy from both sides. And TSM are not going to try anything wacky or crazy here. No pressure through A, sewers or long. Disguise still kind of stacked in towards mid, kind of taking the same moniker of a methodical approach here. And I will say, Disguise have been putting a lot of pressure on mid, and it's kept Corey here a lot longer than he would have liked to have been, but that first blood frees up the defense just a touch more.
Yeah, it takes no damage either, so a clean kill from Corey. Meanwhile, we do see DSG looking to take some control over on A side. Also, we see Riku's trying to at least keep a little bit of presence over towards Garage, but Corey keeping an eye out for that. Takes a lot of damage, I will say. DSG, meanwhile, does contact into A, find it's open. TSM will once again be playing retake, but this time they have main advantage and Rolling Thunder. That's a big X factor to have in a situation like this.
Gangsta for the plant. And once more, Riku's going to watch the mid cross. TSM will not give him an opportunity to catch anything through B. And you still have Kampeki, who's avidly watching this Rolling Thunder at the ready. 5v4 retake, both hands up, here we go. Smoke over, our cover will kind of force Zip into a difficult spot to contest. Paranoia is also on the way in, but the Aftershock actually delays this a little while longer and clears the one who actually gets first blood in the retake attempt. Zip still with flashes, Gangsta in the corner, nearly gets one. But Riku on the flank is the big difference maker. 2v2, nature tag, but as Riku falls, now Clear has to move forward, and 7 watches it the whole way. The post plant was set to hold through sewer. And as TSM work their way back on towards site, they deny the potential retake of being squandered.
That was so close though, man. I mean, TSM, obviously Rolling Thunder gets them onto site, but clear unaffected, playing deep in long A is the first person to grab a frag in that scenario, as you were kind of indicating. Then that sets up Riku to be able to get his flank in, gets a couple of kills on his own right, and all of a sudden it's wide open for the taking. It could go either way, but credit where credit's due.
For real.
7. Big hold there to allow that defuse to come through. Now they will take the advantage up 4-3. Now it's just a sheriff save here for Disguised, but they do have a couple of ults in play as well. If they find a chance, they might be able to spring on it.
I mean, both teams have been good on these sheriff eco rounds. Most notably Disguised last map. How pivotal were some of the stealaways that they had as the spike is planted quickly. And this time for TSM defensively, they are not playing largely around the flank. Although Nature does tally first blood onto Steel, that will put some consideration to Disguise post plan on making sure they hold that A lobby position. But TSM's focus is largely coming in from the front side of B itself. And this is taking time as far as things are clearing out. Aftershock in, Nanostorm's also there. TSM not on for yet. Gamon shuts down a potential threat close, but now an attacking lockdown comes in. Nature has to clear this. He has to go quickly. Gangsta's watching it. Misses a couple of key shots, though. And now all of a sudden, things become a little bit more dicey. Gangsta last one left.
But he's so far back, though.
Oh! Hunter's Fury has to come through. It finds 7. But the shutdown for Nature will allow Corey to stick. Goodness, did Gangsta have a chance, but TSM's retake too strong.
Yeah, DSG certainly very crafty. They knew exactly what they had at their disposal, and they used it as well as they could have, honestly. Again, TSM's been very keen on playing retakes where they need to. DSG kind of uses that advantage to get that spike down. Again, they had some pretty nice utility between the lockdown, the Hunter's Fury to maybe pull something off, especially after they used the nanos and aftershocks to slow down the initial diffuse. But a good push to chase down Nature is what made it the big difference here at Gangsta, excuse me. Allowing there to be no additional Hunter's Fury shots to stop that diffuse. And so TSM will now go up 2 rounds. Few alts on the table as well. Full buy for DSG, but no alts available.
Yeah.
Ziff even has to go to half armor here just to get utility.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely understand the
slim pickings,
timeout
man.
here from DSG.
If you lose this, you might be saving again. So this is a big round for DSG.
Huge round. Probably the difference between
we mentioned this in map number 1.
8 and 4 and 7 and
but when they're on
5.
eco advantage have not been particularly great this season. 64% win rate. That is the 3rd lowest. Whereas for Disguise, they have been actually above average. 76% of their wins have come with eco advantages. So these full buy rounds are crucial when it comes to those potential statistics, making a difference in how this series has gone. And largely speaking, Disguised have kind of retained their percentages while TSM have tried to kind of fight back and find improvements in that category. So yeah, it's not just the fact that you're looking at the potential of eco being kind of buy, sell, but for Disguised, a chance to really put some bad motion in for TSM. Hunter's Fury out very quickly for Nature, trying to contest over through C Garage, and 7 actually steps in towards clear to find first blood. Numbers advantage now with the defense.
Yeah, good combo there. 7 playing off that Hunter's Fury to take a little bit of space and find a peek. He's able to capitalize with the frag. Now, again, Steel, up the Steel things. We've seen it all series long. Looking to make himself a little bit of a lurk into A. Going to find it wide open and empty. So that spike will get called over. But again, TSM has been fine playing retake. What's haunted them is late flanks through B. That has been kind of the thorn in their side a few times. This time, it might be just Steel taking it all the way that they have to worry about. He will just decide to lodge in this corner, though.
Ziff will plant on the corner.
Spike planted.
And Pecky just on the opposite side of Link from Steel. Riku setting deep. Riku's only responsibility is making sure no one peeks through a window. Everyone else has got all the other cover that they need. Aftershock up top as the Aldrin tries to wake its way on. This is taking time. Riku gets to work, tapping away. Steel still in the corner. Nebula's to keep him safe. Paranoia's out. Aftershock as well. This here comes TSM, but they do not clear their corner. Steel gets 1. Nothing further. Not needed, though. Riku on the site. Trades back and forth. Leads us to a 2v1. Now it's just...
Gadgetin coming down.
But Sip, who never had armor and was left on 5 HP, gets the headshot and Disguise bring us back to within 1.
Again, it's just Steel making these little sneaky plays. They
Really
did
well
not
done.
decide to spend utility to clear the left corner. Instead, they used the aftershock to clear under heaven. That means Steel is left to just lurk in the corner and grab a big frag as they're coming through the low side. And then from there forward, DSG are able to stay one frag ahead all the way through to lock in the round and keep it as close as possible. Big round here as both teams have a lot to use.
Oh, this time TSM going to make Corey get active early. Fault line did connect. Our cover was also there. But here's the quickness for DSG again through the middle of the map. And Clear is going to have full control of any A defenders lurking out. So this 1v1 between Steel and Corey could determine so much in terms of the post plant. Defensive lockdown in play. Gangsta tapping away, finding a lot of damage. Won't know it yet, but you got a good piece of the defense over towards the seaside. Rolling Thunder out, and how about this?
Oh, he's on the backside.
Only
gets one though.
At least on the initial play. Still looking
Kinda
for
needed
nature.
that.
Ziff
Big
will
fault
throw the
line.
down, and they are really stretching this. Seven's coming back to help his teammate. Ziff has to make a decision, gets caught kind of choosing between both members to fight. Riku, though, from just in front of the site.
One enemy
Opens
remaining.
a space for Steel to continue to work with. Nature on for the defuse.
Nice.
Does not get it
Able to
halfway.
prevent the steal. Able to
that
prevent
will
the
determine
plant.
the round.
Nice.
Oh,
Really
man,
well
how about
done
that proactive
by
call
Steel.
with the Rolling Thunder and the knives to stall out this TSM retake.
And that's been a constant theme, excuse me, of Disguised throughout this game, is they always are thinking about that next level to their attack. You know, a lot of teams when they attack B, they'll just all fall back middle, and that's it. They're just playing from window, they're playing their utility, and that's kind of their game plan. Disguised has always tried to find that extra layer, whether it's controlling Garage or whether it's controlling this A link. This time it's A link, and then when they get forced on the play by the lockdown, they say, okay, fine then. And they just Rolling Thunder their way basically into A side of the map and just start wreaking havoc. And then Steel finishes it off with yet another clutch.
Yeah. Wow. 5-5. Full purchase on both sides. Operators, the big difference maker as far as weaponry is concerned, and Corey makes good use of it, finding Clear for first blood. And that was actually after DSG used a really well-placed fault line to kind of win the angle.
I thought Seven was going to win that, I'm not going to lie.
Leads us to a 4v4. Cosmic Divide using very quickly. The spike
Really
is
well
not
done.
this play yet, and Riku
Nice.
timing with a little flashpoint combo. How about it? But Kampeki inside the site still keeps the defense alive. Riku could get isolated, but very wisely.
Riku knows there's going to be people coming from spawn.
TSM to have to deal with his
So smart to
presence
back
and
down there
predict
from
him on the
Riku,
tight
bro.
corner. Riku's got 3, and Corey has
That
to
was
back
brilliant.
to save the op.
And
That was
will he
really,
even
really
be able
smart.
to? He's been stunned and he's being run down, that's for sure. He eventually is able to escape all the way to the A side of the map, however, and I don't know if DSG want to give much more chase than this. They'll take the lead now, 6-5, 1 round left to play, and I mean, DSG's attacks have been so good.
Yeah.
Again, it's because it's not just the initial take that they have in mind, they have the follow through as well. Something that TSM lacked on the previous map.
And the interesting thing about this Disguised offense is how flexible it's been. I mean, so much attention through B. And not even just for plants. Like, we've seen now 2 different rounds where they've tried to exit either towards C or towards A. And TSM have to really be considerate of a number of options as far as how Disguised have made their quick moves across the middle of the map.
I think what was impressive about this play was that it was reactionary. This wasn't the initial game plan probably, but when Riku gets that frag into Garage, they realize they have an opportunity. And the fact that Riku is able to work so quickly with Ziff on a quick pop flash play, just now joining the team within the last week as a sub, being able to call those little crafty plays in the mid round, that's impressive. Be able to pull that off and do so efficiently.
And the thing is, like we were saying at the top of the show, it's like we had no information on Riku. Like during these VCL qualifiers, his best placement was top 64.
So does this mean that DSG is better than we expected heading into the midseason invitational?
Seen the team having Riku
is the real question.
Notable, and he's been a huge
I think we all kind of expected them to be the 4th best team out of
even on the offensive
Group
side
B.
to get into the final round of the half.
I don't know if that's necessarily
I
the
think
case
a
now.
lot of it comes down to just a lot of them being familiar with each other from playing either on Knights or Knights Academy last year. So there's probably just a little bit of familiarity there with Riku, kind of knowing what he's capable of from playing with them in the past. Might be a part of it. As we get into the final round of the half here, again, kind of split pressure from DSG. pressuring Garage, pressuring B. They've been able to get Steel up through along C-side, lock down to really solidify the threat of the B hit.
This could still be a commitment to go through Garage to C, by the way. It doesn't have to be necessarily a play towards B. So Riku once again on towards his antics. 7 denied, trying to take an early aggressive angle. And Riku, while fault line, still finds the headshot. It's perfection from Disguised on the entry. And TSM are down to just 2, and it's an Op Guardian combination. And Disguised can smell blood in the water. Make their aggressive play forward. Spike down Nature for the 1v5. Good luck, have fun.
Dude, it's just the fact that DSG found a way to use the B site so many different ways throughout the course of the half. Whether it was the target where the spike was planted, whether it was used as a late flanking option, whether it was just creating pressure there to keep people interested while you bite somewhere else. Whatever the case may be.
They're on the attacking side here now too with the lead, right?
Had TSM's number on this map. They dictated the pace of the game.
Not heavy, but
round.
7 to 5.
They were always in the driver's seat. They were always the ones pushing the pace. And some of it was reactionary, like rounds like this, but some of it was really well orchestrated from start to finish. Just how they comboed their utility, how they used their ults, how they threw feints and, you know, caused distractions and just really kept TSM guessing on what they needed to worry about. DSG had a really good attacking half there. Very impressed.
So different compared to the 2-13 affair last
No, they're on
week,
defense
where
now.
Brady
Okay,
did the
never mind.
DoorDash challenge through him, essentially. So now we swap the sides. Disguised looking to go perfect in the pistols for the series. Not often we see something like that, and Steel's actually going to catch a shoulder of Nature for a little bit of a first bleed, so to speak.
Yeah, Nature taking a little bit of chip damage there, down to 82 health, but still pretty healthy. Riku just trying to play off his turret up close on the garage doors here. Starting to feel a little bit of pressure. Owl Drone's gonna really put him in a tough spot, but a great grab. It's gonna save him, and the
Try to peek
line
through.
to follow up.
Wow. Oh,
Did they not get him
almost
though
gets
at door?
caught, dashing in
No.
towards the middle of the C.
They actually backed down all the way.
Also survives. Cloud burst down to stop any potential play through long, and TSM will give up in the play and now make their attention happen towards B, where exactly observers and alarm bot nanostorm combo is waiting.
So they're gonna make their way through B
right
here.
around it, and this feels familiar.
Everywhere's on that C
He
side.
did almost the exact same thing.
Over by C wind or by C link.
Oh, but it's red.
Hello?
Clear gets one. More on the way. Clear. No,
there's the
not
one.
this time. No aces for him in this pistol. Riku through mid-map. Oh, well won. And so now with the spike planted, the defense looking to overwhelm and surround. In the corner, Kanpeki turns away one. Needs to keep 7 on the site.
3v1 here. Big for Disguised.
Off the flash and the
2v1? Or no, 2v nothing. Disguised takes this one. This is big. It's gonna make it 9-5.
Pistols in this
Well, I
series.
mean, it's gonna make it 8-5, but you know what I mean.
And DSG just had the read the entire way through. You called it. Once they popped the nanoswarms at B, once they set the garage push, they knew that all that was left was for TSM to
It essentially
push
makes it
the
9-5.
A-Link and clear, backs up into defensive spawn. But not only that, look at Steel on your mini-map. He's controlling bottom A lobby the entire time. So he's able to pinch if required. Instead, they just force TSM back into B, and then they just play the retake to perfection. Great use of utility. Obviously, big play from Ziff in the end to flash his way into middle and end it all. And now
This is
DSG,
tough to be playing
like you said, perfect
the
on
pistols into
extend their
the
lead to 3 rounds, and it's likely going to be 4.
second round here.
Very likely a 9-5 coming up here.
Yep. Especially considering it's not just been perfect pistols, but near perfect follow-ups from Disguised as well. Haven't lost a single follow-up round after winning the pistols, although TSM have gotten close to fighting some of these back.
Ooh,
Corey in the
nice
corner
one.
doesn't check his left, surprisingly enough. But he was completely isolated. Again, the utility from Disguised looking good to try to stop them at the front door, but TSM still
Ooh,
running
that's
forwards,
big.
and, well,
Nice
they
for
run to meet
DSG.
their death.
Yep.
4 kills for Zip.
Yeah, the answer of will it blend is yes. When it comes to TSM on the eco there, just getting run through the gauntlet of long C, so much utility slowing them down, and eventually they lose out. The Sky's on the bonus here. Spectre, Marshall, a Bulldog, and a Sheriff. So definitely advantage TSM as far as weaponry goes, but DSG has been so crafty
Yeah.
that you can't count them out of converting a bonus here.
What did they pull out as far as this mid stack is concerned, though? We've got a Marshall, Riku's holding through garage double doors, SMGs and pistols the rest of the way, and they are going to make a play in towards window. if you're Disguised, you just have to try to stall this hit for as long as
Oh,
possible.
to get into it?
Chance. Corey on site.
Get
Gangsta
into
working
it.
with them. First blood good. Gangsta in the corner.
Yep.
Nothing that he could do.
Very well done by
On the
Corey.
flank, he could isolate it.
Nice by
7-3-1,
Corey.
And well, now it's just down to Riku. Nothing he could do.
Damn,
Another
that was
investment
fucking
flawless, this
quick,
time to
bro.
TSM.
Yeah, TSM just being able to kind of bulldoze their way into A with utility, having superior firepower, didn't lose a single member along the way. So, like you said, maybe if someone can make a small hold on A flank could have impact, but not possible that time for Disguised. TSM able to deal with it, no problem. Full buy for both sides. Clear has the operator defensively.
Yeah.
Looks like initially he's going to want to take it towards C side of the map. Meanwhile, TSM certainly going to waste no time looking for some A lobby control.
Well, line out though. We'll put a bit of a pause to this. Shadow step from Gaman will still allow him to control A long. So they're opening utility, really not giving them too much in terms of control of the map as TSM continue on their way forward.
Yeah, definitely taking up all the real estate at long, but Steel pushes all the way down C. This frees up the rotation to have a little bit more personnel in place at A to defend, or at least just be in place even faster for a very rapid retake attempt.
Oh,
but no, Clear
down A.
finding the op shot through the smoke, it seems. Gangsta finds another with the dart. Clear trying to run him down. Oh my goodness, that was scary.
Blocking
Oh
vision.
boy, now here comes
All
Steel
right.
on the flank, but it's
Well,
been
TSM's
Renadio
down
on
one.
East.
The thing is though, Disguise can just hold these positions.
They're trapped.
Yeah.
They're in a tough position
No
here.
one's half the battle, unfortunately, with that alarm bot.
Maybe not even half. Aftershock shot
Nice.
dirt. Disguise throwing a lot of utility, but not re-entering. Recon Bolt will confirm that, and now Gaman with a little bit of space and a little bit of breathing room will get the plant. Now you have to set this up if you're Disguised. You've got one player watching the flank. That's 7. Actually, it's most of the sentry turret that's watching the flank. Zip has the potential round-winning ultimate. Rolling Thunder goes out. Nanostorm trying to stop DSG on the way in, but it's Corey up top to find the first. Guamon the second, and DSG are just not finding the kills, not as of yet. Gangsta trying to turn the tides. Down to 7 for the 1v2. Coming over through the tide of sewers. Avoids most of the flash. Gets a read on the steal, but it doesn't matter. And the
Bro,
retake
TSM
still
really about to lose to
through
Disguise.
successfully, and now
No
Disguised
way,
up
bro.
4.
I have a hard time. Like, I know,
Man, oh man.
I know that Disguise has gotten better
Disguise
this
are just
season,
putting it together at this point.
but I really thought TSM was looking good.
They look so crisp right now as well, which is impressive considering the limited time they must have had with Riku. Just, again, everything thought out and planned there. Steel with the quick flank.
Placing alarm bot.
Obviously, great use of Rolling Thunder to help them get onto the site itself. Eventually able to battle their way into a defusal situation, get it done. Credits are so low now for TSM.
Yeah.
If they lose this, it's DSG map and series point more than likely.
Oh. Opening spam on both sides. Connecting. 7 taking a bit of damage. Clear as well. Trying to look for an opening angle. Nothing will result of it. Just a little bit of hindrance towards health pools. And now Disguise are going to take a little bit of a gamble stack here. Trusting again. I mean, we talked about this in all 3 maps. Riku is just being left to do what Riku wants to do. And the rest of Disguised are trusting that he can lock things down, and rightfully so based on the performance he's had so far today.
Yeah, all of his utility obviously on the C side itself, and he's playing towards Garage. He even has an alarm bot guarding front B. He's able to keep all of that active right now.
Oh, on the other side.
Able to find first blood on the steal, so there'll be no lurking around this time for the man.
Well,
as Corey looking to take
well
it a
done
step
by
further
Corey.
here, jumping on top of the generator, looking to guard the link area.
Oh my God.
Gamon with the gut check is going to be correct. And now TSM have a great edge.
Flash in, Gangsta trying to take away space early, but not even
Oh
slip through.
my
Corey on the
God.
elevated top side of the boxes. No process. And Clear will try to very stealthily make his way out with the operator, but he may have to try to fight to hold his ground. Nature nearby. Across. Shot lands, but
Only got one.
no follow-up. That will be good for
Unfortunate.
TSM on the round, and also punishing for the operator have to be repurchased.
Yeah, big round there for TSM that finally has some type of response. You could feel like DSG just had control of the game for the longest time. But just a big bold hit onto B. Corey and Gamon teeing off. Just showing some of that individual prowess to pull one through and keep themselves in the fight. DSG will have to save here, short of the Blade Storm a clear. Not really much to work with. A couple of shares are purchased.
Jamal Williams signs with the Saints, huh?
Putting utility, going to allow Disguised to get aggressive on both extremities of the map. Steal in towards Cubby, and a little bit of utility thrown to make sure Ziff can feel a little bit more comfortable down in sewers at A. These are going to be some unique problems that TSM will have to put a response to, even though they still have the advantage in weapons.
Yeah, they've certainly been denied a lot of map control early here. They haven't been able to get anything towards a lobby. They haven't been able to really get out in the mid or garage. They don't really have even closet yet to see, so they have to work very slowly. But eventually their firepower advantage is going to get flexed here, as Steel is going to catch a whiff of this. He's going to call for some support, drop some utility that's going to swat TSM away. Gamalin is left behind, but can easily shroud step his way out of danger. And now they'll just immediately redirect to A, where Ziff is spotting all this.
Got a shoulder shot onto 7.
You can see the team's kind of shadowing, moving over to A.
It's going to isolate the 1v1, and Corey's going to find the kill.
Well done by Corey. Oh, Corey gets the second as well. They should be expecting this push up into heaven.
A near opportunity, but you'd think it has to be clear. If he's going to do anything here, maybe there's a chance. Steel on the flank has snuck behind Nature. So maybe something on that front, but TSM hold literally all the cards unless Clear can completely shuffle the deck. No, not going to happen.
It just all came down to that timing, right? Corey beats the fault line, and that unlocks the site. If he gets caught in the fault line, and all of a sudden the rotation's coming in time, maybe we have a different story, but...
Sure.
Instead, Corey gets the job done, winds up with the quad kill. Big effort from the man, gets it to 8-10. Remember, that was the save from DSG.
Yeah, they'll be able to put full rifles here.
Now the full buy is here, and they have a Hunter's Fury and Lockdown available. So they certainly come into this round with some teeth.
Oh, yeah, for real. And there's a lot of opportunities, I think, for these ultimates that are on page to not just be possibly round winners, but counters as well that could be in the fold. You know, especially if Steel can find a way to get an orb to get that Cosmic Divide.
And there's no
chat. How would y'all feel?
Nature does not have Hunter's Fury available, so that could make the world of difference.
About
TSM are gonna go quick. Steel on the site, trying to live inside the nebula. Only gets one. A good look at the second, but Pinstripe goes the kill feed. We've got ourselves a 3v3. Spike down for a moment. Hunter's Fury was called very early here from Gangsta, trying to stop this play from happening. But now as the lockdown comes through, so will the spike be planted. And DSG will likely have to wait, but Clear's still able to find one before ultimately, again, being traded back, and we have a 2v2.
Indeed.
Why are they so far? Oh, I guess they're pushing down long. Never mind. I was going to ask why are they so far off the...
Here with the spike open for them. Exactly what they want.
Nature still has 2 shock darts. Fault line in. Recon bolt destroyed. Gangsta
He should be able to swing this, right?
This first for TSM.
Oh, 7, just so filthy.
A little bit of help from Nature to be said. Probably got assists for both of those, but the team shots allow TSM right back into this game. And once more, you look over towards the economy, and things are not healthy for DSG. Could be seeing another tight one here.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's just one of those ones where when TSM's able to use lockdown to safely get out of sight into long C, it's always going to be tough to retake there when your DSG and your smokes are gone. And so at that point, all you can really do is hope to flush the closet player out. They didn't even have an aftershock available. It's only the fault line. And so TSM just, you know, played the post plant well positionally. 7 comes up with the big kills, and now TSM's looking to knock on the door of perhaps a tie game, 10-10.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly that's the way it's looking considering DSG's economy here. Aggressive defense, though, through sewers, trying to make something happen. They could certainly use some help in there.
May get a chance here as well with this double stack. 2 sheriffs that are up. Aldrin out. So, first chance from Rico shut down. But do you expect a second member? Well, it may not make a difference. Clear will dash around. And that will alert TSM that there are more defensive threats nearby. But Clear's going to try to maybe re-peek this again. And timing-wise, he's got the cross.
You are right, sir. You are right indeed, but it's been picked up on by Gamon. He smelt it. He had an idea. 7 catches, Steel out in the middle as well. So everything going swimmingly for TSM to tie this thing up. Or is it? Well, just the one. Not a problem.
So Ziff with a Phantom. Maybe something that could be used, but largely speaking, I think we all expect this to go 10-10. But any kill would be a good kill here for Zip, trying to get closer and closer to that pivotal Rolling Thunder. Campecchi will be first one up, but he sees the shoulder. One of the rare team aces come out. TSM tie us up at 10.
Had to say, a great response from TSM. They were looking like they were done for a moment there. The momentum was very clearly with DSG. They were doing so well on the retakes and aggressive defensive plays and just generally speaking, playing great Valorant. But now TSM have charged up. They've won 4 in a row. They've won 5 of the last 6. And they've really found their stride here on the attacking side. Just bringing that fast-paced action, the fearless Corey tip of the spear. And they're sweeping through, man. And now DSG called a timeout to figure out what they want to do to respond. Clear does have the operator again. So there's always that guessing game of where will the op be early round? And can it find a pick? Can it slow things down? TSM will be left guessing in that regard, but with the lockdown and Cosmic Divide still available for DSG, those are some big tools, but the Hunter's Fury is now available for Nature.
Yeah. And the thing is, you know, these 4 rounds in a row have just been, you know, buy save for Disguised.
Here we go,
So
chat.
trying
Let's
to break
go.
that trend as well is going to be key, trying to get back into the
10-10.
ascendant. TSM are building that momentum as you were alluding towards, and again, ultimates on both sides could really turn the tide here in this very key round 21. Corey still holding on to knives, won't need it here because he's obviously got the Vandal, but you obviously look towards Campecchi and Nature. How do they choose to use these Rolling Thunders and Hunter's Fury and what very well could be a series winning round right here? TSM quickly, even though they're revealed, are going to try to stack up towards
Still
A-Lobby.
push through,
Clear
huh?
has to respect this. Backs up, takes the passive angle. Rolling Thunder's in. And Clear hits something. He's stuck in
Kick
the
it
corner.
away,
Corey
bro.
pushes
Clear's got the
through.
fucking
Fires
op in
first
hand
blood.
too,
Gangsta
dude.
also affected and stunned, and it's a double for Corey. A flawless opening for TSM.
Exactly what
That gives
TSM
them
needed.
so
They just
much sight
slowly
control over here on
approach
A, bro.
And then they punch the button as soon as Rolling Thunder comes in and Clear. Again, just one of those situations where he gets caught a little bit overextended, doesn't have the ability to escape. And so it gives Corey the free entry, and he's able to follow up with the
This
second
guy's just gonna sit back
on the
and chill.
Gangsta.
Ain't no point.
You
in
have
fucking-
to.
Choice, yeah.
No, there's really not. Not with the way the economy is.
Time out.
Man.
And it just all
Painful.
comes down to that. It all comes down to Clear just not being able to get away.
Very painful round right there for
Tough,
Disguised.
bro.
Have to say though, respect TSM for just keeping up this decisive, aggressive shot calling. I mean, that's kind of their identity, really. They've always been one of those teams that likes to early brawl, and Corey's always been one of those guys similar to Qualamoob that likes to just get out there and fight.
Like, what are you supposed to do
They're
there?
getting some good supporting utility, great use of ults there, of course, and
Like, you've kind of lost all
they've
sort of
turned the tides
momentum.
of
You
this
don't
match
want
all
to
of a
like
sudden.
push in too much.
They looked like they were down and out, but now they've rose back up. Maybe they got a little pep talk.
It's 5 in a row, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
6 of the last 7.
Yeah, they've only, dropped the pistol to follow up and one other in this
Big
half?
round here because if
That's
Disguise loses this, they aren't going to be able to invest in the next
Look
round.
at you, man.
You
Look
know,
at that
They'll be on 12 over on the side of
Sucks in those
TSM.
wrinkles it's got.
sometimes maybe good.
Oh
Sometimes
boy.
Maybe not. Quick aggression, steal with the Guardian. Wants to get forward, trying to help out Clear, but they're caught. Oh no, it's all gone wrong.
Bro.
In every form of the word, it's all gone wrong.
About to start off 1-0,
Now TSM
chat.
hold a 4v2.
My
Seven's
pick'ems.
making waves over towards C, where maybe Riku can turn the tides because the rotation was coming to C. And wouldn't you know it, Riku has a chance to still fight back. Lockdown at the ready. And quickly on rotation, here comes Gangsta. This whole
Easy
fightable
pickup, man.
considering TSM's early numbers.
It's going to be tough, though. Like you said, he
Yeah.
does have a lockdown, but that's really about it. And he tries to sniff one, tries to sneak one through, gets caught. Corey finds Gangsta, and that's going to be all she wrote. And it just all comes down to both players in the rock, paper, scissors, choosing rock at the same time, bro. And it's just an early clash at A, but the thing is, TSM kind of escapes the timing in A lobby. They're able to get out into long A and avoid a lot of the utility that the Skies were banking on to come out on top in that early A exchange. And because TSM were able to dodge that bullet, they're able to, be prepared for the fight, and they take it. And they do so very clean.
Yeah.
And now they're at series point.
Not a lot of mistakes that Disguise have been able to punish. TSM cleaning things up. Now or never. And TSM are going to use Corey's blades to enter in towards site. Sentry turret is in place. Understeer coming through, but Corey's missing a handful of shots, but still isolated as steel. The defensive lockdown on the way in. Gomon able to stay alive, even though his teammate was throwing a lot of those Hunter's Fury shots his way. And now, the fault line actually connecting on to pretty much everybody who's inside the site. Flashes on both sides.
Ooh! Oh, we only got one, though.
Tried to turn it back.
All right, TSM. Big round.
TSM.
Oh, bro, TSM walks away with the dub, bro. That's so tough, man. Really well done by DSG. I think they showed they've got like a lot of promise heading into the mid-season invitational, but they're just in a tough group right now, man. You got TSM, you've got M80, you've got the Guard, bro. Like,
obviously winning, all
tough,
the
man.
This entire series. They had the good start to the second half. They were up, I think, 4 rounds or something like that, at least 3 in the second half. But then TSM got their economy back, and it was just the Corey show, dude. Corey got so many big entries, or he took the space to allow someone else to get it. And it just came down to, I think, TSM, when they found themselves in trouble, they just buckled down and went with what they knew, which was, let's just bring that aggressive play style to the table. Let's send Corey forward. Let's give him supporting utility. And let's just get in there and not give DSG time to set up or to game plan. Let's just rattle them right off the rip. And, man, that was a banger of a series, Bach, dude. I know you got to sit back and kind of watch it. We were covering it. We got a lot out of that.
I mean, just you kind of just touched on it right
As I say, it looked really good.
Tempo control.
Yeah.
You saw towards the tail end that TSM basically was like, okay, let's press a little bit heavier on the gas pedal, and that's what ended up working for them. In a couple of those rounds, it was really just getting out in front of it. We saw it with that A sewer crunch when they were trying to get aggressive on the defense for TSG, and we also saw it on a play where they went for an A execute, and you've got an op in the hands of, I think it was Clear.
Right.
He has to like back out because they just went faster than he anticipated, and you've got the dive play coming in from Corey. And TSM ends up clawing it back. Again, if you were watching at home and you didn't realize, it was 10-6. And then it was 7 straight rounds here for TSM Dust that just brought them right back into the fold.
Yeah, look at the difference right here, by the way. So we noticed on the last map, the same first kill stat line for TSM.
Right.
And the difference was, on the previous map, they crumbled in the mid to late round. They could not finish the job. This round, look at the difference. 17 first kills, 8 out of 10 post plants. Like, they were able to go that extra step, to be able to get that extra frag, to be able to solidify advantages and get it across the finish line. That was the big difference this map. That's what helped them win.
No thrifties given away and only 1 clutch given away as well, where those numbers last map were, again, really significant towards the narrative that Dust put out there, where it came down to not holding post plant positions and not taking advantage of numbers. So I think there's a way that we can frame it the series talking about DSG was scrappy in map number 1, kept it tight, couple of heroic moments. Map number 2, they come out on top, I think largely by punishing TSM for some mistakes, some lack of efficiency in the mid to late round, as Dust is mentioning. But you got to give a lot of credit, I think, to TSM for being able to clean things up here, largely behind. Again, 8 first kills from Corey, 28 and 15. Yeah, there was definitely a difference maker there when it came down to how Corey was able to kind of take control of this map. I won't say take over, but he definitely took control of those opening engagements in the large majority of the fights.
GG's, man. That was a really good round. So that means now we're going to be going down to the Guard versus M80, man. This promises to be a really good matchup.
In the previous map, they could not
It's essentially the battle for the top of NA Challengers, arguably the top of just Challengers in general.
They would just sort of fall apart. It did feel like TSM had everything they needed to make this a 2-0. The game shift was in their hands, and they fumbled it to even get it to that third map, and they almost even let that slip away, despite all their successes as well.
And the other thing that we kind of mentioned were, there were a couple of very key rounds in the first 2 maps that Disguised are going to go back, look over, and say, oh, damn, we had a wide open spike site, or if we made this rotation with a little bit more utility focus, maybe we would have won these gunfights, because there were so many small winnable rounds, especially on Lotus in the opener, that I thought very well could have gone Disguised's way when it came down to their team executions and plays. But they just missed out on the little things here and there that kind of kept them out of the running from being able to kind of turn the narrative around. TSM trying to be a little bit more dominant in the team play for 5v5 and how things are getting off paper. Again, we never questioned that the Disguised team was going to be able to bring some frag potential, and they showed that here today. And in a match that ultimately ends up being a seeding matchup, I think there are going to be a lot of key moments that Disguised can go back, look over, and polish up those mere misses that they had throughout the
I'm curious though. What are the chances that Group A versus Group B
post-series highlights? But first, a quick
sees each other in the sees each other in the playoffs, right? I feel like more than likely they're gonna put like Group A1 versus Group B4 and stuff like that, right?
Thanks to our partner Investor. Get a personalized Bitmoji Investor debit card and bank with style. Join the waitlist with no commitment at pks.gg/INVBIT. Please remember that investing puts your capital at risk and can lead to losses. Terms and conditions apply.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Got one. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Planted. Last player. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining. Shit. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Attackers.
All right. Got one sent out to. Of course that doesn't work. Why fucking would it? That's the way it goes sometimes. We're gonna be going into matchup number 2 for the day. All right, so we're gonna be going into our second matchup here for the day, chat. We'll be seeing the Guard versus M80. We have not yet seen our map picks for the evening or anything like that. TSM walks away with the dub in our first matchup. Well, chat. Oh my goodness. I need to go with some water chat here in a minute. Hurting me right now.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Knights Arena Valorant Challengers Split 1 for North America. We are in our final week, and we just saw TSM pick up a big win. Puts them into 4-1 and in contention for some of the top seeds coming into the mid-season face-off. But for our post-match interview, we have one of the newest members of the team, one that has obviously breathed fresh life into the roster. Speaking of Campeki, congratulations on a big win that put you guys at a huge record, a 4-1 record that I honestly didn't think was going to happen based on how the season started.
Yeah, I mean, the 4-1's huge for us, especially for MSI, right? For the seeding especially, because most teams are going to be 3-2. So this 4-1 is definitely huge for us. And obviously, I'm very happy with the results. I mean, I haven't lost yet, so.
Yeah, that's true. You're technically undefeated. When you joined the roster just a few weeks ago, did you expect this? Was this your anticipation?
That's a good question. I mean, I expected to win, of course, right? I'm very confident in my own capabilities, and I think when I was trying out for this team, I knew everyone on this team was like, really good individually.
Campeki has looked really good
Put all
recently.
the pieces together, make us all like work in cohesion. I'm not surprised that we won every game, to be honest.
Do you see this split as a chance for potentially redemption just because things didn't really go so well with you and Sentinels? I know that's a difficult question. But...
Honestly, that's an easy question. Oh, for sure. I mean, without a doubt, it's not, you know, I wasn't too happy with my results on Sentinels. Obviously going 0-5 in groups was, you know, it's nice to win a game, at least in the circuit for once. And then, yeah, for sure. I'm very happy with that. And it's definitely redemption for me.
I mean, on an individual level, a lot of players have left the game or moved on to other things because they didn't qualify for challengers. They didn't make it into VCT with one of the partnership teams. How did you have like the resolve to stick around and know, like, okay, my opportunity is coming?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I actually had some other opportunities on the side. I'm not going to leak them or anything, but I had other opportunities. And so I stayed in the scene for a bit for that reason. And then TSM hit me up for a potential trial. And obviously, here we are. So
you had limited time to work as a team. You're still 2-0 or still 3-0.
3-0 since he joined.
For you specifically, you obviously finished at a really good record in the groups, like we said. Do you feel like this is the ceiling for this roster, or is this team only going to get better?
I mean, for sure we can get better. I mean, our game was kind of sloppy, to be honest, at least in my opinion. Definitely a lot of things
I think they still can
can
clean up the edges.
Individually, for sure.
Really
so I imagine,
smooth down the
today's performance definitely wasn't that
rough
great.
edges.
And then overall, I think we can definitely get better as a team.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because this next question comes from the fan zone, and they do kind of mention one of the things you guys struggled with. This one comes from Bannable, ironically enough. What is it like losing every pistol, and what did you guys do different to make each gun round effective? Also, what did you feed Corey for the last map?
Yeah, you know, funny enough, we lost every pistol, and then our coach actually brought us into a server right after the game just to play, like, practice pistols. We were literally 3v3ing with the coach playing pistols. We still lost both pistols for Haven, but and then, I mean, we ended up winning the game, and so, like, I'm happy for that. And Corey, I'm sure, was feeling it. You know, we set him up pretty well. Our Haven, our util is pretty good.
It's one of those interesting things, right? Because
Corey's hitting shots, he's insane
obviously,
player,
winning
so
the
I'm not
pistol
surprised he
gives
hit
you a big
shots.
advantage, especially if you can win
pretty cool
both.
watching Corey
So it generally equals not just 2 rounds, but 4 rounds.
In the shadow to a certain extent.
But the fact that they can still bounce back from that is pretty big.
We weren't really sure what to expect, but it's pretty awesome to see him rise to the occasion here with TSM. Congratulations on the win. Go give the cat a few pets and then celebrate with the team.
Yeah, thank you.
We are going to go ahead and throw things to a break, but when we come back, it's the series we've been waiting for since Split started. It's M80 versus the Guard.
I'm really excited for this next matchup, man.
Team, so to speak, coming out of the group stages. Stay tuned to find out.
Now, I have a question, champ.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those wave runners is too good to be true? Or if I wear my kicks 49?
There's no tournament, like continental tournament,
eBay checks.
between
little blue check mark. Behind it is a team of independent
splits 1 and 2, right? That's only at the end for Ascension?
Everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
All right, chat. Next up is going to be the Guard versus M80. I'm kind of curious you guys' thoughts on this. Obviously, you know, the Guard lost to TSM. M80 lost to nobody yet. Do y'all think M80 ends up undefeated? Do you think the Guard pulls off what a lot of people would consider an upset at this point? So Disguised is going to go into the preseason invitational in 4th. TSM in 3rd. Well, I guess technically TSM will be in 2nd, right? Doesn't matter. Since they have the head-to-head versus the Guard. How's that work if TSM wins, though? Is the Guard above TSM? Or not, sorry. So, if the Guard wins, is TSM better than the Guard and the Guard's better than M80? Or how's that work? Bro, Diablo 4 open beta early access is live? Bro. I am so lucky I don't have time for other shit right now. Otherwise, I'd totally be about it. Very nice. Put that in the trash can down there. Chat, should we start doing watch parties in the Discord? Thoughts? Because, like, technically, we could stream this to Discord as is, right? Set up the PC to record clips the way it currently does. And it's not actually live, but it's only for people who would be subbed to Discord. That's an awful idea. Allow like T3s to like talk during watch parties, even though we wouldn't record like that portion of the audio for Discord or for videos, I should say. But it allow people to feel like if they streamed, or one, if they were subbed in Discord, they'd be able to like, you know, join the stream. But then they're like tier 3, they'd be able to chat while we're like live. And think that could be fun. Just don't know that it actually makes sense. I feel like it should. But you never know. Vicky Kitty's hanging out with T Squared over on Esports Arena, huh? Yep. All right. So we're going to our second matchup of the day. The Guard versus M80 has been like the most probably look forward to matchup of the year. It was anticipated this was going to be a battle of undefeateds. Thanks to TSM, who we just watched, who took down the Guard. That's not the case. Otherwise, it would have been. Did not happen, though. So here we are. All right, so we got a best of 3 still left here. Gonna be between the Guard and M80. I do kind of expect M80 to walk away with this one. But I mean, that's gonna be the case. All right, let's go ahead and save that. Back on out. Jump on over here, grab this link real quick.
Oh boy, it is time. Welcome back to Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. It's our final week of the first split, and it's the game we've been waiting for since day one. A test to see who is going to be the #1 team. Yeah, granted, that's now in quotation marks as kind of standings change things between the Guard and M80. This is the game
I'm so
we have
confused.
seriously been wanting to see since we started doing this first split.
I mean, since before even a match got played, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you're just looking at the rosters on paper and you're like, man, these two teams are going to be banging, because you basically got the Guard, who was a very successful NA team last year, maintaining 4 of their members and bringing in Tex for Saya player, and then you basically had M80, which is bringing you some of the best hits of Ghost Gaming alongside a couple of other big names from elsewhere like Xander from V1 and EU, who's been a star initiator player coming over from NRG. So the rosters on paper have always been astounding, and honestly, for the most part, both rosters have lived up to the hype. I mean, M80's 4-0 and the Guard just has the 1 loss to TSM, but other than that, have looked pretty sharp. So I mean, it's now time to see who is really the best of the best.
Pardon me, sorry about that. I was saying the thing about these two teams that we say a lot about comparatively to other teams, not just in this group, but even over in Group A, is they play some of the most complete 5v5 Valorant. Not a lot of mistakes as comparatively to other teams that were recently formed, and a lot of it is attributed to the fact that these players, whether they were recently brought onto the roster or a collection of previous teammates, they bring so much veteranship and experience that you expect them to kind of play with a little extra level of polish, which again is huge credit to M80 for only dropping a single map, whereas for the Guard, obviously some more trepidatious foundations with them dropping that series to TSM. This will be a really interesting proving point.
Now, looking at this match overall, looking at M80 as a team, I mean, this roster is insane. And honestly, the only time you can even really go back and find a match that is close to what this is, like a rematch, if we were talking about one. Ghost Gaming, which is most of the core for this roster, played against the Guard all the way back in May of last year during VCT Stage 2. And Ghost did find a win 2-1 over the Guard, who was experiencing a bit of a downturn coming off of their Masters appearance in Stage 1. But it was a 13-1 affair to start things off for Ghost Gaming, so you can kind of get an appreciation for how these teams match up, at least a little bit. It's obviously a big grain of salt on that one, but M80, if I'm being honest, this M80 roster looks better than that old Ghost Gaming roster.
I think the M80 looks really solid right now.
You got Nismo continuing to play to his
I think that's very fair.
Like a star flex player. You got EU coming in, being one of the best initiators in the league, if not in the region, and just so well-rounded. And we have a little bit of a tweet here coming at you. This is from Trick from Mad Lions. It says, has M80 ever lost a scrimmer game in their life? Every round is like getting shoved into a toilet. I imagine Trick does feel that way about really anybody, I would guess, since their team's 0-4. But I guess props to him for, you know, shouting out M80. But he is right. M80 has never lost a game so far in this league. They're 4-0. I mean, they lost the map. But, yeah, you know, Trick showing some love.
I mean, M80 looks really solid heading into this matchup,
because
right?
It just kind of goes back to how well-rounded this team really is. We're going to show you a couple of their stars here in just a second as far as how the numbers lay down. You know, Noob being the star duelist of the team is #1 in so many categories, including ACS, ADR, KD, and KPR. He's in fact the only person that's anywhere remotely near 1 KPR in the league. Everyone else is like 0.9 or 0.89, something like that. The fact that he's over 1 KPR is pretty bonkers for the role that he plays. And then EU, again, he's right on his heels, man. He's top 5 in many categories in his own right. And one other cool little team stat real quick is that outside of Koala Noob, the other 4 players on this team make up the top 5 for least deaths per round.
All right, so this isn't the Sour. It's not exactly quite as good as the Sour, but it's still pretty good.
It's not just that Koala Noob is #1 in a lot of these categories. He's #1 by an absolute country mile. Like
Koala looks really nasty this season.
Yes, that's stupid. The next closest, I think, is like 260.
Yeah.
That's an unreal statistic. So not only does I think Trick feel the pain of the full 5-man force, find yourself in a 1v1 with the Koala Noob, be lucky to come away the winner, because it doesn't happen all that often.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, to be fair, and Dust kind of touched upon this, Mad Lions is sort of the inverse of M80. M80's 8-1, Maps, Mad Lions 1-8. It's not to bash on them, it's just they had a really rough group stage. It's no surprise.
I mean, they had a tough draw too, to be fair.
Difficulty, that's kind of just how it works. Honestly, when I watched this team play last week, part of me felt like I was watching like FaZe at peak. Only because it was literally shove it down their throats. We're just going to do whatever we want. Koala Noob's going to pop off. I'm pretty sure he finished with 400 ACS across the series, not just a single map.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. We're just featuring 2 of the members of M80.
Yeah.
You got to remember that Nismo is still also statistically bonkers as one of the best flex players in the league right now, like the KO and occasionally a secondary duelist on some maps and so on. And then you got Xander, who's one of the strongest controllers in the league as well. So And then John Cuty's one of the more experienced IGLs we have in the league, right? I mean, he's right there next to Valen and some of the other guys that have a track record of success IGLing in the region from VCT last year. So they are just a complete roster across the board. And just again, something that the stats aren't going to show about quality really quick is the intuition this guy has. He knows when he has a timing that he can hit. He knows what he can get away with. He knows when he can press the issue. The guy gets away with stuff that no one else can when you watch some of these games and how he beats certain timings and how he can get in someone's face so quickly and wreak havoc. He is just the epitome of a space creator, whether it's frags or whether it's just getting the ground.
I mean, you look at Koala, and again, I just want to call back to this performance because we just watched DSG play. Clearly, they've been a pretty competent team. They're one of the teams that's going to be making it into the mid-season face-off. They gave TSM quite a difficult run there. Koala last week against DSG, plus 33. Plus 33!
That's a lot, yeah.
The
That's
dude
a lot,
has
dude.
400 ACS, 13
It's a fucking
kills
lot.
on the entry, only
Yeah,
4
it
deaths.
is.
It was just absurd. This guy is putting on a clinic, and I have good intel from some players playing at a high level that these were 2 clear targets for teams coming into the offseason. These were options for teams in the partnership program because clearly you can see what they bring to the table. The craziest thing to me is that they both stick with this M80 roster, and it works out so well for them. Now, on the inverse of this conversation, we talk about this team and how statistically strong they are, how on an individual basis they can all pop off. We have one player who sits a little bit lower on the list, but it's not really important. The inverse
It's not
is
by
the Guard.
much though. Like I feel like there's not really one link that's much
It's not a
further off
one-man
than the
show.
rest.
Nobody's really carrying the torch. It's a collective group working towards one goal.
I mean, I'll say Trent does step a little bit out in front. Obviously, he's kind of the other star initiator player in the league next to EU, in my opinion. You know, certainly he was a guy who also probably could have found himself in the partnership league. I think he was definitely someone that got looked at for that. Very flexible player, very incredible player. But you're right, like the Guard gets it from everywhere. Like Valen's actually probably one of the better fragging IGLs in the league. Obviously plays primarily a lot of controllers. I'd also say that Jonah P has kind of come into his own as a flex. And even Tex, you know, I was a little bit hesitant on him because when he played for NRG last year, until the chamber meta hit, he kind of struggled when he was playing Duelist. And I wondered about him coming into this league, you know, with chamber being nerfed, how would he fare? And honestly, he's starting to figure it out. Like he's definitely been able to start
looks
doing the
solid.
shoes that say a player left behind. As we kind of take a little bit of a look at the highlight reel that is Trent.
And some of those vulnerabilities, I think, were really noted on when we watched them play TSM, right? Like there were some moments in there where like these little things were not quite going the way that we would have expected it, and that was, I think, you know, a combination of TSM playing some really clean Valorant and the Guard getting kind of caught in, you know, the mud, so to speak, with some of the agents not quite hitting as hard as you would like to see them on different map combinations. So I think that's a really important point to kind of highlight Trent, because he would, I think, be the only one that could really maybe match up against
water as well.
in that kind of one-for-one battle that we're expecting.
You know, you talk about Trent's stats, though. What I was trying to point out, like you see the rating 1.23. Jonah P is the lowest rated player on the Guard at a 1.12. I think Trent is like 7th ranked. Jonah P's 15th. That kind of gives you an idea of how closely together these players are, because everyone else exists in the middle of that sandwich. It very much is similar to what M80 brings to the table, just a slightly different style of play. I don't expect the Guard to run it down your throat and play this hyper-aggressive, super fast style of play, whereas I do feel like M80 can kind of flip the switch and play either style. They can play carefully, calculated. That's what we saw from them when they played as Ghost Gaming last stage. This core roster has that capability. But individually, like, they've just got so much strength that if they want to just go full Mad Dog dust, they have the capabilities.
Yeah, I would say that, like, these are probably two of the most complete teams strategically we have in the league. Like, for sure, hands down. I think you're right. I think M80 do favor that faster pace play style more than the Guard does. I think that's just more due to the nature of Koala Noob and like what he's comfortable doing and like playing to his strengths and kind of supporting around that, because you know that you have the closers in a Xander and things like that that can help mop things up later on in the round. But I would say the Guard can go that route too if they need to. Like, they can have Trent go aggressive with Tex. Like, they can, you know, push the issue. I think both of these teams are very well-rounded in being able to play like the slow, methodical map control style, but then hit you with a quick set piece that's really well orchestrated, that's really well drilled. Again, that's the advantage that these two teams have by having cores that go deep. Like, they have that comfortability, they have that chemistry, they have already kind of plays in mind that they used to use in the past. They can kind of recycle and retool and kind of fit to where they need it to. So yeah, I think you're going to see hopefully one of the most complete games of Valorant that you could see in this league.
Well, we have our own opinions, but the players have theirs as well. We had a chance to sit down with both teams and talk to them about the most anticipated match of this very first split. Let's take a look.
When we're playing at our peak, we look very, very good. Like, you know, we're putting on like insane scorelines versus these franchise teams, and I know a lot of people like see like the Twitter talk and like, oh, Guard, whatever. Like, I try to tune out the noise on that, but it's because we are looking like a very good team in practice. We understand like our best and we understand our worst, and we're just trying to like get that norm like up here, you know.
I'd say being a favorite puts, I wouldn't say pressure, but it kind of makes you think about the game a little differently. So usually, like, if you're the underdog, you're trying to prove to everyone that you are good. But if you're the favorite, you're now trying to prove to everyone that you are the favorite. So I think, at least personally and for like my teammates, it gives us a type of motivation to where, you know, if we slack, it's like double as bad because, you know, these expectations that we have for ourselves and everyone else will come back and haunt us.
I wouldn't say they're
This
our
next
rival,
matchup's gonna be
but
good, man. It's like probably
I
the
guess
two teams we
people say they're our
expect
rival because everyone is rating
the
us
most.
and them as like the two highest rated teams.
It's kind of hard to
being
say
able to
that Manny's
compete for
definitely our
that
number one,
franchise
like,
spot,
best right now,
but
they're up there for sure.
Can't
I
wait
don't
to
know,
compete
man.
against Dan again, or EU, former teammate. The talent is immense on that team, and they have a really good coach and Happy. And obviously, like, they're hyped to be one of the best teams in Challengers. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting challenge.
The biggest threat on M80, in my opinion, is definitely Nismo. Like I said before, his support utility is insane, so he's always having value with his flashes, his comms, all that.
I'd probably say the biggest threat would be Koala Noob, just by the way he plays. He's very risky. Make sure when you're playing that you're very diligent on the little things, or else he'll find a gap randomly and just like end the round for you.
I think Koala Noob and Nismo definitely have the
All right,
most
Jen, we'll be right back.
potential to like solo carry a game, as long as we can shut those two down and not let the other three, you know, take over their role. Then I feel like we'll be chilling.
Grudge match? Oh, I wouldn't say a grudge match this early, especially just being in like split one. I kind of want to see like where this like rivalry takes us in a couple of months from now, especially if it's back and forth. Like, can't call it a rivalry if just one team is taking over, right? So we'll see how that goes later.
Hopefully it lives up to the hype when the time comes. I'm sure everyone's going to be watching. A lot of tweets say M80 versus Guard. Everyone should just stop playing, like all that stuff. But yeah, I'm excited to play them.
I think the match will show who is the best team in Challengers.
Do you guys think that's you?
Yeah, I do think that's me. Or us. Not me.
I love the confidence coming in from Trent there towards the end. Like, yeah, they think they're the better team of the two. Obviously, they had a stumble in the third week of the group stages, losing to TSM, but they've still been a really strong team. They've been a strong team since we saw them play last year. Consistency is key for the Guard. But man, I love what they're saying. This is the most anticipated series. Everyone's been telling them that. So it's not really a surprise that we're as fired up as we are. But let's go ahead and take a look at the maps, see where we're going to be heading, because that is of the utmost importance. As we kick things off, we'll be going to Ascent first. Then we'll be moving on over to Pearl, which is not entirely surprising. We've seen a lot of Pearl coming in, especially from M80. They've played it as a pick and as an opponent's pick and had decent success. A little bit of misses there. They did lose that map to OR Esports earlier in the split. And then Haven is our decider.
Yes.
First, if we do go 3, M80 is going to be cheek-to-cheek smiles here because they have looked really good on Haven. Whereas I think just the overall series, it kind of goes like you mentioned, almost a little bit as expected, right? Like Ascent map #1, pretty good for the Guard. They've used it a lot to success, not just against Mad Lions, but also Disguised. They've looked on it on both sides of the spike, whereas M80 can say the same thing about Pearl. So I don't know. This will be a really interesting test. If we do get to Haven, we'll see a pretty tight matchup there too, because at the moment, just based on the stats, M80 is going to be really happy to see that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Guard, just the core 4, they haven't lost a map of Ascent since the middle of last year. Like, this team has been a consistent Ascent team for a very, very long time. And obviously this year they've done well on it, winning against Disguised and Mad Lions throughout the weeks. And also they use it to great effect to help win the Ludwig Tarek Invitational by beating TSM and T1 throughout that process. So yeah, no surprise there. Now with M80, they're an interesting one because it's hard to read their map pool because they have such little sample size to look at, right? They weren't playing the off-season tournaments. They weren't playing in the qualifiers for this league. They were very much shrouded in mystery. But what we have been able to find is that their last 2 series they've played, they have just straight up wrecked people on Pearl. Like, it hasn't even been close. Like, heck, Disguise got 5 total rounds, period, against them in a whole series, Pearl being included in that. And obviously they also, you know, rinsed Mad Lions on Pearl as well. So no surprise to see them go for that. It's a proven track record there. But I'm curious to see what the Guard can bring to the table on Pearl because, again, they're a team that is strategic enough, but they haven't had the best results on it. But all their losses have been super close.
Important note, M80's only loss in a map this week, or this split, is on Pearl. But again, go back to the first week. We talked about it with the players even. There is that first map jitter factor that could certainly have played a role in them losing that first map in that series to OR Esports. But outside of that, they've looked pretty much lights out. They've had a couple of close calls, but they've always walked away as victors. The real question for me, though, can they contain Koala? Because we've talked about how good this Guard roster is, but I don't feel like Tex is necessarily of Koala level. So how is that matchup going to work out? Because Dust, I'm looking at that, the one-on-one essentially that we're going to see, and I'm worried that the Guard is not going to be able to contain him.
Ooh, I'm actually going to counter that. Maybe not like individually with just like the Tex versus Koala Noob head-to-head matchup, but I think the Guard as a team and the chemistry that they have and the team play that they have, I don't think Koala Noob will as often be able to find these like little individual timings where he can just go off on his own and get a double kill right off the rip and like the round's already decided. Like, I think the Guard is a team that is a little bit more composed and knows that that's coming and has protocols in place to handle it. So I think that while M80 probably still comes to this looking like the stronger team just from the eye test, I think they're going to have to work a little bit harder for their rounds. I don't think it's going to be like what happened against Disguise where Koala Noob just ran them down. Like, I think they're going to take a little bit more layers to be able to get it done.
I think on top of that, this is not necessarily a map that you would expect against the Guard to be able to allow him to pop like Dust is mentioning. We also got to keep in mind that a lot of the success that Koala had against Disguise came because of the great isolation we saw swapping from the Fade into the Viper. So I think to kind of neutralize Koala, I think the Guard's going to have to just be really good at countering utility, especially from the defensive side, because otherwise I think Koala Noob may not be able to just go rogue and kind of take over the map on his own, but as an entry fragger, he could still find a lot of success with this newer composition that we've seen out of M80.
Well, you talk about compositions. I believe it is time for the agent select for our very first map in the series. I'm going to go make some popcorn. This one's going to be a doozy. Take it away.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Mr. Bach. Yeah, you know, it's interesting because, you know, this opening map is one of those that you look at and you say, okay, like if you can get that good breakdown of isolation, you can try to stop things from really unfolding quickly and just use good counter utility. I think if you're the Guard, you feel pretty good about your opportunities to kind of keep Koala Noob at least more one-dimensional.
Map number 1 here looks like we got Ascent, chat. I missed the actual map picks. Can anyone tell me what the other maps are?
Triple Initiator out for M80. That is just so much utility to facilitate Koala Noob, dude. Yeah. Just so many flashes, the Prowlers. It just wreaks havoc on defenses and gives Koala Noob space to work. And then once he gets forward, you have the cleanup crew of Nismo and Xander and EU to trade frag off of. So it's just a very powerful, aggressive composition. Over on the other side, you had the more traditional net playing an actual Sentinel, you know, only
that's kind of crazy to think
the double initiator
that it was an hour and a half
has been like one of the more
After
prolific
was
silvers
after
in
the
North
map. Sorry,
America
that's
for
not too
quite
bad.
some time. So no surprise to see that comfort pick. Valen also loves playing Omen. He kind of got forced to play Astro, and that was super meta. Now it's a little bit more open-ended on what controller is best, and so to see him back on an agent he's comfortable with is great. And so, yeah, you got pretty much what you expected. Now it's time to see him clash and see if he can come out on top.
All right, let's go,
Well,
chat.
Two of the most anticipated squads in North American Challengers finally meet up in week 5 with potentials for major seeding implications going into face-off. We've got M80 and the Guard. Let's get it on. Guard on the offense first. 4-man stack up through mid.
This basically
Nismo
just
is kind of in the same area
it
to
determines the
stop
difference
any
between
initial
first and
crosses
third
or
if
try
they're
to see if anyone
doing
try to make a play from the B side
like
match in
total
towards mid, but
rankings.
this
Otherwise,
focus
it's first
for the
and
Guard is
second if they're doing
largely
per
looking
group.
over towards Tree.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone really pointed that direction. They're still keeping some tabs outside B with Net and the turret. They still have a little bit of presence with Jonah P outside A lobby.
Because I
but
think
now
the
even
Guards
he will
beat
join the
Shopify
rest.
on Friday.
Coming up catwalk, they flash their way into Tree. Xander quickly retaliates with the frenzy, kind of swats them back. That redirects them to middle, but EU, he's ready and waiting for this with the Sheriff. And John Cutie is going to have the fault line to start slowing this down as they come through market.
Timing on the fault line, though, maybe a little bit late, but the reveal, oh my goodness. How about it? Followed up with the spam. John gets the opening double. Mid-map, Trent trying to fight back. The right-click chunks a lot of damage out of Koala Noob, who still stays alive to find the kill. We've got ourselves now a 4v1 as Net, last one left, also needs to collect the spike.
Indeed, he does, and getting it's going to be tough. There's plenty of crosshairs pointed at it. He does actually slip through the cracks and find it. He'll be able to get towards the site. Now, whether he actually is able to complete a plant, it's going to be a bit of a different story as people are going to be full sprinting down. But no, he will get it. Quickly finished off on the aftershock, of course, but at least gets that little bit of extra economy, I guess you could say, for getting the spike down. But still, a dominant win from M80, hands down.
Yeah, and it's just, you mentioned it, while the Guard were trying to execute over towards Street, all it takes is that one flash and one shot to land for them to say, whoop, can't go this way anymore. And then it funnels everyone right back into the waiting arms of John through mid. And again, good assistance from EU, just getting the haunt over the top, revealing a lot of that play, and you'll see it right there again. But this second set of shots is just one of those bless RNG moments.
Yeah. And to be fair, we had so much to talk about pregame, and so we kind of glossed over this a bit. But the fact that M80 does not play on this map is actually very unorthodox, but it is the same thing they did against TSM
They're just a
earlier
bunch
in
of
the
fucking
season.
idiots.
So they're very comfortable with the triple initiator setup, but it allows them to be very explosive on retakes and on attacks. So be on the lookout for that.
The Guard gonna try to make a play over towards A main. Xander with Judge in handle. The long range shots even connect. Xander at low HP though allows Net a chance to trade, but it comes at such a steep cost. And the fragment also pushes Jonah right into the waiting arms of Nismo. Net still stuck in the corner. Koala tagged. Net still making this pretty punishing though. 3v2. The problem is as Koala gets around the flank, now the Guard are completely trapped at A long, and with nowhere to go, they will fall. Only 2 kills to tally, and M80 are largely clean in the follow-up.
Yeah, pretty comfortable collection there for M80 to go up 2-0, but here comes the full buy from the Guard, but a pretty hefty bonus here from M80. They're going to have 2 rifles, a couple of sheriffs, and a judge, so not going to be limited to SMGs, and obviously the
Guard gets their rifles in the hands this round, where we should start to see a little bit of things. I don't think you have to worry about pumping the brakes too much if the Guard loses this one, but I think it is a little telling if they do.
To approach their first buy round. Looks like they want to kind of poke and prod at middle a little bit, have some presence at both lobby areas though.
Yeah.
So pretty balanced default opening.
Late knife does at least catch one defensive member in through mid, but EU still holding on to a sheriff just on the corner. He's gonna wait for probably a little bit of help from John if this hit ever comes through. Flash and fault line obviously would be the biggest enabler for EU to possibly go 1-for-1 in this position. And the Guard, they seem pretty primed and wanting to hit over through mid in some regard. Texas still giving it a lot of shoulders, and there's a lot of assistance behind him as well as Valen starts to make a play up.
Again, the Guard's a very balanced team. Like they're very good at playing that, you know, the slow, methodical map control, but they can also hit you with the set piece at the right time. Great utility combinations, and again, they have a lot of chemistry on how to peek together, how to swing, how to, you know, calculate the timings perfectly. So they're a well-oiled machine. There's no doubt about it. Now they are being slowed down a little bit here at B lobby as they grab orb. That Nebula will kind of push them back a little bit. Meanwhile, though, they had mid presence the entire time. So Jonah
30
P is able to
seconds left.
use that to start pressing over towards Tree. Nismo is going to be here. He spots it, counters immediately with the fragment.
Yep. Clock is your ally here for
nope.
M80 on the corner,
Damn.
though, trying to step into the near sighted. Nismo
He's
does
kind of
not
saw him,
on the
but not
corner.
quick enough.
Judge right into the cloudburst, stays away from the pre-fire. Oh, but he's completely trapped between different members. He's just poking and prodding, looking for damage.
Unfortunate for Xander there.
On the way in, will be confirmed through, but EU over the top gets two. EU nearly locks in a third. But maybe it opens the door here for M80 to try to make a play back in. It's still a very difficult 2v3, although the last two members do have rifles to play with. Long lurking rotation coming out of the offensive KO. And Jonah's going to be right behind this setup, but Koala gets the first two. And now it's just down to, do you find Jonah? Trigger discipline, doesn't take the first set of shots. Despite, though, not planted for him.
Oh!
Gets the opener onto Koala.
1v1.
John sticking, gets it to halfway. And now the second toggle. And he's going to stick it again. Jonah's not going to get there in time.
Got it to defuse! No fucking way!
Wow, what a call from the man. A bold one at that, to stick that defuse when you know that man can run you right down.
Wow.
But he catches the timing and gets
insane,
it
bro.
done. It's down to the wire, but it still goes M80's way. Credit where credit's due. EU, a couple of big frags. Koala Noob, because he got those kills so quickly, it allows him to get into sight before that flank really is able to set in through heaven. It makes it a little bit harder to have impact. It still did. It still came down to the wire, but it gave him that little bit of extra breathing room, if you know what I mean.
And that's just another instance where Koala Noob just gets away with absolute highway robbery.
Yep, just jumps down there and gets both under heaven holding a crossfire position. Like, that's just bonkers.
Yes, it is. Good fragment over the top. Nismo is dead to rights, or should be. It does get finished off. Xander, though, pushing in towards this. That's her recovery. Though Tex is still in the play. Dashes on forward, does not know the Koala Noob is behind him, who hits a quick scope. And now the knives are out as M80 looks to set up this defense.
EU on the flank as well through middle. Valen wise to it, but the timing could still favor EU. Lockdown in play as they try to come into sight. EU was trying to catch one before they got in. Great paranoia. Koala Noob, though, staying hidden.
Knives out, but ooh, rare misses from Koala Noob. Oh, now EU's been revealed by the alarm bot. Prowler in.
Where are you?
Want to finish up, and then the C's in the back corner, but just caught throwing all the utility.
Yeah.
It's one of those tough calls, though. I mean, when you're looking at that from M80's call, do you delete the lockdown, put some pressure on, or do you trust that Koala Noob can hold? And they went the ladder route, didn't work out. Guard got on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that was very much just a slugfest round, and it really just came down to a couple of missed daggers by Koala Noob that made the difference. The Guard able to use that lockdown, overwhelm Koala Noob on site. Obviously, the alarm bot tips them off to EU's flank, and they're able to hold it in and to get their first round on the board. M80, Sheriff save. Couple of ults to use, though, in case they feel like they can make something happen.
Heavy stack up top, just looking for anything through mid-map. No one will peek. M80 have 5 Sheriffs. Rolling Thunder at the ready, same with the Cosmo Divide, but the Guard, you have to feel like if you could bait out one of those ultimates and still win the round, everything turns back towards your direction, especially if you could find success on these initial takes.
Yep, they're looking to go A lobby here and grab orb. All 5 members are going to be gathered up here. Turret's been abandoned outside B. There's no presence on short.
5v5 here. Still a Chico round from M80.
Going to lead the way. Gets flashed.
They're not terrible. They
Tex
could.
gets stunned. He's getting held up, and this is getting a little bit scary.
Down low, EU had a good look at a couple, but only walked away
I say it
with
could
one.
pull us off, but maybe not
Despite
now.
Still trying to find its way on for a plant. And M80 are here. Knife is out. Reveals and suppresses a couple of members. Jonah still staying close in the corner. First contact likely going to go his way, as he will actually maybe wait for the sentry turret to give him some information. Fragment, aftershock, all being spent. But yeah, this angle is just such a tough one to break through, especially with the rifles locking things down. Nismo, last one left, and well, the top of his dome is showing. And well, his chances at clutching this one up have pretty much gone out the window. Well, the first shot does land. How do you follow up after that with 3 members staring right at you? The answer is you don't.
That's
Guard
what you need for the
takes it back
Guard.
within 1 early.
Brings it back within 1. That's a big round. Big round. Big round.
On the A attack, I will say it got a bit scary when Tex gets stunned and he's kind of vulnerable.
Yo, chat,
out in the
my
open. You
legs
think maybe
fucking
just maybe
hurt.
M80 not be able to pop a couple of shots off and make things scary for the Guard, but the Guard hold on. handle the round with ease. Coming to this one with 4 ults available, 2 ults available for M80. Both teams fully bought out. QualiNoob with the operator once more defensively, looking for an aggressive pick towards B Link, which the opportunity is going to be there.
Yeah, that's for sure. Smoke in place, sentry turret up top. QualiNoob still holding his ground, but loses EU, and then the shot just a touch wide. No command in. The guard looking to move very quickly right down mid-market, but how about it? A little vacuum of the gravity well holds them in place and makes them vulnerable for a time here, which does help out. Sander gets a easy pick up on the decks. And even though there are no defenders in sight, you can see the hesitancy from the guard, still very worried about this reflank coming through mid. That flash picked out in the corner.
Nice, able to find Trent there. Or not Trent, Net.
Held by M80.
Net,
Indeed,
sorry.
they're all up in market.
Net.
They're looking to gather up and just merge together as a team. They're going to ult as well. Rolling Thunder coming in. Cosmic Divide blocking the backside. John QD already finds Jonah P. Things are really spiraling downward right now.
Yeah, what a pickup by M80 reading the flank. Oh, and even the fragment hits a lot. Fault line in, flashes all over the place. How do you deal with that? Are you kidding?
Bro, see, this is what I was telling y'all during the video this week, man. M80 just moves so quick, so concise. I just don't think the guard can hang,
of
man.
fragment and fault line to push Valent out into no man's land center of the site where he's just got nothing. He's just an easy target at that point. I hope we can see that overview again of like just this last little bit. Because yeah, initially good stuff, but look at that. Look at that combination of fragment and fault line to push the player out into the center open. Man, that's such great utility from M80.
And on the other side, Jonah P's gonna be kicking himself maybe just a touch, because the whole idea is you're gonna catch him by surprise before the execute and the retake comes through, but M80 are very privy to it and shut down the flank, which could have been round changing. But boy, we are seeing some fireworks here early. 4-2 the count. The guard on a little bit more of a limited buy. Light armor for one, Bulldog for another. And the opening knife will read that the offensive jet is close by here at A-main.
Yeah. Xander trying to still see if he can poke and prod at A-main and push the attacking side back, which he has done. Nebula also playing the entrance, so A lobby control has been swatted away at. Meanwhile, QualiNoob, again, just a total freak. Out in the middle. Oh, it's gonna be more than one. I thought that was gonna be more than one.
I really thought that was gonna be more than one myself too. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that was almost like a 3-for-1.
It looked like that was for sure. Oh, gonna be a 3-kill fucking collateral. Oh my goodness.
Net just trying to field things out through B main, because where are your options right now if you're the guard after that mix up happens in mid?
It's not just that he gets the frag, it's how much disturbance he creates to allow his teammates to have so much more flexibility on how they rotate and position themselves. And now Qual's got himself a second.
30 seconds.
The man is on a mission, as he has been all season long.
Oh.
I'll take that too. See you later, Valen.
Yikes. Yeah, defense for sure, my friend. This is...
You know, QualiNoob's kind of good at the game.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll say.
You know what's weird about it, though, is I feel like his name didn't come up a ton in comparison to some of the other duelists last year in VCT. Like, people respected him, don't get me wrong, but he never got the same shine that some of the other guys got.
Yeah.
You know, he was never, like, in the big argument like a Ye or a Leaf or, you know, some of those other guys that were playing that role. But, I mean, he was always, in my opinion, like, pretty darn close. And this year, he has just been just everything you could want and more.
All right.
I mean, again,
the hard calling an early timeout, but you can understand why I call it here.
A number of categories, and if you haven't watched him play yet, I think you might know why. So a very apt timeout coming out here for the guard, who, honestly speaking, again, the plays that they're trying to put together are not terrible. It's just a couple of timings that have not quite gone their way, and QualiNoob hitting shots that, again, not the normal opera may not. So it's just, how do you maybe isolate, keep QualiNoob away from the play a little while longer? Do we try to go with a little bit more aggression to take away these opening angles, or do we, you know, need to kind of keep playing around the map and then just hit harder, faster? You know, on these mid-round executes.
Tough because I feel like I feel like M80 just with this composition has so much disruption
Yeah.
capability.
I
with
mean,
the
it's just
utility.
because
Whether it's
M80
Xander
plays
Stars
fast and their
disrupting people
comp
with
very
cover
much
and
plays into
grab
that,
wells,
right?
whether it's
Like
the stuns, whether it's the prowlers, whether it's flashes, you know, you name it. M80 has it to throw into the middle of what you're trying to do and slow you down and force you to reconsider your options. It's just a very disruptive composition. Not only is it powerful for like the flash and dash playstyle and the attack, again, it just really can get their opponent bogged down in a choke point when you're just able to layer the initiation utility like that.
Well, the Guard are going to be down, but surely not out of this round. Knives and 2 rifles on this, call it half buy, coming up for them. Sentry turret trying to keep things honest over towards B main, while the rest of the team is largely stacked here. And this is just the Guard saying maybe we can get lucky and catch someone from M80 just trying to get a little bit too frisky.
Yeah. M80's just kind of allowing Noob to anchor A pretty much solo with the operator while they just kind of keep tabs on short with Xander. Allows them to really hold 2 defenders strong on B site, having John QD be able to float.
So Guard didn't fully invest in this round, right? That way they can make sure they can fully invest in the next round.
Just kind of check and see if anyone's playing up close, trying to do something gimmicky. Also just kind of create a little bit of presence. But it's going to be the full-on hit through B. It's going to be
in
on
case,
text
I mean,
to try to get
more
some
than
space
likely
with this
when
Blade
they
Storm
Oh, the flash
and penetrate
doesn't
the
hit.
site.
Jonah throws a flash and it doesn't get outside of B main. That was supposed to be, I think, a flash and dash with the knife. So now you're kind of telegraphed in a way. And here's the rotation.
Dude, he's suppressed there as well.
Nightfall's also going to get called to keep this a little bit more at arm's reach. 25 seconds on the
Everyone's
clock.
going to start rotating
Knives
over.
also
They have
coming
no
out the
reason
claw,
not
who's
to.
quickly in the rotation defensively, and we'll just go high on this. Nismo sees the
Flash
play.
drive comes
Walden
out.
Next first, his text drops, and the follow-up is just too strong here from M80. Not a lot of time.
Yeah,
and
too
just the
easy.
spike drops. So will also.
Can
the
that
hopes of
at
pulling
least
this
get a
round
third
out in-
rifle
man,
down
I don't know
would
if
be
we have
big.
a replay of it, but that opening flash from Jonah just never got out
No.
of the front door.
Unfortunate,
Yeah,
man.
I mean, I think you're spot on. That was definitely like a huge miss as far as giving the team an opportunity to kind of use what they had in mind, that flash dash with the daggers, to try to give them some hope at taking a site take. But again, you have to give props to M80 on just the timing of their utility to continually disrupt Guard. Just to never let them feel comfortable coming out of B lobby and into site. They're just getting everything lobbed at them all at once. Like, it's just so much to fight against.
Yeah. It's definitely difficult. It's tough too because a lot of the utility that M80 are using to kind of get reads are just free charges. You know, early knives, you get that twice. Vault lines, prowlers. It's hard to deal with for sure.
All the flashes.
All just, but you know, those aren't free, but still all the flashes.
Yeah. Trent once again droning out mid early. Tex trying to use that to get a little bit of space here. Nismo, of course, why? So that being a possibility, will hold that angle. And Noob again, just doing Noob things. Way deep in A main, catches Valen way off guard.
And the timing of this is,
Whoa.
again, not even quite fully there.
Yo, if he would have hit that.
Look, you get through glass here very quickly. They didn't know that Tex is already behind this play. Noob can only do so much. Misses the first shot. Trent able to help, at least in some regard, to get Tex forward. But look at the rotation out of Nismo. Flanks the flank. Xander stays alive on site. Flash over the top, trying to isolate
Flash's
JP, but
teammate?
comes up empty, and the Guard will have a chance to plant. And the 2v2 is net. He's able to tally an elimination onto Nismo.
Yeah, really well handled here, but it's still a 2-on-2 at the end of the day, and there's still very much a chance for a retake here. John Q and EU fully healthy, both with rifles. Good flashes and aftershock is pushing net into an awkward space.
But net does stay alive. Second flash in. Tries to take the challenge. John ready
Nice
for it.
by John
Now it comes down to
QT.
Jonah. It's him and his rifle. 1v2.
Oh,
Person up
1v1?
top. How's it relative?
Oh my
Shot at range. Also locks things in the Guard get to 3 with an eBay clutch and the 1v2 from Jonah.
What a play from Jonah.
Nice.
Scary round there, honestly. I mean, M80 were
Yeah, I mean, wasn't the cleanest around. Wasn't the cleanest around, but you can't. I mean, what you gonna do about it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Guard still wound up getting it done. Net goes down to John, and you're kind of wondering how things are going to play out from that point forward. But Jonah P up to the task, big clutch, 1v2, gets Guard a third round. Lockdown now available for net, the only ult on the board. M80 trying to change the pace here with aggressive A push.
Good first blood for Valen, but still M80. This forward presence at A main. I mean, it's borderline they don't care. Like, Operator up front? Yeah, sure, why not? Double stack with a little bit of forward aggression? Sure, why not? Even the spam's connected to the Cloudburst. Attacks to the corner, but okay. Play still stays alive here for the Guard. 3v4. Spike making its way over, and the lockdown will assist on the play.
Yep, lockdown's well protected as well. No real way to destroy it, so it is going to be forcing the defense just to play back. It's going to get site control over to the Guard in this 3 versus 3. Spike going down. There is a Cosmic Divide available for Xander. So if anybody decides to play, you know, way back A, he could maybe block them off with it.
Also a full tool belt for John Cutie to use, trying to break this down. Launch out first. Tex tries to deny it. Jonah pushing forward, deeper in towards side as the whole retake from M80 is going to be coming through tree side. Fault line out, does not hit anybody. Nanostorm deters this a little further forward. Sees Aftershock all being used. The flash now gives the go call for M80. Clean from the Guard, denying the utility, staying safe and shutting down the retake before it can even get through the side door.
Yeah, really well done. Tex just stands his ground at the doorway.
So that means this round
from M80 being lobbed into side, particularly
M80 can invest if they want. They're gonna call timeout.
All the while,
yeah, they're gonna call
can't know
timeout
for sure if someone's
good call.
not
Good
coming
call
from heaven. But between the nano swarm of net and Tex just holding the line with this rifle, the Guard holds it off. They win 2 in a row. And they close the gap. I mean, M80 were starting to kind of charge out front. They were up 6-2, looking like maybe they could piece together a dominant half. But now the Guard have responded. And I mean, the frag distribution's pretty tight across the board for both teams as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is kind of what you were hoping for. You know, both teams, we talked about how they're really well-rounded when it comes to where the fragging can come from, and that's definitely been the case so far this map.
Yeah. Oh boy, Qual Noob continues to be a bit of a problem early. I just think what the Guard are trying to do is, if they can continue to find this success, trying to win out, even just, you don't have to push through mid, just kind of get an angle towards mid, try to isolate where Qual Noob can be. Maybe you got a better shot. It's just tough because he's hitting some unreal op shots at the moment.
He has hit some pretty disgusting shots.
These financial situations will not allow the odd to come out. So another round where if you're the Guard, you have to feel pretty good about your team right back into this half and at least go 7-5, if not potentially even this thing up at 6-6. What a miracle that would feel like after the start M80 had.
And definitely a chance for Guard to keep this all equal as we transition sides, if they can keep this tempo up. Once again, fighting for A lobby early. This time, M80 not around.
Yeah.
Playing more back this time here on Heaven's side. Maybe even willing just to play for the retake. Nismo, though, does step out, takes Jonah P down right away. And the grab wall slows the attack down so we can take down Tex as well. And there's going to be no revive on Jonah P, I can promise you that. Nismo stamping him out.
Wow. All of that countered by a single grab well. Xander's on the opposite side of the map. He's just in astral form saying, let me know when to hit it. Unreal.
Again, the name of the game. We've been talking about it. It's disruption. And M80 has so much utility to do it.
Now to pack a little bit of an extra punch. Cosmic Divide completely shuts down the play. Valent's going to get the spike, though. And now with this orb, maybe a chance to do a From the Shadows cheeky play.
Yeah, could do. Granted, Xander is in B lobby, so an alt to B site would be picked up upon.
The Guard are going to kill noise.
30 seconds left.
Create some doubt. The thing about it, there's no doubt here for M80. They've got someone watching mid.
You have 5 alive. It's hard to throw doubt at that point.
Yeah, it's. I can respect it to some regard, but M80 are very keen to what's unfolding. Nanostorm clears off. Topside bricks. Time becoming a problem, and well, no one's getting through A main. Okay.
Nope.
10 seconds left.
Wow.
Just when the Guard thought they were putting something together, M80 strikes back. And it's all just off the back of holding back Heaven, letting them start firing off that utility like they want to hit the A side, and then, oh, here's a grab wall.
Last round before the switch.
Your null command's dead.
Exactly.
And scene.
Wow. Okay. Not necessarily a must-win round for the Guard here early.
I feel like this is a must-win round for the Guard, right? Because you can't go down, man. Fucking 8-4? There's just no way, bro.
Hunter's Fury for Trent, who's been waiting to use this for a couple of rounds now.
Yeah.
How do you try to set up your offense if you're the Guard? Maybe just using that as your entry tool.
Could do. We're going to get out into middle real quick. That's definitely the case. Pop flash running out. Qual Noob's having to put a cloud burst down, just trying to keep himself safe.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. Wait a second. I thought for sure from that perspective we were going to watch a Qual noob dead in the kill feed, but
nope.
At range, John Cutie denies. Now aggression from NA, just trying to fight back through mid, and this has completely caught the guard off guard. Xander
Off guard?
Gets one.
That's all he needs.
And that's exactly it. So now you've got a two-man post plant setup inside the site against a full kit worth of breach utility. Hunter's Fury is desperate in nature. Valen though steps into it. Oh, and he gets two. Now it's down to the 1v1. John versus Trent. And well, Trent has given away his location with that recon dart. But it does force John to have to stay away. Fault line rechanneled, sees a shoulder. Doesn't bother for at least throwing it out. It's all about who wins the gunfight. John lurking forward, gets us a corner and wins it at the end. Trent Valen gave it a heroic effort, but M80 will exit the half 8-4 up.
Yeah, you have to give credit to Valen too on stairs. Like getting those 2 kills inside the smoke was definitely more than I thought he would get, because M80 were doing so well, just storming through middle.
Yo, chat, we just fucking shoot shots. Chat, it's just what we do, man.
Put it in contention with a nice double on stairs. Trent had a chance in the 1v1 against John Cutie, but it wasn't to be.
Holy.
Pretty down at a half, all considered, when you think about it from M80. I mean, the guard certainly had a few moments. They had some good plans. I just think it was one of those situations where while the guard had a good playbook in mind, M80 were so good at just like dislodging them from it and forcing them to have to play more reactionary.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give you a ton of credit on it, because at a certain point you start to wonder how much of this is just a comp diff. I mean, John's utility is everywhere in the map.
All right.
Gizmo's following up great.
Pistols, big round here for the guard, because if they lose this, man, it feels like this is going to be the sweep
even
that I
the 0.9s
called
have been well placed, and then you put EU into the mix as well.
on Challengers corner this week.
Like you mentioned, it's hard to get through all of that controlling utility.
And now this is where you really get to see it shine on the attack, where you have so much initiation utility to help open up space for Noob to get onto site, and then the rest can just be the cleanup crew.
The sentry turret was giving a heroic effort there defensively, chipping away at Noob and Xander for a couple of shots. But M80 will be allowed to plant. The guard trying to make their way over, 3 members large through mid here. And to be fair, their opening utility, including the Nanostorm, did find a lot of chip damage.
Yeah.
So there is an opportunity here just to kind of hit a couple of shots with the ghosts. Possibly turn the tides. Noob up top, just trying to stop any play through heaven as long as humanly possible. Paranoia will clear. Fragment behind.
All right, here we go.
Xander down low. And now the guard swarm forward. Second kill gets tallied. Nismo trying to save the round from down
That's like
low, but
all,
no,
like
can only
Nismo
take
was your
one.
last
The guard will
chance,
take
and
the
he
second
only
pistol.
got one, bro.
Really
That's
good
tough.
retake there from the guard. Just coming in together, jumping off heaven, overwhelming the numbers on the site itself. Brilliantly done, and certainly required, you feel like, just to keep this one close. Now they'll be able to buy up Marshall for Tex, Bulldog for Jonah P, Ares coming out from Trent, and a couple of Spectres to boot. M80 largely saving here, but we do see a Sheriff out for EU. Ooh, a Guardian for Koala Noob, armored as well. That was dropped by Nismo.
Yeah. Feels like one of those heat check moments for him. It is Koala Noob with the spike as well at the moment, so we'll see how long this stands. Tex, Marshall, mid, going to be tested here. Shoulder missed. And, oh, he wants more, and careful. As Koala Noob
You can understand him wanting to push up there. I'm kind of surprised
feeling really feisty here. Even though
Koala didn't push up there and try and buy room moving up towards pizza.
Oh, he's going to eat some damage there onto that one. Still alive, though, but taken down past half. So he's definitely a softened target, but at least now the guard know what they're up against. As M80 looking to start pressing the issue over towards Tree. There is some Killjoy utility here that they're going to have to worry about. Koala Noob's already marked it. He knows it's the case. Gonna get a teammate to help break it. He's trying to bait out the peak, but Valen's not doing it.
Oh, he put himself right in between 2 players. That's tough.
Utility. Now turn his attention back over towards main. Clean from the guard defensively. For
Yeah,
now,
hold
the
on.
long range shots not going to be there. So weapons will be collected. And M80 will get on for a plant. Tex cannot contest this with the cloud.
EU, though.
Also got the haunt there just to try to make sure no one is pushed forward quickly.
Got that Guardian. You should be able to
Destroyed.
keep an eye up
And
on
now for the
heaven.
guard, it's just, can you lock down any of the extra utility as EU starts to get to work? As the areas are shut him down. John in the corner, not able to stand tall against the face of the Bulldog, and the Guard will take the follow-up and now be back to within 3.
A costly one, though. 3 players going to have to rebuy here.
To within
Definitely
2,
got a little
sir.
bit close there. Heck, if EU finds 1 frag with that Guardian up top, things could look really different this round, but the Guard do hold on. But it is going to come with some repercussions. They're going to have to come into this with the Bulldog on Jonah P. So not going to have the full buy. Trent on Guardian. Nismo picks up a Guardian this round. Full rifles for everyone else. Tight game and a big round here because, let's face it, both economies right now are looking real fragile. This could be a little 2-for-1 deal. Little BOGO, you know what I mean?
Little buy one, get one.
Little buy one, get
Like a
one.
little
Let's
BOGO,
fucking
man.
go,
I love
bro.
a good deal if it's a BOGO. None of those buy 3, get 1 free. Nah.
Nah, bro.
Buy 2, get 1 50% off. No, we don't want that either.
I'm a big fan of the buy 2, get 1 free at the grocery store.
That's fair.
Use that quite a lot. Or 3 for 10. 3 for 10's a good too.
A little frozen pizza action out of you?
Nah, I try to be more healthy these days.
Fair. Brawler
I'm
coming
like
through
3
mid.
for 10 for bags of vegetables. That's where I'm at in my life, dude.
Fair enough. Brawler on the other side for EU, going to try to claim some of this B main pressure, but look at the Guards stack. I mean, 3 members large inside of mid. You think they've got an idea what M80 wants to do here? As they're going to even move a little bit further forward. Timing's everything here, and well, doesn't quite work out for either side. Both teams will back up to their respective corners, and now M80 going to try to hit quickly through B main. Knife will read this, but you don't have time to stop, so now Net trying to catch whatever information they can. Flash out. Jonah pushing into it, but no one is hard about the flash. The dark cover actually blocks it, but the reveal on the backside by Trent. Maybe the difference maker. 25 seconds on the clock, and the Guarders currently holding this hallway really nicely.
Yeah, they really are. You could tell that M80 were trying to snap onto B site because they knew how much mid presence there was, and they were hoping they could trap the defense inside market and still make it into B through the sidewalk. But unfortunately for them, not the case. The Guard able to hold on. They had a player on stairs. They had some good utility. Trent pegs a couple through the wall. A little bit of everything there.
All right, so now we
But
got
the
us a
Guard
game
do
chat.
Close the gap. We're now just down to 1 round of
Couple
separation.
rifles saved though on the side of M80.
And so
Pretty big
far,
round for
all
them.
the
Kind of helped
hype
on the econ
around this
side,
match,
even though they dropped the round.
it's being lived up to.
Yeah.
It started off as a little bit of like a steamroll looking kind of game from M80, but it's quickly become a hotly contested map.
And the interesting thing about how that round just finished, we kind of just rinse, wash, repeat what just happened as far as the finances are concerned. Small
Correct.
edge for the Guard, but M80 still do not have the economy to full purchase into this. So how long has this delayed M80 from getting their offense online? Quick hit from the Guard, including a dash right down mid. Jonah's going to get 2. Tech's in a little bit of trouble, but Cloudburst to keep himself safe. Jonah not done yet. Lots of damage deep, and now Tech's can start to make a call. M80 are stuck in their spawn, trying to fight things back, and Trent
Okay, Trent.
finally kind of puts things a touch out of reach. EU last one left for a 1v3, and he's stuck at 37 HP with no spike.
I mean, so we did talk about this pregame. You know, both of these teams are very well-rounded. They're very complete. They can play a lot of different styles of Valorant. And the Guard clearly has drilled that many, many times. They know exactly how they want to play that push. Just the way that they executed a lobby through sight, the way that they dashed up cat at the same time. It was all in sync. It was the utility placed perfectly.
In sync.
And that's what you can come to expect from these higher caliber challengers teams, is they're going to have some tricks up their sleeve. They're going to have some plays set in key moments to get them impact rounds. And that is what the Guard just showed you there. That was a beautifully orchestrated mid-aggression.
All right, here we go. Pistols now in play. Quality Noob will have the hero rifle. Shades of his hero guardian from a couple of rounds previous, but M80 have been stuck offensively so far in this half.
And this round doesn't help much out because they only have
This
the
is gonna
one
be a
Vandal. The
walk
rest
down mid
pretty much is
behind the
Shiko.
Aldrin to counter, only sees Nismo. Quality Noob will stay concealed from this.
Yep.
So what do you do from
Never
here
got
then is the
spotted.
real question.
He has a lot of space. There's no utility here to stop him from continuing to press forward as well. He's going to hear Trent just around the corner. Does he want to test his luck at the smokes? The next question. Meanwhile, Jonah P one taps EU, and now Valorant has been detected at middle. And he's been stamped out by Valen. What a shot.
Absolutely brilliant shot. Still the focus from M80 right down mid. Tex watching over towards A main, gets one. Valen on the opposite side, able to help clean things up. And how about the investor flawless from the guard? And what a weird set of rounds we've had so far. This will be the first one coming up that M80 will have a full purchase so far this half.
Yeah, that's very true. The guard did really well there to just kind of absorb the pressure at middle, get the read on it, have all their angles covered. But now comes the next.
And things get interesting because his first map, so like it looked like M80 was kind of in control early, but the guard kind of turning things around during the meat and potatoes round.
Near's map point though, and the economy would be low for M80, so this is a big moment for them.
Yeah, that's so valid. If the guard win this one, M80 are going to have a lot of questions they need to start to put together because there's not going to be a lot of time remaining in this map.
Look at Tex.
How about it? Not going to catch anything off of this. At least not initially. EU trying to throw shoulders. And oh, wow. He just catches him looking over towards Koala Noob's direction. A bold attempt, but ultimately denied.
And trying to pull a page out of Koala's book there. But unfortunately, he is punished for it. Still a lot of Killjoy utility in place to slow down this attack and buy time for rotations. But M80 ain't worried about it. Nightfall comes in. Push comes in. Null command out, and they are grabbing this side.
Shnikes. What in the world?
To add one to it. That's just nice little cherry.
So they get the spike down.
The guard were actually still in a position to survive through all those ultimates and maybe even counter with a null command of their own. But now all of a sudden, you have to hope that this play through B main finds success as M80 are full 5-man stack from inside the site. There's the shot down onto Koala Noob. Is this the time to pop it? Hit the null command, get on their way in. Guard will recontrol backside on this boathouse, fragment deep, trying to flush things out. They're not going to even commit though. The null command, it's the Rolling Thunder now trying to push back and counter. Guard able to still tally up one elimination. Trent follows up on another. Oh, how does this happen? John and now EU, last one's left the raining, and Trent's just going to do it all himself from stairs in the face.
So they have
of the
3
Rolling
rifles
Thunder.
still alive.
The guard don't drop a single
Plenty
member.
of
Yeah, that is pretty wild.
econ in their pocket here as well.
Chances this round whenever they're able to get the site so clean, and on top of getting control of the site with their ults, they also get that first blood with that smoke spam shot into the back hall. So you're thinking post plant 5-on-4. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You feel like that's going to be what they need to kind of work this game into a tie situation to avoid that, you know, economic instability. But instead, this half remains a clean sweep from the guard. Not one attacking round allowed. Trent making a massive play from stairs there, tripling up. And all of a sudden, this game looks a lot different than it did last half.
I'll say. Flawless so far from the guard, and I have to give a lot of credit, I think, just how they finessed through those first 4 rounds in weird eco situations. I mean,
a little
those are
worrisome
not
early,
rounds you normally see nor
admittedly.
practice when it comes down to weapon versus weapon loadouts that we had.
But they looked
So
a
now
lot
M80 are
better
once again kind of
here in these last
in a
couple
weird
rounds.
position where you just spent a lot of ultimates, you got nothing off the back of it, and now your comeback effort here, even though you're only down 2, is going to feel like you're down like 4 or 5 because you've got a lot of tools available for the guard on the flip side of this, and your eco is still very fragile here if you're M80.
Yeah, this is kind of last chance saloon if you're M80. You know, they're buying everything that they can into this. They're down to 0 credits on 2 players, 150 on Nismo. If you lose this, the guard is pushing towards map point. You might be in like a force buy to survive situation coming up, or you have to take one save and kind of concede the map point to the guard and play for OT.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is a big moment here.
Knives out for Koala Noob, looking to get quick through mid. Recon Bolt is sent deep in towards mid. So, yeah, you do get a read on Nismo, and oh, he takes a lot of damage from Trent again. How good has Trent been at following up off of his own utility? Aldron's also there. Now M80 are completely stuck without an opportunity to play for mid-market.
Yeah, mid take has been crushed by Trent alone, forcing M80 to redirect their efforts towards the A side. They do not even have full control of A main yet. They don't know about Wine or any of things like that just yet, but Prowler Gonna lead the way. Qualinoob with the Blade Storm, looking to come in here. And Tex never even had a chance, dude. Not even a hope. But look at the fragment from Jonah P. Slows it down. He has a flash available as well to play off of here.
Oh, and Qualinoob drops through the smoke spam. So the knives and the Vandal that was just collected are put away. Offensive Cosmic Divide is only going to give so much separation. The shock dart chunks out Xander, Recon Bolt to follow, and both players have to kind of go now in towards hell.
Ooh,
EU at range.
nice.
There's the peek from
Nice.
TSM,
Last one
nothing
looked
off
on the
the Trent
backside. That's
getting
going to give
two,
Guard such a
and then Valen
big
puts it out
lead
of
here,
reach.
man.
Taking care of VU at main, and the Guard now go up 11-8 with M80 likely having to
Yeah,
save
looks like the Guard should be able to take Ascent now. It was looking kind of worrisome for a while, I'm not going to lie.
Guard map point for free. That's a tough question they're going to have to ask themselves, and not sure what their answer is going to be. Again, it's one of those rounds where M80 gets to jump on the Guard. I mean, they get the opening entry. Tex goes down fast, but just the response from Jonah P with the fragment, with the flash, Valen gets a spam through the smoke, and it changes everything. It completely turns around on its head, and it gives the Guard the edge that they need to actually steal it away from M80, who had the entry and had the take. And as I thought, that spike plant gave the option to M80. Qualinoob actually able to get an offensive operator. Bulldog and a couple of Vandals. Sheriff only for John Cutie.
I mean, Qualinoob's is going to have to hit.
Yep.
So that means now we're going to have to depend on Pearl as far as for M80, because I don't think they can bring this thing. What? Here's like the weird part, right? If M80 can bring this round back,
what can M80 do to try to find a way to get an opening?
it'd be what, 11s? By the time the Guard's running in with nothing?
B side to see if he can find something in the meantime.
Or it'd be 11-12. No, it'd be 11s, which would result in 11-12.
Xander tucked in over here
Looking
as well.
at the
So trying to kind of play a little
So,
bit
I mean,
of
you
spread
can
offense here, trying to
still
poke at Pride at multiple angles at
technically
once,
pull this
but the
off
main
if you're
focus
M80.
surely
But it
is B-side.
needs to happen
It
now.
is being spotted, though, by Net with utility.
Like, the
and
math
Face on
makes
top of
sense
it.
and lines
Turret
up
destroyed
if you win
immediately.
this round, if you're
Hunter's Fury will be
M80.
triggered because of it. Gets the tag.
M80 stay alive through this. Knife is out. Net force back in towards sight. And the play now has to start to make a way over. A long lurk here from Xander, which Jonah gets the read on. And now all of a sudden things become really interesting from M80 trying to get onto sight again, because now Net has shaken off a lot of the suppression. Getting one and a second. How about number 3? Sure, why not? Nismo last one left, and it's the knives that put it away. 8-12. The Guard now on map point.
Yeah, that was an interesting late lurk by Xander at A. I'm not sure if that was just intended to try to pull someone back and throw some doubt that maybe was a B fake, or if he was hoping that he would just be able to sneak through and get a late lurk. Either way, it just kind of backfired, and we're honestly seeing M80 struggle to get space despite having so much initiators in this composition. They're just not really able to get the flashes and get the space that they want. They're getting kind of held up.
It started looking a little worrisome early, but I think the Guard should be able to walk with.
This is going to be, if M80 lose this round, M80 would have had one full purchase on this half. Another very broken buy situation. The Guard looking for spam shots. Here's M80 though with all of their aggression. Lots of reveals coming out. Tex right a part of it. Jonah P shutting it down. The Tex still has to value his life. Backs away. EU shuts down on the second shot, and Net will put it over the finish line. It's a flawless defensive side from the Guard to take map number 1. Okay.
Oh man, dude, the Guard had it down. They had the moat, they had the drawbridge up. They weren't letting anybody in the keep.
What a round from the
Just
Guard.
no
Holy
attacking
smokes,
rounds
man.
here by the Guard. Played such a brilliant defense. It started out with M80 looking really strong on their own defensive side. I mean, again, they just kept throwing a wrench in every initial game plan that the Guard were trying to throw in the early round. Like, just a spanner in the works every single time.
Yeah.
And I mean, they looked like they were going to take what would be a pretty dominant lead, but the Guard wound up kind of thinking a couple in to keep it somewhat close. Then we swap sides, and the Guard goes flawless. Win pistol, win the bonus. Don't give up a single round. Despite all the utility that M80 had at their disposal, despite how well-oiled the machine they have looked throughout the season on their attacking side, they just could not find a way to break through the Guard.
And I think the coolest thing about that from the Guard's point of view is all those weird, like, we'll call them like half buy rounds or broken buy rounds for M80 were all about trying to get Koala Noob to pop off for the squad. Give him the solo guard, the solo vandal, let him play knives. Like, all these things was like, let Koala Noob go do Koala Noob things. But I mean, the Guard held strongly against those rounds. It kept the economy really bizarre. I mean, I don't think we've ever quite seen a half of Valorant quite like that, where M80, I think, only had one actual full purchase where everyone had all of their utility, all the weapons they wanted, and full armor. More often than not, there were sacrifices given on either weapons or armor, if not also utility, and the Guard just kind of completely punished him for it. And that is, I think, massive in terms of trying to control the identity of this entire series, let alone that back half on Ascent.
Let's go back to the pregame talk. What was it that I told Bach? What was it that I said? I said, the Guard, it's not the team that's going to let Koala Noob get away with the same antics he's been getting away with all season long. This team is a little bit more composed than that. They're a little bit more teamwork oriented. They're going to have the utility. They're going to have the wherewithal to not expose themselves and give Koala Noob free opportunities. And that is indeed what happened that entire second half. They did not let Koala Noob take over. There was like that one round that Koala Noob got the immediate entry on the techs on site.
Yeah.
But then the response was just so rapid from everyone else to not allow him to go the extra mile, to get the extra frag, or to take the additional space. Like, they swatted back immediately. And a lot of it, I think, honestly, was down to Jonah P and how well he used his KO utility. Really well done. Net showed you the importance that a Sentinel can have on a map like this to slow down those fast-paced attacks and really scramble them up with the nanos and the turret. And yeah, I mean, the Guard, again, they're just a different beast than what M80's faced all year long.
Very true.
They're not going to be as much of a pushover.
Indeed. We'll look at all the numbers, the stats, and the breakdowns as we set up as well for map number 2. We need to step away for break, though, so don't go far. More of the Guard and M80 right after this.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the manufacturer to like new for up to 50% off. This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With Certified Refurbished, you can shop with confidence because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process. And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty, a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
Oh, riggedy, riggedy, right. All right. All right. Chat, if I were to go with a controller, do I go with an Xbox controller or PS4 controller or PS5 controller? Like an Xbox controller feels more comfortable in my hand after all these years, right? All right. So first game, I don't want to say went as expected, but like basically, right? Right? I mean, so I expected this to go 3, and I think since last map was the Guards map, I wouldn't have been surprised if they won. Although, at the same time, I wouldn't have been surprised if M80 won in a blowout, and they did not. So, take it for what you want, I guess. Huh? What'd you say? I don't know, man. Like, as much as I wouldn't be surprised to see this go 3, though, I wouldn't be surprised if the Guard kind of throws us all for a loop and just fucking absolutely dumps on M80 here on Split.
I am thoroughly entertained. That was the series we've been waiting for. Oh, Split! Unfortunately,
who's gonna pick up that popcorn?
I'm gonna pick it up. Don't worry, I didn't waste all of it.
Okay.
There's still some left. Welcome back to Nice Arena Valorant Challengers North America. M80 did exactly what we thought they'd do. Comes out 8-4 in the first half.
Played decent, and the Guard bounces back even better.
Yep. And they shut them out on the defense. Impressive 9-round stint, even some flawless rounds in there, Dust. I mean, this is the Guard at peak Guard.
Yeah, I mean, they're just a team that's not going to allow Koala Nude to get away with some of the individual antics that other teams are allowing him to get.
That's, I think that's fair. I think that's the weird thing about
limiting like the certain types of impact
Challenger circuit.
Some of the entries
is the top
would get, right? They wouldn't let it go the extra step for like a second frag. They always retaliated. I think a lot of it came down to some of Jonah P's counter utility.
I think
like
are
well-timed fragments and flashes,
like a head above the rest.
Also,
so in this group, it's these two and then everybody else.
He had a couple of big individual plays.
And unfortunately for G2, it's them and everybody else.
So yeah, I mean, the Guard just looked like the team we knew that they were.
I think
They
the
are
most
who we
impressive
thought they
thing in
were.
that midst was, you know, we were talking about the issues that M80 had offensively, finding the same kind of value with their utility that we saw on their defensive retakes. And a lot of that may have been just kind of limited to the fact that the Guard was, I won't say they were giving up sites, but they were defaulting to kind of playing more for retake than to contest the entries. So if you're just letting M80 just throw all their utility in, but there's not really a contest for the spike, then what do you still have left remaining to hold that post plant? So, you know, 4 diffuses for the Guard in the midst of what was a very strange second half because of how the economy went. I think that's kind of part of the equation of, if they're going to have all this initiation and control ability, let's let them use that all on the initial take and then just play for retake. And not to say that that was 100% a guarantee, but seeing 4 diffuses in the midst of that last stretch is really largely impressive.
I mean, Dust, we had talked about it beforehand. The question was, could they contain Koala? Because that's been the problem that a lot of teams have had all split long. You had obviously proudly pointed out that you were right in that the Guard was going to be contained Koala. Ends up on the attacking side 3 and 8 and 119 ACS. This is a player we're talking about that had 400 across 2 games.
He looks really good recently.
Against Disguised. So to see the numbers dive down that low, especially on the attacking side, for a player that
It's weird to think that that's kind of how
Challengers, if not the best, showcases
Challengers
just how good
is,
the Guard
though.
was on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, they shut him down so hard that John Cutie wound up being the best statistical player for M80 that game, which should never happen, right? And it's no shot at John QT. I think he is one of the better fragging IGLs we have in the league. But when you think about the star power that M80 has in every other role, that's where the contribution should really be coming from.
Sure.
And it was the case. Like, you know, Qualinoob didn't have as easy of a time collecting space as he normally does. But not only that, the follow-ups just weren't there, right? Like, what's your plan B? What's your plan C? You know, like, it just didn't seem like M80 were able to dig deep and come up with like new things or new possibilities. And again, the Guard always seemed to have the right read and the right counter to shut them down, whether it was the initial
This like
take or whether
really
it was the
kind of
retake
throws a weird
afterwards.
fucking
They
wrench
were
and
just the
everything, doesn't
superior
it, chat?
team as far as how they work through those
It would make
critical
so
mid and
much
late
more
round moments.
sense.
John QD coming into today was like honestly one of the only players you could even really try to find a fault with. I talked about it off camera. We didn't really bring it up on the show. John has not had a single clutch. He's had quite a few opportunities. I think he was at 21
He were
opportunities
just,
going into today.
or
finally
if
cracks that egg. Actually ended up with 2 today. But you can kind of illustrate the problems that he's had. He still sits pretty high on the stats categories in comparison to some other players. But honestly, like, if you had to find anything wrong with him, you mentioned like he's not necessarily a player who statistically leads, and yet still he's doing a decent job. In this instance, you don't want to see him at the top just because it means everyone else is failing to get to that point. But it is important to note, map 1 was Guard's pick. We're moving now to Pearl, and the agent select is ready. M80
let's
has
go
a
to
chance
Pearl,
fire
baby.
back. Take it away.
It's going to be an interesting one, especially with the conditions that were just set in that second half in particular. So, you know, for Pearl, you expect that, you know, a player like Qualinoob very well may still be stressed and tested on how the map is laid out, especially if we continue to see things like Vipers being played, potentially also the Fade, which is something that we have seen the Guard kind of flex into in previous maps. So I don't know. I'd be really kind of curious, I think, to see what the agent comps are as they start to lock in.
Mirror
And how
matchup.
about it? Okay, mirror matchup, exactly.
Interesting mirror
not too
matchup. I can
surprised to
dig
see
it.
This. It'll just be interesting to see how it plays out because M80, again, such a small sample size of matches just in general, but they have been dominant on this map. They beat Disguised 13-3 last week. The week before that, they beat Mad Lions 13-6. They did well from both sides of the map. Certainly looked like Pearl has been a map that they've adopted and looked really well on. The Guard, on the other hand, are
So what do we
1-3
think then
this year on the map?
if the
But
Guard
what's
beats
interesting about it
M80
is how close all
and
of their losses
M80
have
was
been.
beat,
In the Ludwood Tarek
or in
Invitational,
the
they
Guard
lost
was
to
beat by
T1
TSM.
11-13. They
But
lost
the
to
Guard
TSM in
beat,
overtime.
or M80
Then,
beat
a couple
TSM.
of weeks
What do we
ago,
think
they
heading
lost
into
to
the
TSM in 5
preseason
overtimes on
invitational?
this map.
Yeah.
So,
Like,
even though they don't really have like the crazy win rate on the map, they're
What does that
clearly
mean?
able to contest people on it very closely. They just
You know
haven't
what I
been able to get
mean?
across the finish line.
Yeah.
So this is still, in my opinion, up for grabs, despite M80 on paper having the edge.
And this is another new composition, so to speak, as well for M80. They pulled the Viper out in week 4 last week versus Disguised. A lot of zone of control with that play, but now, like you mentioned, playing the mirror matchup. We'll see how things unfold. M80 on the pistol on the attack. Looking to get over towards A early. Lots of stars in place at the choke point, plus the sentry turret that could start to kind of alert how many members are going to be hitting over towards this, which by all intentions makes it feel like it's going to be all 5. And yep, here they come. Double star setup is going to be hard to break through, though. I'll tell you that much with Valen watching over the top of his corner.
Yep, indeed, he's ready for it. Smoke goes down, Gravel goes down. QuadNoob is going to be able to dash past, but he gets stuck inside of a nanostorm and eats a bunch of
Damn,
damage along the way.
that nanostorm ate a bunch off him there.
Who's
That's
playing
got 3,
inside the
4,
pit. He's able to find
or no,
2
3,
and a third.
not 4.
3 for net. And a lot of that Gravwell did actually hit for full vulnerability as well. So that classic hit extra hard. Xander now by himself, 1v3, only 34 HP. And I hesitate to even say 34 HP in a dream, because who knows how this would possibly work. Gonna try to re-wrap back around. And he's not gonna think you would have time to get all the way to B, but he's gonna have to sacrifice silence for the rotation. And the longer this takes, the more I think the guard are going to be suspicious that this could be a re-wrap back. And yeah, Jonah's already starting to make a play back over. But of course, as the spike is planted, that information will be there. Now Xander goes into his post blind. He's going to try to hold back Halls with not a lot of utility to work with here.
No, not at all. No stars. And just 34 HP. And I think you mentioned earlier, a dream.
Maybe. Maybe a dream.
A little bit of a dream.
The first shot lands for a headshot. The dream very well may be on. Nice. Well, shots missed. There was the first. Okay, the dream starts to become a little bit more of a reality, but not so much.
Just a dream, baby.
Locks things in, and the guard will take the pistol.
Yeah,
no
Trent was too
reality.
tightly
Just a
binding
dream.
Tex for it to get out of control there. Even if he would have killed Tex, I think Trent has the immediate follow-up. So well done by the guard. Again, great use of Astra Stars at the A choke point. Also, beautiful Nano Swarm comes out from John Cutie. Or excuse me, from Net, I should say, that he plays off of for 3 frags. So just really well. I mean, they ate QuadNoob for breakfast there with all that utility.
Yeah.
A little late for breakfast, I guess, but you know, certain establishments are breakfast 24/7.
True.
So
praise to those
breakfast for dinners. And, yep. Praise be.
Praise be to the guy hops of the world.
No charge.
Excellent caught here. Oh, what a dash that is. QuadNoob thinks he has an opportunity, but once again, the Gravwell continues to be an issue. But Nismo does evenly trade out the early engagement. We go 3v3 off the rip.
It's definitely a force up from M80, and so far it's netted an equal exchange, but that stinger from long range from John Cutie over here.
He knows where to expect John.
Be a big problem. Turret to try
It's for the turret.
help him along a little bit, but Jonah doing big things, but that's a big kill from Nismo because now it's all on Jonah, and they're closing in, and they get him down, and this force buy may have panned out.
Looking good for it. Net on the way in. Bulldog, full HP, full armor. Doesn't see an exit. Aldron's out. Tries to find
Gets
corner.
one.
Shots do land. Second opportunity
Only
was
gets one,
there,
though.
but John will get just enough help to make sure Nismo stays alive, and we'll go 1-1 after the force buy for M80. You in for another half of Weird Eco? Because we're going to start that way.
It does seem that way, doesn't it? You saw the sense of urgency once the Aldron came out, and you kind of respect the attempt, but just couldn't get the job done there. So we're all square at 1 apiece. Force buy pays off for M80.
All right, 1-1 here.
You are going to see
Neither
a little
team
bit of a
really has
force back
much
here from
momentum.
Dawn, a couple of
M80 is going to
shares
have
from
the
Marshall
advantage
for
as far
Tex.
as rifles into this next round.
I thought once
But this is
QuadNoob
a
got
tough
shut
and like
down in the doorway
investment
and
for
Trent
M80
doubled
because if
up,
they
and
drop this round, they're
the guard
kind
were
of
gonna have that one in the bag, but just such a great
SOL.
fight back from M80. Again, just using individual talent to frag their way back into a winning scenario.
Literally brute force their way back as QuadNoob steps into a first blood fight with Net. And that makes things a little bit more dire here for the guard, trying to hope and pray for a defensive setup that would have allowed them to use this. I mean, look at the double stack over towards B screens. I mean, they're just hoping someone plays over towards pillars, but they're not going to get the entertainment they were looking for.
No, you know, you got to roll the dice in a round like this, and you can't fault them for it, but unfortunately for them, they've picked wrong. Now it's just Valen with the Sheriff in the back lines, but EU picks him off. The Sheriff in his own. The site will be cleared, spike will be planted, and M80 will be looking to take it 2-1.
So they're looking solid for now.
Should come without much stress here, especially with this position deep in towards yellow.
I mean, Koala can probably
Guard are
peek
just
up
trotting their way over. This is taking some time.
like right
Even if
here,
they wanted to
right?
play for exits, this is taking some time.
Because you've got Xander and
you would think the majority of this, or at least keep
what's his
them
name right
largely at
here.
bay.
So like,
Trent, first shot lands
you would figure you're probably pretty solid to poke
Long
up there if you
range,
want.
Nismo is good for the Guardian, and the second. Okay, So only 1 kill collected. Looks like Jonah will be without an opportunity to do too much. Koala Noob gets tagged, but steps away from the second shot. And that will be a clean round for M80.
So not only do they take the 4 spot, they follow it up with a nearly flawless round, keeping the rifles in play without a need for too many repurchasing. Full buyback here for the Guard. Only alt on the table is EU's Hunter's Fury, but there's plenty of players that are pretty darn close to gathering them. M80 looking like they want to fight for early A here. Maybe try to grab that orb. We're going to see potentially a contest here from the opposite side, though. Jonah P and Valen here.
Would be a big round for M80 here.
Thinking about it. Flash will deter
to be able to steal us back from the Guard.
Oh my gosh, the 0
get the
point reveals
momentum.
3. But largely, Xander was just looking for the orb, and everyone will back away now, having M80 earned up the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, they were just outgunned when it came to utility there. Too much personnel from M80, too much lobbed at it. Not enough counter utility available for the Guard to really contest that. So they do allow the orb to go by. M80 in the meantime, CEU making his way towards Art. He's got some backup as well. Owl Jonah will help lead the way for an A split here. There are some Astra Stars that could try to slow down the A main portion of this attack, but Short is certainly taken quickly here by Koala.
There's the Cosmic Divide. Forces the Guard to make a decision. Do we step in front of it or allow the plant to happen? And they have chosen the latter.
Yeah, they're gonna have to wait for the
maybe trying to
retake.
get in towards drop, and if he can get on this dugout position,
Owl drone comes through, not able to get
maybe
much.
an issue here for the Guard trying to re-break through, who are going to be able to collect first blood. But M80 following up with 2 of their own also makes safe the flank. So now the post plan is split 2-2. Some over towards mid connector, other towards main. The Guard trying to break their way back in with just 3 members large. Are trying to clear, but the Guard are not able to find anybody. Gravity Well will deter the fuse from happening for now. John on the spam. Hunter's Fury is down.
Nice
somehow
move.
gets 2 though, but largely speaking, the Hunter's Fury has put this round into a bit more question, but can EU, his shock dart doesn't land. Not much of a difference because Trent is full HP and he wins the final gunfight. How about the Guard able to steal away around?
Yeah, EU is just so far away with that Hunter's Fury, trying to make sure that he was as safe as possible when his teammates start to fall. And even though his Hunter's Fury comes up for a couple of hits, he's just so out of position to be able to come back and stop that spike from being diffused. Like you said, even if the shock dart makes it across, it wouldn't have done enough damage to make a difference. And so we're all squared out.
It's unfortunate there.
That's a big one if you're M80. You really feel like you should be grabbing that one.
Yeah.
Such a clean take, good Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, but you made it expensive
So efficient.
on the
And
other
then
side,
taken
right?
down.
Oh, and how
Oh
about
my
this? The
goodness.
Guard just step into this mid-defensive setup. And M80, who think that the sentry drone is going to give them an advantage towards the numbers or at least the information, they force themselves into gunfights that they don't walk away with a single.
Hey, Shift.
Hi, guy.
How did they do that?
I don't know. Knives diff, I guess.
Dude.
He said knives, dude.
I mean, that is bonkers.
He's like, yeah,
that they just walk out into a turret middle with a blade storm and a little bit of support. He wasn't alone. I'll give him that. But then they just get all 3 and get out of there. And the only person who really lost any health was Tex, and he's still, at half.
Yeah. I don't know,
Good
dude.
Lord Almighty.
Yeah.
That was something.
If anything though, like just to really kind of talk about the impact, think about the mind games that plays with M80, who are usually the team that is
All right,
trying
30
to stay
minutes to make a
proactive and
move, or
aggressive.
30
Now, all of a
seconds to make a
sudden,
move
you're like,
here.
wait a second, these guys
30
are living
seconds
into a
left.
sentry turret. Not
Even that last round.
Exactly.
Even that last round where they take sight and they're proactive to fight the flank Art, and they get control of Art and sewers in their own right, so they're not even stuck on site anymore. And you're like, okay,
Move in.
they are in a winning position now. They have so much control post plan, and then they still
Move
crumble.
in.
And then this
10
round,
seconds left.
you just have a little bit of a mid-aggression setup from the Guard that just comes up perfect pretty much. I mean, it is going to be seemingly a flawless round. Indeed.
Wow. Okay. Mind games early. M80 will once again have the opportunity to save and purchase largely behind us, but again, it's still light armors in the mix, and Nismo will be stretched for a weapon here. Still has the null command, which could be a huge part of what M80 want to do here offensively, but on the flip side, Trent and Net have the exact right ultimates to try to counter any of those plays, pending they stay away from the proximity of where the null command could affect.
Attacking
Aggressive
operator this round for Koala Noob. All rifles for the defense.
Oh, John. Okay, well, the knife is going to reveal this, so the defense will have to likely back away, but that is full B long control. The guard, now M80, who really weren't ready to hit over towards A, are going to go right into net setup, where, again, he's got the ability to keep himself safe with a lockdown if he stays far enough away from it.
Yeah. I mean, they certainly felt that pressure at B.
All right, 5v5 as he turns around here.
So they're trying to test that. Again, a little bit limited on the firepower, though, but here comes an all command, here comes the press, but the nano swarms and stuff are still able to get, because net's far away enough to not get hit by the null command, so we can still deploy the utility. So it still slows his attack
so
down a little bit.
down.
Still does a little bit of damage. But M80 still do get the plant, and yeah, exactly. Oh my!
I thought he would transfer that.
Yeah, bold call for net just to sit in the nebula, but as it fades away, it's an even trade, 1-for-1. Now, the retake over towards yellow. Galen gets an opener.
Not able to get
following
that.
up, and the guard have reclaimed all
All
of
left
the
to Koala.
leaving Koala by himself, who is just not in his
The
place
guard
to
keeps
put
3 alive
together
there.
any
That's a
sort
pretty
of
good round for them.
contest. That's bold offensive post plan for M80 to stack up long like that.
Man, oh man. Again, that's just smart by the man to just play far back enough to not get hit by the null command so he could still deploy his utility. I mean, that's just kind of like the counter null command setup, so to speak. So the nanoswarm was still able to have some impact. Smokes are still able to go down. Still kind of slows the initial rollout on the site. They still get it, they still get plant, but then the guard just beats up back halls, man. Just does not let M80 get any extra space other than the site itself.
Yeah.
And just out trade him.
Yeah, and the guard get that done without spending any ultimates of their own, by the way.
Yep. And now it's like a crazy force buy up here from M80 where, you know, it's Blade Storm, a couple of Stingers, a Guardian, a Sheriff. It's not looking good.
No. But M80 may try to take their first move in towards B-Link. We all cringe a touch because Texas is watching this angle with an operator, so you need to clear this out before you just dive right on in. And it may be...
Right,
It'll be tough.
Should be able to do that.
All right, Aldrome comes in.
And the smoke as well for cover. Yeah.
Pistol, Xander denied.
I like the reaction.
Yep.
That's
you know
tough.
that they have to be committing a lot of resources into Link right there, so you just double gut check A and you get the lurker.
Oh.
Now they can just fall back. And they also pushed up long B. They can just absorb this Link pressure. It's fine. They have so much control elsewhere on the map.
Trent is backing away, keeping his life. Keeping M80 a little bit more on the gas. Over the top, Koala Noob shut down. Clean shots from Jonah.
Oh!
One more.
Oh my goodness.
3. EU, last one.
Shut up.
Sitting inside of the Link. You'll get one, but nothing more. And the guard, clean as you'd like here defensively, dealing with M80's play through Link.
Again, it's just the guard being able to react so quickly. When they lose control somewhere, they gain control somewhere else in retaliation. And that's what you have to do defensively. If you just sit back and you just allow the attacking team to dictate the pace, to get the map control, to set up the attacks, you know, you just let them get comfortable, build a foundation to launch from. Instead, the guard just slip in and take what's given to them. They're like, okay, you're committing 2 or 3 guys to take B Link. We're going to step out. We're going to press long B. We're going to press the periphery of the map. We're going to get our own control.
Yeah.
We're going to absorb your pressure. We're going to have, you know, added angles of attack to come back at you. And so the guard are just, they're just fluid, man. They're just moving throughout the map the way that they need to reclaim space and use it to their advantage.
And it feels very similar to the second half that we had on Ascent, where again, like they're letting M80 think that they've got the advantage, use
What
their
do we
utility,
think,
get
chat?
into a site, or in this instance, get into a part of the map that they think they're
Is the
controlling.
guard just
okay, now all of a sudden
ahead
maybe
better
an
than
opposite
M80?
foot, M80 opportunity to kind of creep through mid. Valen fights back and actually keeps Tex alive, who at one point you thought was dead to rights. So now it goes to a 4v4. M80 with a lot of zone of control through mid, but as they take their attention back over towards A, you've got a very healthy net ready to place lockdown, and that's the call. Nanostorm out, lockdown in, and now M80 kind of have to pay some respect to this.
Indeed they do. They're going to have to try to press in the flowers, but now Trent's there for support. So now they have to try to start backing up. Now they do get the kill, though. Trent able to get the Hunter's Fury in play.
Op shot. Oh my goodness. Oh, it nearly gets the second EU at 54 HP. Trent off the tag. Just waiting. The guard advantage with the time. Recon bolt out, immediately denied. Shock dart just kind of noodles its way on towards site, takes a lot of damage into EU, who gets finished off by Valen, who saved 2 different lives and just took over at the end.
Man, what a play. And this is what we were talking about. The guard is not
So what is
letting
this?
Koala Noob get away with the fast-paced antics that he's used to. He's thinking that he can chase down Tex dead to right set middle and get a frag, but Valen's there to play Guardian Angel and make sure it can't happen. Not only that, but
I
then
don't
the
know what
man
to do with
rotates
this.
over, grabs an op, frags out, and winds up with the quad kill. It's just the power of Valen. Valen's one of the best fragging IGLs in the league, man. He's been proving it time and time again. He can have just as much impact with the fragging as he can call.
Now M80 with Stingers, just a little run and gun strat, which net shuts down before it can really get off the ground, just playing the connection through mid. M80 now with 3 of their 4 members playing through link, kind of have to commit to this. Tex is watching long, sees the sentry turret place, but that'll be enough for him to kind of change his angle and finds himself right into the line of where the offense is coming from. Valen falling down, takes another, and nowhere for EU to go. Last member alive
Makes
is
it
John
easy.
Cutie,
Last
no
one's going to be
spike,
all
and
the way away
the
from the
stinger.
bomb, the spike
And Jonah
too.
P is going to try to cut him off on rotation here, though he does put himself right into the prime line of fire for the stinger, but the gunshots still land. The fight is won, and the guard go up 7-2 through 9.
Man, this is wild.
It's so crazy to believe
This is really wild.
that the guard is
M80 have 2 attacking
apparently
rounds total across 2 maps so far.
this much better than M80.
Yeah.
And all of them are on this map. But they are well spread out. The guard, again, they are just, I don't know how better to describe it than just being fluid and how they absorb pressure and extend elsewhere. They get a great read on the numbers and resources being committed, whether that what's being committed at A main or Art or B link, and then they just kind of calculate that and then take elsewhere. That and net has just been worth its weight in gold anchoring. Like, the guy just stays alive. He uses utility very well. He buys time for rotations. He frags out when he needs to. And he just gives so much flexibility to the rest of the team to be able to overstack or push certain areas of the map to get aggressive.
That's
and take
true though.
space
He
and
does
get
be
intel.
pulling out some pretty wicked gun
The
bites.
guard are basically just playing perfect defense both these maps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not just because of the scoreboard and the obvious results, but just the eye test that it passes, like just how they react to things. And how they're also proactive earlier.
Why are we watching this still?
And I don't know if it's too early to call, but there is something to be said about M80. You know, they've been getting away with a lot of this aggression against other squads, but let's be honest, like, this is one of the first teams that they've played that have a long history of being a structured squad, and
yeah,
that rogue aggression's being thwarted at almost every single offensive attempt. Xander first blood, that opens up this round for an opportunity to try to make a play through A. Jonah's still going to step into this, though, trying to be a further contestant, because why not? You've got Trent with an operator holding on your mid connector.
Yeah, Jonah P just playing back here, waiting to see if he can catch someone off guard. It's a little risky, because if he doesn't multi-frag, that's A taken, and that's probably M80 securing around here. A lot of utility is up at both link areas because of Net's placement. So he can kind of help guard Art and B link. Jonah P able to actually get out of there and get into A site. Again, he's got some supporting utility that can help them as they start pressing up the Art side.
Jonah's gonna hit the null command. He's just trying to delay this hit as long as possible. And oh my goodness!
What?
Jonah gets two. Oh no! Sure, he's traded away, but he's done more than enough so far. EU looking for the plant. Net trying to hit off the cross, but Xander denies, leaving Valen now by himself. And as the shots miss just above him, it's just down to Trent. Switches out the op for a rifle.
Spike planted.
Alarm bot will be denied. Cosmic Divide in his way. Trent gonna try to play off the elevation. Tries to shoulder it, but no. M80 reaped the reward of the first blood, and then follow up on the site to get their third.
Yeah, just great first blood. You know, Jonah P gets two, sure, but then they're able to get him down and nothing else goes the guard's way. I thought there were so many times where the guard was going to catch a guy from M80 trying to finish off Jonah. And so they were going to have their crosshair in the wrong place and they're going to get blindsided. But each time M80 was able to react and get the frag they needed to stay on top. So finally, M80, after a bit of a drought, put around on the board. Just a couple left to go in the half. Both teams fully bought out here. Once again, we're seeing some early attention to A from both sides.
Nebula out. Just a pullback of the star. Knife surely reveals, oh, actually may have revealed all 3 members offensively that are still over towards A. So Tex will hold this position. You've got a different setup utility-wise here for the Guard off of net. A lot of nanostorms in these tight mid-choke points. I think they've started to understand the threat largely is coming from these side alleyways. Offensive lockdown in. Tex considers the peak, but dashes away. And that will forfeit the early contest of this A zone.
Oh, Fragment, though, is going to come down on the choke point, so it's going to slow down the attack. Hunter's Fury trying to pave a way forward here for the attacking side, but in the meantime, Net takes down Nismo over towards Art, and everything is capitulating on the site. Everyone's going down.
Wow, dude. EU's now all of a sudden the last one left. Oh, man. M80 have not been able to crack this defensive code in any form. And we haven't even seen a plant at B yet, have we? I don't think we've even seen a plant at B.
No. I don't know that we've really seen a true execute on to B except for like a late round pivot.
Yeah.
Nope. There's never been like a true long B strat. And you wonder if part of that's the lack of Viper. You know, that toxic screen is a big tool for being able to walk your way up long B. They don't have that. So maybe that's why they're deterred from going for any type of long B plays. But yeah, it's mostly been like either mid to B link, mid to Art, or just strong A takes.
And
I mean, that one's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed like they were going to get things going, but that Hunter's Fury didn't really land the mark, and the Guard just frags out all over the site. Yeah, that is odd that you point that out, but it's true that we've just never seen a strong long B attack all game. Are we going to see it now, finally?
We haven't even seen an option. Like, have we even seen an owl drone go through B long at any point?
No. Like, there's been a couple of times John QD has like kind of played it solo. Just as alert option, but yeah. Here it comes. And it just so happens to be around Texas here with an op.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Jono's going to get tagged by the owl drone. M80. I don't know if they even saw Tex on that deep angle through B halls. The flash over the top, the knife that was a part of it. M80 have just shown some force and backed away. And the thing about this is, again, because of how M80 have continually hit through A link and A main, I mean, look at Net's setup. It's perfectly ready to go for that hit coming through connector in particular, because Valen could just keep his stars on the main hit.
Yep. He's got Art.
They're looking to rotate through Art to A, but the only problem is
Art will come.
They got to worry about Net over here.
That utility, but at least Net's aware that it's gone. So now they'll have to try to start reinforcing. Tex, in the meantime, catches Koala Noob lurking solo B. He's now immediately going to tuck tail and run towards the help defend A side, which is being taken through Art by M80. They're even testing potentially going through sewers. Decide to double back instead, but they're running out of time.
Yeah, and
they still got time. 24 seconds enough.
Knife out, recon bolt denied, fragment.
They got to start moving in though.
Stay safe. He will be hit though by the Nova Pulse, but Valen up close. How does he manage to get to? Unreal stuff. Net though shut down. EU doubles of his own. Tex, Trent, Jonah P, last one's left, and EU's trying to hit around the quick flank. They catch a couple off guard, but Tex shuts him down before he can get the flank off.
Damn.
And a 9-3 half for the Guard. Unbelievable.
When you consider the fact how strong M80 has been all season long, and for them to walk away
9-3
from
here.
Our opening two maps with only 3 total attacking rounds, all of which came on this map, but all of which were broken apart. No streaking together, no real momentum. I mean, the Guard is just a brick wall.
Guard looking good, man.
I mean, look,
so do we think that the TSM loss was a fluke, or
potential of both of these two teams? I don't think either of us would have expected to see the straight defensive domination that the Guard has been able to put together, considering that, again, M80 have largely just ran at their opponents. And We saw it even on their
good point
defense on Ascent, their retakes with how good their utility was, encompassing the entirety of a site.
Yep.
That was the subject of a lot of their success, but
yeah,
the Guard have stayed alive through it.
I would say like M80 is prided on controlled chaos. Like it's utility driven. It's not just nothing, but the Guard are just so good at countering and stealing the extra space that you leave behind.
Yeah. Well, here come the flashes, the smokes, execute, and how about the isolation? Xander had nowhere to go. Nismo does well to take
very well done to get the one in the corner.
Forward. But as he escapes back over towards yellow, Trent will have the freedom to plant. Retake on the way in. Ooh, Quality actually with a lockdown, a headshot through a wall bang. Looking for more. They do actually get enough onto Trent. Valen looking to follow up. Quality was still a problem from this angle. The dash is
3v2 for M80.
Net now the last
that
one.
Last live.
Frenzy and an anal storm, but no, Koala Noob catches him just through the side of the box. 2 key kills for Koala Noob and M80 to take the second pistol.
You feel like that was a must need. I mean, if they don't get that pistol, like the Guard could just walk up to potentially 11 rounds before you're behind.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it easy if they win that round.
A very critical pistol round to kind of just keep yourself alive. We're going to see the Guard. Look at this little craftiness. Double Marshal and a Sheriff. They're looking to throw some haymakers out here, man. They're not looking to play.
But to be fair, with their investment.
Yeah.
As I say that, they sell one back for a Sheriff.
With them being this close, as you say. I don't know if M80 can put that many rounds together.
I'm in for it.
I'm here for it. I mean, statistically speaking, these guys have played the most amount of half-buy rounds in North American Challengers, and they win them 73% of the time. So they're 28-10, at least going into this series when they're in these half-buy situations, which is a lot of rounds and a lot of success on them. So.
Tech slowly walking his way down B, trying to play contact. He's got pretty much the whole squad behind him here. Nebula going to kind of mask their presence, but Wandu finds one on the edge.
Nice first shot.
This guy just stays in the fight, doesn't he? I feel like mostly will just be happy with the one shot, get out of there, play 5v4, but Wandu stays trying to get more. And as
getting a couple tags.
They run right into the crossfire. Tech's the only one to start collecting kills, but it's just too little too late. And the follow-up goes the way of M80. Guard punished for their small little pistol and Marshall upgrades.
Yeah, it wasn't a crazy investment, so they're still able to pretty much get a full buy here. Vandals across the board.
Say they only short a half shield, otherwise they're fine.
I think there's just one player on half armor, that's Jonah P. Bonus, meanwhile, here for M80.
Be a big round to win here, though. If you're the Guard, you can
very
switch this econ very, very quickly.
I mean, the epitome of a bonus. They got a ghost on one guy. Classic, or no, okay, Quality if it's a Vandal.
If M80 can find a way to take this round back, things start to get interesting again on this map. Not that it hasn't been interesting yet. It's kind of a poor way of framing it up, but definitely
it's back up in the contest for sure. Yeah,
absolutely. So for the
right
Guard,
now, I think the Guard might sweep this, man.
Defensively speaking, the only thing that's really
at least that's the way it's looking.
Star and Xander from this point of view. Offensive Nebulas will be used to block off the connector as well as over towards the backside near Flowers. And instantly the Guard will get on. No contest offered yet for M80. Going to have to play full retake again with the weaker weaponry. Did the Guard get a read on this as far as that all four, really 5 members are going to hit through yellow? And a lot of clearance already gotten from M80. Jonah looking for a timing. Maybe a swing on a peek here, but no, Koala Noob takes him out of the picture. So now it's just down to can you shut down Koala Noob, who's now stepping even further forward, denying the post plant from his connector position off the flank. Oh, goodness. But from the front, Tex gets 3 of his own before dropping. Makes a double for Valen. John's at 1 shot. Koala Noob's also low. Just comes down to if you can get the tags through this cloud burst. Teammates are pinging for the spike, but
he almost got it there too.
Forced the wide peek, and John's able to convert onto the kill. How about that for M80?
9-6 here.
So M80 are here to stay, it seems. Not going down without a fight. Obviously,
very well done.
Quite close, losing 4 members along the way. A lot of back and forth. But Finally having some really early impact
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
3 quick frags.
Turn out.
Putting that one up for grabs. Now the guard has to take a save other than Tex having the Blade Storm. And there's a couple of sheriffs in play. Valen actually decides to pick up a Spectre. Same for Jonah P. Actually, now elects to go Stinger. I'm curious to see what they have in mind with this small buy-up.
Get out of my way.
Have to be some sort of antics, you'd think.
Some kind of eco strat.
Quick hit from the guard. Tex just moving right on in. The link on the corner. Valen's the first one to get the connection. Then the knives finally pop up, and how about it? Just a clean take of Link. Apparently, that's the answer to your question here as far as what do they have up their sleeves.
Yeah, I mean, you knew they had something planned, right? And they didn't invest too heavy. They can still full buy next round no matter what happens here. But you just knew that they had to have something in mind and just slam art.
Yeah. It's not even just the fact that they can purchase into the next round. They may pull these rifles for free and hold them.
Yeah, exactly.
Nismo and John are going to back off of this. They may be pushed here by Valen.
What choices they have?
Saying, why not? Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Oh, the timing could be epic here.
Ooh.
Yeah, they have no idea. Valen. Oh,
okay. Well, Nismo got him.
Last player standing.
Texas,
Texas
like,
gonna,
nah, buddy.
I'm on the way.
Ace.
Oh, okay. So that's a punishing round from the guard. They steal away one that you may not have normally expected, just if you looked at the screenshot of what weapons are being tallied in. But like you mentioned, they chase down the kills, force M80 into some more difficult financial situations. Not that there's too much pressure considering that you've got Nismo on nearly 5,500, but not everybody else can afford those. So Tex is going to go into the operator on one side. Valen will, I'm sure, go into a Phantom or Vandal or whatever his choice is, and M80 are going to choose to actually save here.
Yeah, they are. They are. They do have Blade Storm available for Koala Noob, so he's going to be able to pull that out. The guard quickly looking to storm out of long B. Owl Drone from Trent going to clear all the close corners. It's going to detect that the Blade Storm is here. Also gets the tag on the Nismo. Hunter's Fury now built up for Trent. Everyone here defensively. That's the scary part.
Yeah. Yeah. Walla flashed over the top, pushed back. Knives largely miss. Second opportunity. You have to imagine he's only got like 2 knives left. So if you're gonna hit, it better be now. And Collat comes through. Tex on the backside corner on the right side of B Halls. Somehow gets 2. And just when M80 thought that they had the right numbers to deal with this defensively, they all fall apart thanks to Tex.
This isn't good.
Who gets a 3rd?
Meanwhile, everyone else out of there, bringing the spike to the A site. No one can rotate because they're getting owned on B, so they're thinking to themselves, well, I mean, yeah.
Free play on A.
They're coming this way. Texas already got 3 frags over here. We got to stick it out, play together, but...
I mean, and like you're on Sheriff, so it's not like you're going to save, but you're just going to jump in and give them more ult charges.
Sure is.
Tex just, I mean, that has to feel good if you're the guard because you ran into the stack, you ran into Koala Noob's play, and you still came out flawless.
Yeah. I mean, I just love the idea of it from the guard. You know, with M80, we talked about they just did not get any looks towards B long.
And what's crazy is right now they're sitting on 5 rifles still standing. Plenty of econ looking good.
With the scope in play. Ends up working out. Oh, nice shot from EU. Trent just trying to spam things down to the corner. John's going to try to threaten, but Trent backs away. Another kill tallied. But largely speaking, not much to come of it. John will see himself perish.
All right, so guard's 2 rounds away, champ.
Yeah, the guard are not playing around here. Some doubt was thrown at them with the loss of TSM earlier this season, but now they're up against a team that's been dominating everyone, the team that's 4-0. And they are potentially going to sweep them 2-0 this year so they can keep up this pace. Tech still with op rifles for everyone else. 3 alts available for the guard. M80 has 2 of their own.
All right, let's get it.
And this is a big round here.
2 more rounds for the guard.
Both teams looking to maybe play for A here.
If M80 loses here, it's over, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, careful.
Don't touch it,
That
it's
left
hot.
pinky was about to be... Yeah.
Stove's hot.
Stove's hot, exactly. Aldrin defensively going to come out. It will see quite a bit.
Yep. That's a lot of people.
The thing about this is, yeah, the guard don't really have a backup or an exit here. I mean, you have the sentry turret to make sure no one's on the flank.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what do they do?
Got no idea or information if anyone's pushed.
Doesn't matter if they know everyone's coming this way.
And with these ultimates, I think the guard are saying, "Let's go, let's dance."
Yep. They got Cosmic Divide, they got Lockdown, they got Null Command, so they have a way to put down a very powerful attack right now. You push him back, and then you trap him behind the Cosmic Divide. Quality was trying to go for a pick first, but he gets pushed back. So the site will be taken, and it will come down to a 5-on-5 retake, but Hunter's Fury is still available for Trent to help things out.
Neither of those nanostorms could be implied defensively. So the spike is planted for free, no damage even collected. No command in for both sides. M80 fragment right on top of Valorant, who really cannot do anything, but he still gets one. That's perfectly fine if you're a guard fan. Now it's up to QualiNoob versus Tex. EU on the backside, makes safe the flank. Revive onto Nismo. Hunter's Fury's in play. Texas Flash is trying to stay away from the Hunter's Fury. Now there's one in response to the offense. Xander gets it to halfway. Trent still finding kills. Any more damage to come? Trent gets another. Jonah from the corner. Shut down the EU, and it's John who sticks for the defuse just before the shock dart lands.
Damn.
M80 get the 7.
Oh, what a chaotic round that was, and how nearly that shock dart came in time to stop that defuse from happening, and then what could have happened, who knows? It could have been Trent the 1v1 with the spike halfway. Oh my goodness, man. Obviously a well-layered attack from the guard, planned it out perfectly, lockdown, Cosmic Divide, you name it, they had it to take the site clean. Trent gets 2 with Hunter's Fury. Shock dart lands. If that lands a little sooner, man, think about it. It's spike halfway in a 1v1. And then all of a sudden it could still be the guard map and series point. But just in time, M80 get the defuse. So many close calls.
Big round here for M80.
We're seeing M80 get a little bit of something going here.
Like, you just can't help but wonder.
That was a lot of ults committed too by the guard.
A lot. Everything.
They're not going to get any for a while either.
Yeah.
Man, I guess that goes for both teams, right? I mean, everyone's pretty far away from ults except for Xander and Tex.
Yeah.
The game may be decided before ults ever come in play.
Right. I just think if you're M80, you need to find a way to get QualiNoob enabled here. I mean, a couple of shots here or there, but Tex on the other side has been untouchable. And we're going to have a possible op-v-op battle here at B long. Defensively, 3 members here for M80 looking likely to probably do knife contact, and then maybe a chance for QualiNoob to get really far aggressive forward.
Tough round if you're M80, man, because if you lose this round, it's over, bro.
For now. Offensive time comes out. QualiNoob does connect. Second opportunity, EU comes out, but it still stays 5v4.
Yeah, that is a shot that Tex needs to hit. Nismo and company now meet and exchange. QualiNoob finds a second on the Jonah P, and now all of a sudden this thing's up for grabs. And it's largely in favor of M80. Spike still trying to make its way into B on the back of Valen. Tex for support with the op, but QualiNoob still stands holding the corner.
Oh, this is not fun.
Oh
my goodness! Tex just takes the wider peak and shuts down QualiNoob, and now all of a sudden Xander's only got a judge. So it's a 2 versus 2.5 at the moment.
And they know where
and
one
all these
is.
Weapons are, this one mid should be collectible. But the spike is planted, and the guard are going to stick on site here for the post plant. Valen looking to get aggressive over towards Link. Knife is out. Here's the peak. Valen not able to find the first. Player drops down. Shot connects for Tex. Keeps Valen alive. Nismo for the
Now
trade.
they know that he's back here on long.
Fragment out. 1v2 for Valen, and he gets
They just lined up for him.
And it's a 1v2.
Oh, bro.
eBay clutch for Valen.
No way. Are you kidding me, man? What a clutch from the guard. Tex just wide swings and jets QualiNoob for the first. Then a man tries to jump off the top turnbuckles of the Heaven Bridge. Tex says, see you later to that guy. And then they line up for Valen. You just couldn't paint it any better if you're a guard fan.
Oh no.
All right, here we go, champ.
Snap and series point. And look at the buy from M80.
12-7.
Nothing. It's nothing. Koala Noob needs to get killed, drop a rifle, and pop knives, but he barely even stays alive through first contact. Meanwhile, Tex feels like he can just run this thing out.
I can't believe what I'm seeing, man.
Me neither.
How did they win that round? I mean, Koala Noob had him dead to rights.
Oh, and M80 are just starting to play.
Tough round here now if you're M80, man.
I don't think you've seen this. No. Ismo gets first blood. It's weapon collected. Snipe misses from Tex, and Koala gets a second. Oh boy, how is this all gone? Jonah now through mid, trying to get into Link. Xander nearby turns his back. Oh, Jonah wants to peek this. Knives are out again for Koala. There's the self flash on the way in. Koala shut that down as well. And the last chance for the offense rests with Trent blocking the defensive rotation while the spike gets planted by Valen at B.
Oh my God. What could Trent possibly pull this off? He's in such a precarious position. And Valen has the plant and can go back halls. Oh my goodness me.
It's over.
Oh, they're gonna play for bridge here, Dust.
There ain't no way M80 pulls this off, right?
Flanked himself.
This is all about
Trent.
If he gets John QD on timing here, this is still very winnable. And John just has a pistol. Very aware of the potential threat, but the shot comes
Very
through.
nice.
So now it's just down to M80. They have to go quick. You're not going to have any bridge control here. Valen's been revealed. Recon bolt also comes through, but Xander gets the elimination. Now Trent, he should be able to watch this from the corner, but he only gets one. And M80 will get an 8th round and stay in the map.
Try again. Just feels like no rounds.
So
coming
M80
easy
still
though for
alive.
M80 is the problem, and they still need to grind out 4 more just to force overtime.
I was saying, but what? M80 has a cosmic divide?
The guard does have to save though this round. Sheriff's at best probably for most. Maybe a ghost here and there. So this should be where things kind of calm down for a moment. You would think this should be the clean one for M80. You would think so. Yes, there's some sheriffs out there though. But it feels pretty comfy for M80 from where I'm standing.
Flash doesn't quite connect onto Xander. Covers his tracks, backs up through A, and towards dugout. And that will be enough for the guard to also kind of back off just a touch, trying to see what kind of pressure they can throw M80's direction. But like you mentioned, it's just someone's going to hit a shot, and maybe 2, if you want to have a chance of this one if you're the guard.
Yeah, now those start to gather up over towards Art. This owl drone, though, nearly finds it all. Nice stops it.
Ooh, gets one to the smoke. Bro, you still are 4 rounds.
Oh, well played, EU. Out of ammunition, the shorty at that range, not going to feel great. Not quite. Good. Pops the reload. Second chance. Jody just walks up and says, what's going on over
He's
here?
got 4.
Still, the possibility of the ace. Valen down low, but it's going to be John who puts it away.
All right, map point here for M80.
Only dropping 1 in the process here in the round.
All right, M80.
Yeah, that was the clean win they needed to keep
Map
themselves
point
on
from
track.
the guard
keep
still.
themselves in hopes of an overtime. But now the full buy is here for the guard. Hunter's Fury available. Same at Cosmic Divide. In fact, both teams are equal in that regard, but Nismo also has null command in play. Koala Noob does have the operator also out. Tex on the Vandal. Half armor for Jonah P, but other than that, everyone's fully geared up. Big round here.
Yeah.
Could be over, obviously. But if M80 can win, economy's vulnerable. They're marching towards OT.
Set up for the guard. Be the owl drone just trying to scout out towards B long. Nothing in Cubby, nothing behind Pillar. EU feeling the pressure though, throws out a very early Hunter's Fury, and it will not land onto anybody. So one big ultimate for M80 is off the table, and in that process, Jonah P is able to get the orb for his null command. So now you kind of look towards the guard's direction with the ultimate advantage. What do you set up here at the minute to play?
Tough. There's a lot of Killjoy utility at A.
Yeah.
And even if they can put the Cosmic Divide down to block off the back half of the site, they don't have anything to push players off of site. They don't have that lockdown for net or something like that as the combo play. But they do have a Hunter's Fury, which can help pave a way forward, as well as null command to kind of help maybe shut things down. The thing is, the Killjoy's playing so far deep that he won't be impacted by null command, can still fire off this utility. So it's still going to be a tough ask to break this open.
The Divide, null command, both sent out.
Tough round here.
Held onto by Trent. Now it's being pulled, trying to clear out dugout. You got Xander playing on one side of the smoke, and he smoked Qual.
Oh, no.
Tex just jumps in, finds a head
First entry.
Xander, and with that, Jonah gets the plant. But all of the ultimates are now off the table. Jonah's
still directly on site, though.
Largely stacked towards mid, with Tex trying to get aggressive through sewer. He would have to go very quickly, though. Jonah falls. M80 looking to make their play forward. Qual gets the second.
Is Net.
Valen has to stay alive. Give time for Tex to come back. And as Valen, he sprays down 2. Tex now around the back. Trent still working.
GG's.
And Nismo will drop away. The Guard
Crazy, man.
take down M80.
I'm not gonna lie, I really thought the Guard was going to
They do, man. A lot of it
struggle against the Guard today.
They just had such a stout defense.
Really surprised that they were able to do that.
0 attacking rounds from M80.
Really well
On
done.
Ascent, they only allow 3 here on Pearl. A map that M80 looked so vicious on earlier in the season against some of the other teams that played the attacking half of Pearl. Particularly Koala Noob's crazy aggressive antics. But the Guard had
I'm gonna go ahead and get up on.
The Guard
y'all.
just so good defensively, responding to pressure.
We're back live tomorrow, man.
countering
Same
by
time,
taking their
4
own
p.m.
space and
Eastern
retaliation,
time.
Working together as a team on the
The
retakes.
first game
And then,
tomorrow
you know
doesn't
what?
matter
You gotta
so
throw in
much,
some
so we
individual
may
efforts
even pop live a
for
little
good
late.
measure.
We'll kind of
I mean, Tex
see what's going on.
was
I want to
brilliant.
make sure we're being
Valen
effective
with
with
the
our time. But the first game
spray
tomorrow is
down with
OR
the Vandal in this
versus
round here that you just witnessed. It was
Mad Lions, so I don't know how important that one is. The second game, though, is FaZe versus Moisto Esports, and I'm pretty intrigued to see how that one works out. So we're going to be popping back live more than likely tomorrow for that. More likely for both of them. Anyways. Yeah, tomorrow is Thursday, so we'll be starting the same time as normal, about 3:45-ish or so. If y'all looking for a cool place to hang out outside of stream, make sure y'all are popping through the Discord. Otherwise, man, until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, true, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all? It's your boy Q, signing out.